Starscream here, and I am the Lord and Master of the GeekCast Radio Network. Don't tell Megatron.
Cliffjumper, commence countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now, ToyCast. Oh, yes. Listen in to the only toy podcast you will ever need.
Into the ocean, let's be daring. The last one in is a rusty herring.
You know, kids, a lot has changed since your old Uncle Mikey has been away, but now I'm tanned, I'm rested, and I'm ready to give this old podcasting town a wedgie again. Hello everyone, I am TFG1 Mike. This is ToyCast episode 100. We are going to start this journey with remembering Optimus Scourge. So I'm going to play a few clips from episode 1 and episode 5 way back a decade ago when we first recorded those, so you all can hear who Optimus Scourge was and what he was about. I'm also going to end this 4-hour journey with his advice to toy collectors and his advice on toy collecting in general. I want everyone to know that I have worked months and months on this episode of the podcast. I've spent hours upon hours getting the audio just right, getting it all leveled. We recorded each of these segments at different times from January to June of 2021, and sometimes the environments weren't exactly kosher or whatever. I've done my best, so I hope you guys are interested and you guys will listen to the just over 4-hour journey of how we like to collect our toy collections. I want to thank Pia, I want to thank Protoman, I want to thank Mike the Birdman, Steve Megatron, Dave Draper from Toy World Order, Optimus Solo, Pecan Court Michael, and the new co-hosts that are going to be joining me after episode 100 in future ToyCast episodes, Josh the Floorburger, and A. Das Baron. So I hope you're ready, because it's time for ToyCast episode 100. Oh, and I repeat myself a lot, folks, because the clips were recorded at different times over the last 6 months. So there's not much I can do about that. Enjoy.
1 cent auctions.
Yeah.
Those were the days. Just hold off if it's an expensive item, because chances are they're going to reissue more stuff. We got Omega Supreme, we got Metroplex, we could get Tripticon, Scorponok, so don't go spending $300, $400, $500, because I think Encore is going to keep pumping out those ones that they know people want. I mean, think about it from Hasbro to Karatomi's standpoint. You know, here's these people on eBay getting $300, $400 for a box toy when they can't get any part of that, and they can just reissue it, and then there goes the secondary market, unless you're pure vintage, which I don't believe in, because the thing about reissues is they're cast from the same mold.
This is ToyCast episode 100, and it wouldn't be ToyCast 100 without the very first guests we ever had here on ToyCast. I'm, of course, TFG and Mike. Joining me is Pia. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing fine. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, and I never ever thought, I think the last episode of ToyCast I posted, and I say this in other clips, folks, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. I recorded these clips out of order. The last time I posted an episode of this show was 2014, and going back through, and because we've had several website moves and things like that, so I've had to go back and fix all the audio links and everything else, and I'm like, oh, ToyCast episode 1. That was me, you, and the late, great Optimus Scourge. And I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have listened to that before we started recording this.
Yeah, it's rough. I liked Gary. He was a good guy.
Yeah, he was awesome. All right, so we're here, and the subject of this episode, of this 100th episode, is basically the toy stories of how you collect your collection. Don't sue me, Pixar, please. You know, but basically, you know, I've watched you on YouTube for years. You know, that first podcast was 12 years ago that we did, but I think I had been watching you on YouTube for a couple of years. before that.
12 years ago.
That podcast
Yeah, it was 2009. So I think I started in 2007. So yeah, I've been on YouTube for a couple of years at that point. Jeez Christ, has it been 14 years since I'm? Oh man, it doesn't seem like I guess it has been because I got my daughter's about to turn 15, and the whole reason I started YouTube was because I got a little Zoom camera so I could send videos of her when she was born to my parents easily. So yeah, I guess it's been about 14 years. Jeez.
Yep, she ain't so nibbletly anymore, is she?
No, she's more a full-size corn cob.
Oh boy! So, how do you like having your collection? Are you a mint unsealed card, mint unsealed box? Do you open everything up? I know you open it up for the reviews, obviously, but after you're done filming a review, do you just display it, or how do you like having your collection?
Oh, it's all opened. I mean, like I generally don't save a lot of packaging. Like every now, if I get like a rare Japanese or more expensive, like figure from Japan or overseas or foreign market, I will generally save the packaging. Like retail stuff, I generally just toss the boxes. Some third party stuff, like a really nice third party figure, I might save a packaging for, but for the most part, I will save them for a while, and then every few months I'm like, I got too many boxes, and I'll like that one's staying, but I got to clean out some of these other boxes, and it's just kind of a hit or miss. But I generally don't keep boxes. I keep them out because I like to be able to just. Whenever I want, I'm like, I haven't played with that guy in a while. I like to be able to just grab it and mess with it versus having to dig it out of the box and all that.
True.
I save boxes for Iron Factory stuff.
Oh yeah, their stuff is amazing.
And their stuff's amazing, and also like they're smaller, so that their boxes don't take up a whole lot of room like some of the bigger third party stuff does.
Yeah, true. And then of course there's always Funko. Yay!
I have two Funkos up on my. On our shelf. My mother-in-law got my wife and I for our last anniversary was apparently in some states on some lists is like the crystal anniversary. So we've got some dark crystal.
Oh wow!
Jen and Kira dark crystal pops that are up on the shelf, and I have a flash pop that my daughter got me.
Oh, that's cool. They're doing real Transformers now. They've had the Transformers license for a while, but those old movie pops were. But thankfully they're doing G1 now.
Yeah, I saw Jazz the other day, but I don't think I saw it in person. I think I saw an ad for get Jazz Funko Pop. It could be on Twitter or Facebook. Something, but I don't have any of them.
So yeah, I mean, so you open everything, you play with everything. Are you just strictly Transformers, or do you do other stuff? Or I've kind of confined my reviews lately to just Transformers, but I collect Super 7's got some Ninja Turtles coming out, and I've been picking some of those up. I did pick up. I guess it's technically Transformers related. I picked up a couple, and I have a couple of pre-order of. Some of those new Takara Diaclone stuff. I just got that little Rooter soldier guy the other day. And I'll collect a few things. Like every now and then, if there's like a Marvel Legend of a character I really like, I'll grab one of those, Ninja Turtle stuff. There's those new G.I. Joes, and I haven't. Those seem like such a pain in the butt if you really want to track down and collect the whole line that I have not bothered. The Declassified series.
The whatever the new 6-inch line is,
yeah, I think it's Declassified. I could be wrong. I'm not looking at any information, so
it's
don't.
Like Cobra Island, or I've seen it referred to a couple different ways. There is a set of bats coming out, and that I will have to hunt down. I do want some bats.
So yeah, 14 years on YouTube. I bet you never thought you could say that.
I did it as a lark. I still kind of do it as a lark, and like. I would not. I honestly didn't think it would last this long. I figured, truthfully, and they've been doing it slowly. I figured by now YouTube would have been like, yeah, we've decided we're not going to pay anything anymore, and it wouldn't have been worth it, or either would have gone away or just devalued creators to the point that it wasn't worth it anymore. So I'm kind of surprised it's still going, but I'm happy to do it. I like doing it.
Yeah, it's funny, man. It's just so funny, and I know this has devolved into a YouTube conversation, but it's just one of those things where it's like, I think they tried going before big streaming really hit. I mean, streaming now, we've got anything from Netflix to Hulu to Disney Plus to Discovery Plus to everybody, HBO Max, everybody's got an app. But I think, back in whatever, 2010, 2013, somewhere around there, YouTube was like, oh, let's try to aim towards television. And then they realized, oh, wait, no, that's not going to work for us because that's not what we started with.
Yeah. Well,
and it just depends on who the creator is. It doesn't matter if it's a toy review or a tech review or whatever. It depends on who the personality is, really.
Yeah. I liked it when it was like Netflix was good.
Uh-huh.
And like having something like Hulu was great. But then everybody's like, oh, people like that? And then everybody's scrambling to get a piece of the pie. And now you're right back in the same situation. Like people liked Hulu because for, $8-9 a month, you could get just a couple of the channels you wanted without having to pay a whole bunch of money for a cable subscription. And now just to get all the content from all the different channels, you have to pay as much or more than a cable subscription to have all these streaming services.
Yeah, it's crazy. So what is one thing in your collection right now that you absolutely love?
That I absolutely love in my collection. Well, one, I just got that Fans Hobby Armada Convoy, Armada Optimus. And he's fantastic. Like, I am loving that one a lot. Yeah, he's actually literally like, I'm like within arm's reach. He's right here on the end table next to me right now. What was something else I picked up recently that I really, really liked? Oh, this is not super recent, but they got Titans. They did that Titans Scorponok, and I managed to get my hands on the Japanese version of the Titan Fort Max they did recently that had the more I just feel like it represented the older toy a little better with the paint scheme, and I've got both of them standing next to each other in the computer room, and those two every time I walk in there I just like looking at them because those are still two of my old school favorites, and the fact that like they're now comparable in size, so like they stand next to each other and it's not like Fort Max is not towering over Scorponok, and it looks fantastic. Those are some of my favorites right now.
That's amazing. What are you expecting to collect in the future? For like, we've seen with Earthrise, with Siege, and with Kingdom coming, and whatever else? What are you hoping that they eventually do? Whether it's Hasbro with Transformers or any other toy company, what's one toy? If you could have one toy that has not been made yet, what would it be? I am like I could.
One of the things that I know is coming is Super 7 has announced Silverhawks, and I'm looking forward to those. And there's another company that is doing Centurions, and I hope those turn out really nice. So those are two lines I'm looking forward to. Like I would love if I could pick one toy for Hasbro to make, I would love a Tiger Hawk in line with like the Kingdom figures we've been getting.
Tiger Hawk as in Air Razor Tigertron's combined form?
Yes.
That would be amazing.
I would love one that fit the new aesthetic, because the new Kingdom line is something I'm super excited about right now too, because like those all of those so far have been great. Yeah. Except for Rat Trap, man. He looks so small. I really like Rat Trap. He is small, but he's a fun little figure, and I think like I said, they're not straight up cartoon aesthetic, but like they look really nice together on a shelf, and I dig them. Yeah, like I said, Primal and Megatron are my favorites so far out of what's been released, but I like all of them. Yeah, Kingdom Megatron, man, looks just as good as Masterpiece. Honestly, he's not quite as refined as Masterpiece visually, but like he's way like less chance of anything cracking, and he's way easier to transform than the Masterpiece. Oh, that's crazy. All right. I think we are going to move on to the next clip. And in the next clip, because as I said, folks, I've recorded these out of order. I really have had no plan for this. I'm just like, hey, I used to podcast with you, and you. And instead of trying to get everybody together on one call and everybody talking over everybody, I'm like, let's do individualized segments. Yada, 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 yada. So coming up next, we have the goddamn Proto Man, and that was a 2-hour conversation that I cut down to 20 minutes. that makes sense. It does. We'll be back after this.
If you're gonna ride, Dano, ride in style.
This is ToyCast 100, and it wouldn't be ToyCast 100 without starting off with someone that basically started the show with me. Of course, I'm talking about the goddamn Proto Man. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. And it's glad to be back. I don't even remember when was the last time I did one of these. It's been...
Good Lord, I don't even know. It's
gotta be 5 years if it's been 10.
It's probably closer to 10. Like the
Yeah.
last episode I remember airing was like 99 in 2014, I think. And I'm still going through, as of this, I'm still going through fixing all the links and everything else. But it's like I'm up to fixing episode 25, 26. You've been on like half of those already.
Awesome.
Kind of thing. But yeah, this is ToyCast 100. We're getting the Toy Stories because somebody was like, hey, you should tie it into Pixar. Not really, but we're getting the Toy Stories of how people collect their collections. Now, if you don't know who Proto Man is, you've been living under a rock, and you shouldn't do that, even though we all have to.
Well, in the Transformer world.
Well, yes, but I mean, come on. You know, Proto Man, you've been a friend for a long time, and I was curious to know how do you like having your collection? Like I've seen a few of your collection videos. I've seen a few things that you've done, but are you mint on seal card, mint in seal box, or do you just open everything up and let it collect dust?
Well, just to like go backwards a moment, my father is a toy collector, and
Okay.
There's a great video online that I recorded on YouTube, not to plug anything, but it's called it's like Proto Man Father's Day special, where I just did a video interviewing my dad and his toy collection, because so many people would be like, your collection's so cool, how did you get inspired to do it like that? My dad, who still is a toy collector, amazingly still to this day, he collects, 1950s and 60s die-cast cars and stuff like that. I saw through him that, you open the box, he keeps the boxes, but you open it, you display it, you enjoy it that way. And my argument that used to always be, especially with Transformers, because, is there Transformers in my collection that are mint on box? Yes. But if I had to put that in a percentile, it'd be like 2%. And you're talking a collection of over 10,000 figures. So it's a very small 2%. But that being said, Transformers as a toy line, if there's one toy line where leaving it mint on card is only half the story, it's that one. Because if you have a mint on card Star Wars figure, even if on the bubble, if you look at the figure through the packaging, you have a pretty good idea what's going on there. You could see where the lightsaber is going to go in the hand. The imagination isn't too lost there. When you look at a Transformer toy mint on card, especially like how Hasbro used to do it back in the day, where they used to do it more with the alt mode, where it'd always be in the truck mode or whatever, you only got half the story. Now, granted, the way Hasbro did things, they made sure that the robot mode is still somewhere featured on the package, so the mystery isn't lost there. But the enjoyment tangibly in person is lost, meaning when you're holding that mint on card Astro Train and it's stuck in shuttle mode, you only get to see that, and you can never see the other two modes that are available to it, the robot mode and the train mode.
Right.
And that's where I feel Transformer toys, you gotta open them, combined with the fact that it's a play pattern toy, it's a puzzle pattern toy. So it's something where it's like owning a video game minted package and never opening it. It's like, really, bro? You open it and you play the game. And it's the same thing. Transformers, it's all about that tactile transforming thing that you have to open it. You have to open it. Having a mint on card, if I do have stuff mint on card, it's usually doubles, or they're specific collectibles where it looks nice on the packaging, and then you fall into the whole historical reasoning behind keeping stuff mint on package, especially when you're talking a brand that's 35 plus years old now. But that being said, I almost open everything. And I've said this many times to people, after I open it, then it's really what do I keep of the packaging and what do I throw out? Because when you have a huge collection like that, I've seen guys that, and it helped inspire my own choices, but I've seen guys that they have huge toy collections and then they have a storage unit that's just packaging. And I go, what a waste, the amount of, to give an example for anyone who knows, you have that new Unicron that's coming out, the HasLab Unicron. And the box that it comes in is the size of a washing machine. And I just know there's going to be hardcore collectors that are going to keep the box that it ships in. And that means they're going to have something the size of a washing machine taking space in their house, just because they don't want to get rid of that original shipping box of Unicron, and which already the Unicron toy is going to be taking space on its own outside of the box. And that's the biggest plight of any toy collector is space. Space is the biggest issue. The whole reason why I what really pushed me to moving out of my parents' as crazy as this sounds, and buying my own house, a 12 and a half house, this beautiful big house, was because I started running out of space. It was just that 2007 movie came out, and by 2009 I was, that bacon was cooked, man. Like, it was done. Like, I was already like, all right. And not to mention, here's my father, who's a collector too. And it was this convergence of, his collection's still growing. Mine is growing faster than it ever has because of those Michael Bay movies at the time. And we were just hitting a wall. We were just going like, we're running out of space. And here's me just going, you know what? I'm going to buy a house. I work as a car mechanic. I had the money. And I was like, it's time. It's time. I'll buy my own place, and I'll literally turn into a giant museum of madness. And the rest is history with that, So, but I usually like to open it for, number one, and I collect other stuff too. But even with other toy lines, I like to open it. You got to let them breathe. You got to enjoy the product. I mean, there is a time where it makes sense to keep stuff mint and package from an investment standpoint and speculative standpoint or historical standpoint. But considering how most toys are, I use the term printed into oblivion today, where you pick up the latest Optimus Prime toy off of Walmart shelves. There's only going to be 1 billion of those made. Well, maybe not 1 billion, but 1 million of them made. So you're not exactly going to be preserving something, leaving it mint and packaged. That's going to be, it's like the 90s boom of comic books. Everyone kept them sealed in a poly bag with a cardboard backing, thinking that one day it's going to be worth millions. While there was millions of them printed. How rare is it? How much history are you really preserving?
Yeah,
so
really. Yeah,
read the comic. Read the comic. Just enjoy it. Yeah, goddamn.
This is why I, prefer digital. That way I don't have to worry about preserving anything.
Oh God, anyway, the amount of space that books take. Exactly.
Yep.
All those long boxes.
Good Lord, yes. But yeah, so you've mentioned so far that you have, and I assume this is just Transformers, you have 10,000 figures.
The last time I counted, I used to have a spreadsheet back in 2010, and that spreadsheet, your collection is huge when you're not keeping track of what you have, but what you don't have. Like that's when your collection flips over to the dark side. Like when you collect something, first you're making a list of what you have. Then you reach a point where you've collected so much, now you're just making a list of what you don't have. And it reached that point where my spreadsheet was like going like, and spreadsheets, because of how they work, you have columns and stuff. And my spreadsheet's like, yeah, you got like, at the time in 2010, about like 10,000 columns going. And I was like, Jesus Christ, and it's just because when you think about it, G1 is, I think, 608 figures last I checked, if you count all 3 regions. Then Beast Wars is another 300 something with all 3 regions. Beast Machines is another 68. When you get into G2, you're talking another, if I remember offhand, 280. And all of that is small potatoes when I get into the movie stuff. There is, in 2007, there is more movie toys and merchandise than there is all Transformers up to that point, which is, like, I don't want to swear, but madness. Absolutely madness. So
that's absolutely crazy. Now,
fast action battlers, robot replicas, robot heroes. There was like all these exclusives through Radio Shack. Not even counting mainline stuff. Not counting Deluxes, Voyagers, Scouts. There was real tech gear, real gear. Like there was so much that it was like. And imagine I was buying it all. Like I kind of slowed down since then because it got a little crazy. But there was a point,
So that you would slow down. I mean, your house is only so big, kind of thing.
Well, imagine here's the thing. I buy a 12 and a half. I get cocky. I go, I have all the space in the world. I'm gonna have a room just dedicated to video games. I'm gonna have a room just dedicated to like miscellanea comic books. I call it the library, but it's comic books, manga, miscellaneous stuff. And then I start the Transformer floor. Yes, floor. And everything's going good in 2010, 2011. But this line was not letting up. I got cocky because I got used to, like when you think about Beast Wars 1996, 32 figures. Beast Wars 1997, maybe another 40 figures. Now it's like each year Hasbro puts out easily 150 to 200 products of Transformer stuff a year. Minimum. And that's not counting Masterpiece and everything on the other side of the globe. So it started to really, and imagine if I even dived into third party. That's a whole other animal, which I actually kind of avoid, so it's...
Imagine if you dived into the best toy line out there, Funko Pop. Anyway,
well, and everything's kept mint in box in a Funko collector sleeve or whatever those boxes are, which takes space in itself. Well, that's just it. Imagine if I kept every Transformer in the box, I'd have no space after just G1, because it takes so much more space when you keep it mint in box.
Yeah.
It looks nice, but
So let me ask you this: I know you are a completionist.
Yes.
But isn't there only so far a completionist can go? Aren't there Transformers toys that you look at it and be like, that's great, but I don't need to be that much of a completionist if I don't like the design of the toy?
I hit the wall in around 2010, 2011 with Dark of the Moon, where I started realizing that Hasbro was milking the proverbial cow. Like there was so much product that just didn't need to exist, but it did, and I was picking it up. I posted on my Twitter once in a while. I have the Transformers animated children's shaving kit, and it's just, and no joke, it's like an Optimus Prime razor blade with an Optimus Prime mirror from animated with like fake shaving cream. Like they were just throwing it on everything. Transformers the movie fishing rod, Transformers the movie tackle box, like 2007, 2008, like just everything. And I was buying all of that. It got to a point where it was like, okay, this is getting dumb. It's getting to a point where it's getting dumb. And I started really focusing specifically on just proper representations of character to film or character to screen or character to comic. And that's it. I started to really dial it back because I realized if I kept up at this, I'd have to buy a new house probably, which is kind of nuts. and that's where it gets to a point where I always feel your collection should never be your burden. My father said a line many years ago, because me and my sister were like, what do you want us to do with all of this when you pass away? And my father said, well, I can't take it with me,
Yeah.
So do whatever you want with it and enjoy the money. And it's primarily because his collection is so big too. It's daunting even from our own perspective.
Right. Yeah.
It's something like when he passes away, God forbid, it's going to be one of those things where me and my sister can be like, oh, where do we start? Okay, 1947 Chevy, like on eBay. It's going to take our whole lives just to like sell all, or we do something foolish and some picker comes in and just buys it all and at a cut. But
I don't necessarily think if Mike or Frank showed up at your house, I don't think that would be foolish as long as they gave you a good price for the value of what it's.
Well, that's always the thing, is that it's something where you could get your maximum value, because I see what my father still buys for these. He still buys to this day on eBay, and what he pays, my God, some of the numbers. It's like it makes transform. Like you would think like a guy in his 60s going into his 70s, you'd think his hobby is dialing it down at this point. No, man, those guys still got I guess retirement checks and stuff, and they're spending just as much. Like I'm like looking at like G1 Minerva going, man, $2,000, that's expensive. And then he's like looking at like some die-cast car that still has its box of some 1960s vehicle, and it's going for $3,000, and it has like 17 bids, and you're going like, what the heck? They're still kicking those dudes. So it's something where it's me going like, I see what they still go for, and it's me going like, man, like I don't know. It's something you got to educate yourself and be smart with it. And that's just his die-cast collection. He has a vinyl record collection. You like if you ever have the time and watch that video, it's going to give you a really good perspective of where my base of collecting knowledge came from,
right? And
my application to it when you see what my dad has and what he does and how he displays it too. You'll see the way he displays it also.
Yeah.
And it's like, let me tell you something. When I moved out, it was probably the greatest day of his life, because then he could take over my space. And then he took over, like, no joke. I moved out. He right away started building shelving. Like, it was just like, wow, he didn't waste no time, but
Lord,
anyway,
that's crazy. Yeah. You'll have to send me that. I'll put that in the show notes for this episode.
It's a nice, fun video. I always wanted to do that just because he's a very mild-mannered man. Despite the, he has a very, like, his son, me, is very, like, outgoing and talkative and stuff. And he's someone that's, like, he has this crazy collection and no one knows. He just kind of, like, kept it to himself. And I was just like, man, someone's, we got to talk about this one day. because like of just how, like, imagine I'm like a 5-year-old kid and seeing something that, like, when you see the image, the video, you're like, I saw that like almost every day of my life, these glass cases with cars in them at 5 years old. And I was taught, like, these are daddy's toys, you don't touch these. And it showed me to respect the hobby and stuff too. But you'll see what it was like, man, like I grew up around that. There was no garage sale where all the toys were sold. Like that didn't exist in our house. And that's what I'm kind of grateful for too, is a lot of my childhood toys I still have to this day, because my father had a mentality even back then of, hey, this 1985 G1 Blaster might be worth something someday. Because my toys right now, while I was like 5 years old at the time, my toys, my dad's toys right now were already had increased in value, and those were like 20 years old at the time, from the 60s to the 80s. So,
right.
Anyways, we'll move on.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's interesting to hear, and I hope people will check that video out. Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of curious to, hear your thing on your collection and hear your thing of how you, what is your toy story kind of thing. And that's kind of what ToyCast 100 is going to be, folks. It's going to be me talking to various people. I think next up I've got Steve Megatron. After that I've got Mike the Birdman Dodd. At some point I'm going to have Pia on here, and we'll see what goes from there. But it's just nostalgia going back and looking through the archives of this podcast and being like, oh my God, the conversations we had on this show back in the day, and just where and again, ToyCast started out as Transformers ToyCast. It was exclusively talking about the Transformers toys we were buying and getting and collecting and playing with, and we were all 10 to whatever, how many years younger than we are now.
Excuse my ignorance. Do you still call yourself TFG1 Mike on this?
Of course.
Okay, just making sure.
I think so. I don't remember.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Well, because that's why. Because back then, I remember it was TFG1 Mike. So it's like, do we still go by that now? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. That's a thing I will never get rid of, because
it's like I just know you as Mike or Michael. So it's like, but the screen names, sometimes I wonder if people still go by them. So
absolutely have to. It's just one of those things where once it, and this is why, this is kind of behind the scenes here, folks. This is why if you look at our website post, they'll say whatever your first name is, whatever your last name is, and in the middle, in quotation marks, it has the goddamn Proto Man, TFG1 Mike, whatever it is, or kind of thing. And it's like, because we all have online personas and personalities that we may not. I mean, I'm just me, and I am the way I am, online, offline, whatever. I don't know any other way to be, kind of thing. So I've been going by TFG1 Mike for the longest time, and thankfully I've had no imposters pop up. I notice that sometimes people are like, oh my God, it's a scam. Don't believe the contest. It's not real. I'm like, okay, we get it. We know who you are. You should know who we are. But yeah, no, it's just been a fun thing going down memory lane and going down all this road with toys and everything else. And for me, another reason why I wanted to have you here was because, at least in this beginning part here, is because my toy collecting changed exponentially. Like, I was collecting, I'd say, I had toys from when I was a kid and stuff. My mom had all that stuff until she gave it to me, I think, in 2012. But from like 2005 to 2011, she didn't give it to me in 2012. She gave it before then. 2011, because of financial things, I had to sell it off. And honestly, they were just sitting there. I wasn't transforming them. I wasn't sitting there like, Rick Moranis playing with his dolls, or whatever you want to say, kind of thing, from Spaceballs. And I'm like, I do like these. I do enjoy these. I love having them. I love the fact that I did have them, but it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I need the money more than I need the toys right now, kind of thing. And
and also it goes to that saying, I think her name's Mary Kondo, who is like, she's all about space. I mean, does it bring you joy?
Yeah.
It's something where if it's just sitting and taking space and it doesn't bring you joy, then in all honesty, it should be paying rent. If it's taking space in your life at that point, it should legitimately be paying rent, because it's just sitting around doing that. Where in that case, if you sell it and you could get something for it, I mean, that's one of the things that I do on my podcast is I like looking at the price margins of Transformer toys, older ones. And when I say older, I mean like, let's say 2010 to now. And if something that came out in 2011 all of a sudden spiked to like a $50, $70, $80 toy, I like to talk about it on my podcast, because then if there's anyone that just has it in their collection and they don't need it anymore, and now it's a $70 figure, but they paid like $10 for it back in the day, hey,
Yep.
I mean, go get your money, brother. You know what I mean? Go get your money, because now's the time. So, and that's something that I always practice a lot with people is if there's an opportunity to make money and you don't care about it anymore, go get your money. You know, especially in these times that we are today, you know, so go get your money.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, like, the whole reason why, like, I had kind of heard of Funko, but I was, like, when I sold my stuff off in 2011, I was out of the toy game. I could still look at, let's say, San Diego Comic-Con or whatever, you know, whenever toy companies would make their announcements throughout each of the years after 2011, after I saw, I'm like, that's cool. I don't want it. I don't need it.
Yeah, vicariously live through the images, pretty much.
Right, exactly. I'm like, oh, that's a cool toy. That looks really great. I have no desire to actually have it. And then somehow, some way, I don't know what it was, somebody pointed out Funko Pops to me in late 2016, early 2017. Oh, no, it was my buddy Doug. Well, I'll probably have to throw on here. He and his wife have a whole Funko Pop collection. That's kind of how I found out about him. So when I came back to Kentucky at the time when I was living out there, I was like, oh, let me go find these. And the two, I still remember the very first two I ever got. One I found in a comic shop, and the other one I got at GameStop. It was Stone Cold Steve Austin. Because, you know, hell yeah. And it was 66 Batgirl. Because honestly, how many 66 Batgirl action I'm sure there are plenty.
Yvonne Craig, probably not much. Yeah, probably not many.
Yeah, Craig. But I mean, there's not much, and there wasn't much kind of thing. And that, like, those first two figures, like, I will never get rid of those because those were my first two Funko Pops. And then I'm just like, oh, Darkwing Duck, oh this, oh that. But there are plenty of Funko Pops that I won't buy. Like, I have zero interest in any of the Game of Thrones stuff that they did. I'm glad they did it. I'm glad that the fandom has something.
There's a lot of them that I always say if you didn't have, like, the name under it or the logo, you would, like, that's my rule, I would imagine, especially with Funko collectors. If you can't even guess what it is,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Some of them are pretty vague. And it's like, I think, like...
Well, the ones that are so great are the ad icons, because you don't get action figures of, like, Buzz the honeybee from Cheerios. You don't get, like, I'm holding in my hand.
Oh yeah, well, that's how Funko started.
Well, right.
That's how Funko started. Was they were focusing more on all of those, like, all of those kind of, like, just ad icons and, like, again, those mascots of those different companies.
Yeah.
And those ones make more sense.
Yeah.
Again, like, I've had this discussion with you off the air, but it was like, to me, Funko Pops primarily, what I enjoy about it is when they do stuff that doesn't have merch, that doesn't have that, because that's a real staying power. I like I said to you before off the air, like the Kool-Aid Man, you know, like getting the Kool-Aid Man as a figure, and it looks great too. Like, even if you're a Funko Pop hater, go check out the Kool-Aid Man figure. It doesn't even look like a Funko Pop. It's that good, you know. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It just looks like a good, solid figure. You know, like if you would have found that thing loose, you would have never known.
You know, so I'm sitting here holding, and I have most of, just because we moved from Chicago to out here to Vancouver, Washington, I have most of my Funko stuff in storage with my dad. But, like, I have from, actually, as of this recording from a year ago, I have they were doing a Dr. Pepper contest where you could send away for a free little sweet Funko Pop. So basically, I have a little miniature Justin Guarini little sweet from the Diet Dr. Pepper ads Funko Pop. It's right here sitting next to me, and I'm like, that's why I like Funko, because of cool shit like that, because it's one of those things where how else are you ever going to get that? And that's why I enjoy it. Yes, I still enjoy the Star Wars stuff. Yes, I still enjoy the Marvel, the DC, all of that. That's great. But there's so much of that, whereas there's only one.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure you enjoy it reasonably because there's so much.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have maybe 4 Star Wars, and maybe I go for the silly things when it comes to Funko. Like,
well, here's the thing. You have 4 Star Wars. How many Star Wars are there? Like 600?
Something like that, yeah.
So then you were being very reasonable. If you have only 4 of 600, that sounds reasonable to me. You know?
Yeah, no, yeah. But it's like, it's just one of those things. I don't know. So, all right, I want to thank Protoman for joining me here. It's a little longer than normal, but, you know, we talk a lot, and we haven't talked in a long time.
Yeah, we do.
Together, so like I said, up next is going to be Steve Megatron. After that will be Mike the Birdman, and we'll keep going on forward with ToyCast 100. Where can the people find you online, sir?
Well, right now, Protoman on Twitter, so just twitter.com/Protoman. Also, I have a podcast, Transformer Slag Podcast, the #1 Transformer podcast in the world, according to analytics, apparently now. So that's, go to youtube.com/Transformer Slag Podcast, or you could just search it on there. That's probably the two best ways. I also have I call it my portal hub, so theprotoman.com, where it kind of just links to all the stuff that I work on. I work on professionally with stuff too, with Hasbro and licensors, so you can check out the stuff that I've worked on with them. My podcast, all my other little segments and stuff, all the little things here and there. I've had a very fun life, so I try to document as much of the adventures that I've had throughout the years. But my podcast is probably the most active thing. It's a daily podcast. Every day there's a new episode of something, and then on the weekends I do live streams where I answer questions from the fans and stuff like that. So really cool stuff. But yeah,
very cool, very cool. We'll be back with ToyCast 100 after this.
I love you. Shut up, bitch. I'm not done. I come in peace. You're about to leave in pieces. No need for violence, Rhinox. I merely wish to talk. Go ahead. It's a free planet. I'm busy. Stubborn Maximal fool. He'll soon regret this impertinence.
Yes, folks. This is ToyCast 100, and joining me now is Steve Megatron. Hello, sir.
Ah, yes. It is I.
Galvatron.
No.
Yes, and we are here to talk about toys and the toy stories of how we like having our collections, as you've already heard in this podcast so far. Steve, how did you have your collection when you had a collection? And kind of thing, because some people are like, well, I like mint in box, some people like mint on card, some people are like, open everything and play with it all until it breaks. So how did you as a kid do it, and how do you do it now as an adult with your toy collection?
As a kid, I opened everything and I played with it, but I was very careful, like very meticulous. I was one of the few that didn't have their transmetals. Like I don't know if anybody remembers the Beast Wars transmetals. They had the problem with the metallic paint flaking because it was vacuum sealed on. It wasn't like metal, actually, vac metal. So what happened is after a while, or if you hit it just right, it would flake, and then it would continue to do so sequentially until it was no more. I had Transmetal Primal, I had Optimal, I had Megatron, I had Transmetal 2 Megatron, and I had Rat Trap and Tarantulas. The only one that started to flake was Rat Trap, and that's because I was more rough with him than the others. The others, I was very meticulous on not letting them punch anything. Not letting, doing simulated hits. My brothers, on the other hand, would just beat the living tar out of each other's toys. And the first time he did that to mine, I let him know. I'm like, that's not going to happen.
So you have two brothers. So you guys are 3 kids. You are the oldest of the 3, correct?
Oh yeah, and I took care of my things.
Right.
Theirs had the limbs that were all like noodles, and mine were the ones that were like stiff as a board because I was very I kept them posed. I moved the arms. I moved the heads, I moved the torsos, but I was very careful with the legs because I'm like, that is your support system. If it goes, it's gone.
Yep.
And so I was very careful with my stuff. And so a lot of it survived many, many years. And I ended up with a lot of it through my adult years. And I had bought, because I had a weird situation growing up where my parents got divorced and we had to split our toys. We weren't allowed to bring toys from one house to the other. Okay. So it was just a weird situation. So my brothers, if you ask them today, will tell you that it was just messed up. But we ended up buying some of the same toys twice. So when we moved back, we moved on our own, I ended up with 2 Optimal Optimuses, 2 Transmetal Megatrons, 2 Transmetal Optimus Primals, although I traded one of those to my brother for, I think he had Inferno, and I traded it for that. and somebody else I traded something like one of my Megatrons broke. The arm, it had a weird cheap plastic gimmick that eventually the pin would freeze, and you'd go to transform it and it would snap off, and you would lose like the entire, like whatever arm that was, the whole portion, and the transformation was totally shot after that. And so,
Dang.
yeah. And it was sad because that was my favorite Megatron other than the Transmetal 2. But he was never like scalable. Like his size was not up to scale with everything else. And so it always irritated me. And then eventually my second one broke. And I ended up pawning them to pawn shop when I ended up needing money. That was one of the casualties. And the one Optimal I tried turning into the Megatron Optimal from Beast Machines.
Right.
I tried to alter the head, except for the fact that the face would not come out because the way they were designed, both of them. I ended up shattering both faces on one of the broken Megatrons and the one broken Optimal. So the one had no head, the other one had no head. So, like I said, eventually I got rid of all the broken ones, and then I was left with my good ones. And I had like a Masterpiece Optimus Prime. It was the only Masterpiece I had because it came out for like $60 when the program first started. And even that, like, I was very careful with everything. I played with them, and I played with them again when, my boys were younger. And then I hit a point where I was just like, I don't need all these things, because I had collectibles. I had signed pictures on the walls. I had mint on card, Hot Wheels, and some of the figures that I didn't want to open. All my Transformers were open, though. Because part of the fun was getting to get them out and play with them, and sometimes transform them, sometimes not. But then I eventually, like, for whatever reason, I just lost interest, and I got rid of all of them. Got rid of everything except for I got rid of all of them, and I sold them on eBay, and I managed to, like, the Transmetal 2 Dragon. I quadrupled what I paid for him because I bought him for $20 at Walmart back in the 90s, and then I flipped it for $80 on eBay, and then the Masterpiece Prime, I bought him for $60. I flipped him for $220, and then, like, I mean, I flipped a lot of them, and it was surprising how much I got for them. Although now I'm kicking myself because 3 years later, some of them are worth more than what I sold them for. And like Tarantulas, you can't get him cheaper than $100.
Oh no, you can't.
Transmetal, and
you can't.
And he was. That's the thing I got to give him. The Transmetals were at least somewhat show accurate compared to the other one. I mean, when you get to the Transmetal 2, maybe they were, like Megatron really wasn't, but Cheetor was. So, I mean,
Cheetor was not. I was very disappointed with I actually searched out Transmetal 2 Cheetor, and it was not show accurate at all.
And then all the Dinobots were terrible. Rat Trap was kind of half and half. Tarantulas was really good. Primal was really good. Megatron was kind of so-so. But, I mean, overall, they did a pretty good job for what they had in that time. And then looking at the stuff that comes out now, I mean, you get third party, fourth party, you get knockoffs that are actually doing, like you get Hasbro Takara is doing the Masterpiece line of season 1 of Beast Wars. Transarts Toys is doing season 2 of the Transmetals because they've got Ravage, Cheetor, Primal, and Transmutate. And the Primal and Cheetor and Ravage are spectacular. They're Masterpiece scale. They take what the original did, but amplify it, making them in Masterpiece scale, and then the quality is so much better than the originals in many cases. And they come with all kinds of cool stuff, like stands, so you can make it look like Primal's floating on his hover portion, or the jets, or the cannons and stuff. They have light up features, and then you have Perfect Effect and Jang X or something like that, and they do Optimal and Transmetal 2 Megatron, and they're spectacular. They're not completely show accurate, but they're inspired, and they look what you remember it as. More so than what it actually is. And so they're very good. So you get, between the three companies, you get season 1, 2, and 3. And so before I sold off all my stuff, I did trade in a bunch of things to TF Source. And I know I got raked over the coals, but I ended up getting Masterpiece Optimus Primal. And what's funny is he was like, it was $120 when I got him. Mm-hmm. Do you know how much he goes for new now?
$200?
$299. It doubled in price. And I was just like, oh, I got him at the right time. Although I'm sure Megatron was the same way when he first came out. I'm sure he was cheaper. And then it skyrocketed after because I was kicking myself. I was like, man, I want Megatron. But no, I mean, I have now, like, I have some things I'm starting to replenish. like especially with the Kingdom line coming out, the Megatron, I have Rat Trap Megatron, I have Studio Series 86 Scourge. That was one thing. I had the titanium of him, and I hated it because it was never show accurate. And that's one thing I'm a stickler for, is if it's not show accurate, I just don't want it.
Yep.
I would rather have something that looks perfecto, very perfect compared to the original. If I'm going to not keep the original, I want it to look like the show. If I'm going to keep the original, I'm just going to deal with the fact it's original. But no, I mean, so I have them, and then I have a few other Kingdom figures on the way, and Thrilling 30 Waspinator again, even though I had him years ago. Yeah, and right now, especially with these tours, with it being 25th anniversary, a lot of the stuff is so much better than what we had back in the day. Granted, quality control due to factories is not as good as it was back in the day. Like the plastic is flimsier, it breaks easier. I've been reading like tabs on Black Arachnia Cheetor for the new line, broken already. They've had various issues with that when you transform them for the first time sometimes.
Right.
Just depending on what shipment that was. And, like Megatron, they're talking about some of the rubberized dinosaur parts they're saying are very flimsy. And, well, I never intend to transform these again. They're display pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the good thing now, that most of the things now Hasbro is doing for Transformers is they're packaging them in robot mode. Now, I know as kids...
Which is awesome.
It is awesome, and now I know as kids, when back in the 80s, they packaged them in vehicle mode because the whole point is to transform them, to discover the rope, to have that thrilling feeling of getting through the however many steps transformation is. And that's the other thing I like about Hasbro, what Hasbro's doing now. They're telling you, this figure transforms in 27 steps, and here are those steps in order for you to do it. Back in the day, the instruction manuals were there, but they weren't very detailed.
Well, and to some degree, some of them aren't today.
True. Some.
And some of the things I like about, like, for instance, the TransArts toys, the Transmetal figures, they transform. They're like upscaled and upgraded versions of the original toy. So they transform in the exact same way. So if you know how to do the one 25 years ago, you're set.
There you go.
Whereas, in the Masterpiece things, like I have Primal, I've transformed him from Beast to Robot once, and I've left him in Robot. I've never even changed the face plates because I'm too afraid of breaking it. And so, I've got it. It works. It does what it needs to do. But like, I have no intention on ever transforming it. And the same thing goes if I get any of the other Masterpiece, whether third party or the regular line. I don't intend on ever transforming any of them. They're going to stay in Robot. They're display, and then that's it.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for Steve's segment. I don't know what's coming up next year on ToyCast 100, folks. I honestly don't know. I have no clue. I'm just loving doing this with everybody, between Steve, Megatron, between Pia, between Optobotomus. Oh, wait, maybe he's coming up next, because I got to get him on here at some point. Proto Man, just everybody I've had on so far. I've absolutely loved the discussions. I hope everyone continues to listen to ToyCast episode 100, and we'll be back after this.
Looky what we got here.
Alright, we've gotten Steve Megatron's Toy Story, and now it is time to get Mike the Birdman's Toy Story. Mike the Birdman from This Week in Geek up there in Canada. How the hell have you been?
I am doing alright, living the proverbial dream, as you might say, keeping busy with school, activism, and all sorts of other things that begin with other various letters of the alphabet. Just keeping busy, not sleeping, the usual.
So, I've known you since late 2006 or early 2007, whenever it was that Twig got launched, and I remember listening to you and Steve Snowball Sailor and everybody else over at Twig back in the day, and I remember over these last almost a decade or more kind of thing that you love collecting toys. Now, you have had several times in this time where you've had to sell off your toys, but how do you approach collecting toys for your collection? Do you like them to be mint on card, mint in box? Do you open them? Do you only open them for display? Do you open them, transform them, put them back in the box? How do you do it, Mike? How do you like your toy collection to be?
It vastly depends on what I'm collecting specifically. As you mentioned, I have had to sell my certain toy collections off over the years to pay for like my wheelchair or other certain medical expenses that aren't covered. But in the last couple of years, I've been able to restore some of my collection, and I'm only focusing on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Specifically, I focused on the Legacy collection done by Bandai. Now I'm focusing on Mighty Morphin as done by the Lightning collection by Hasbro. I've started to collect some Transformers recently, but I have 2 Transformers in box. I've got Gigawatt, which is the one based on DeLorean from Back to the Future.
Yep.
I have Ectotron, which is based upon the Ghostbusters Ecto 1 car. They're still mint in box on my shelf. I'm never going to open those, probably. I'm never going to say never, though. But I prefer to open my toys to display. As for transforming them, it depends on how complex the transformation is, whether I want to break them. I'm 40 years old almost, and my patience is remarkably low. But that being said, sometimes I prefer the vehicle mode. Sometimes I prefer the robot mode. One of the lines I've been collecting for Transformers specifically is a line that doesn't transform, and that is the Transformers Red series by Hasbro. And I've got Soundwave, and I've got Megatron, and I've got a War for Cybertron, I think it is, or maybe it's Earthrise, Starscream. He's the only one that transforms. Oh, and I have an Ultra Magnus too, but I've never transformed them into vehicle mode. I don't like the way they look, so I'm like, I just want a really cool looking robot mode, and the only other one I have is an Earthrise Trailbreaker, because I'm trying to collect the ones I had as a kid, but I'm only collecting the best looking robot mode. The only other toy line I'm focusing on, and it's hyper focused, because when I collected Star Wars toys for 2 or 3 years, I collected everything. Vehicles, playsets, role play. It didn't matter. I got everything I could. Now I'm collecting Star Wars Black Series, which is a bottomless hole, but I'm hyper focused. I'm only collecting Imperial Stormtroopers, like not just, but I'm collecting all the kind of various versions, like be they Scout Troopers, Snow Troopers, Incinerators, etc., or Mandalorian type figures. But I'm not collecting Bo-Katan because I don't like her armor. But I am collecting Mando in his original armor and Beskar, and I open those suckers. The only of those toys I have not opened is I have a Snow Trooper that is on the 40th anniversary of Empire Strikes Back's Black Series card back, because it looks like the original Kenner one from the 80s. And that's only because I've got a double. I got a double that I could open. I guess I forgot that I ordered it, or I got it for Christmas or something. And I'm like, you know what? This guy looks great on card. I'm just going to leave him. But for the most part, I open my toys, I display them. I might fiddle with them on my desk for a couple of days, but otherwise they find a nice place on a shelf where I can display them. The only ones that are in storage right now are my Power Rangers, because I had a small flood last year. I'm not quite comfortable putting books back on the floor, so I can clear out a spot for them. Because I'm only hyper focusing on Mighty Morphin, I can afford to spend $30 here and there. The most expensive set I've bought for Power Rangers is I spent $60 for a 2-pack, so I'm getting 2 figures of Power Rangers SPD, because that's the only other series I really dug. I suppose if they do Power Rangers RPM, maybe I'll have to rethink that approach. But I'm a big fan of SPD. So yeah, I mean, it's cool. One of the coolest figures I ever got was through a friend of mine. He's a fairly big YouTuber named Linkara, and he's a Power Ranger nut too. He went to Power Morphicon a couple years ago, and got me the exclusive Lord Draken figure from the Legacy line, and that was never released at retail. So that's really cool. And people were saying, "Oh, leave them in the box, leave them in the box." Nope, fuck that. Took them out. I kept the box as a just in case, but now there's a Lightning Collection Lord Draken, which, oh yeah, I actually have one of those in box because there was a pricing error on Amazon.ca, and you could pick them up for like $13. So I picked one up as a trade bait for later. And that's something I used to do. I don't do it now because of financing, but maybe pick up a figure I know is going to be sought after later, and I'll keep one. And that's my thing with like toy collecting. Don't be a jerk off, because there are people, and we know this in toy circles, that scalp. They'll find the most desirable figure from a line. If it's Transformers, it's almost always going to be an Optimus. It's almost always going to be a Soundwave, Starscream, or a Megatron. And they're going to sit on them. Like right now, as of this recording, I don't know when this is coming out, Netflix's Earthrise Soundwave is highly sought after. You can buy that figure in Canada for about $40. I see people scalping him on average for about 120 plus.
Yeah.
You're an asshole. I mean, sure, let the free market decide. No, man, fuck you. Ultimately, share the wealth. If you want to buy one to trade for something, I don't see that being a problem, because both people are happy. But if you are sitting on these and hoarding them like a jerk, you're a jerk. I mean, there's no other way around it. I used to collect certain vintage things, and I do have some vintage items in my house. One of the things, this is a really fun story. I had to sell off my Ghostbusters stuff years ago after I restored a 1980s vintage Ghostbusters firehouse. I went through all the process of finding the doors on eBay. I got the sign, which is the piece that is most often missing from the firehouse, and I had to sell it because I had to move or I had to pay for something. And the guy I sold it to sent me a message one day. He's like, "Hey, Mike, I know you're moving. You've always been a good dude. You've been a great guy to me. Send your wife to come grab something." And I'm thinking, okay. And this time, Devin gave me back my Ghostbusters firehouse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was super surprised about that, and I've still got it. It sits with my vintage Ecto 1, which I restored. I picked up a junker on eBay for like $10, and I followed the instructions from a YouTube channel called I think it was Retro Blasting, showed you how to remove the yellowing from plastic using peroxide or something. So I had this thing sit outside in the sun for like 2 days using this particular chemical treatment. So I took apart the vehicle, I scrubbed it, I did everything I could. This thing looks like it came off the shelf in 1988 or whatever. That's cool. Another cool thing that I have is, trying to think, what's another neat piece? It's not necessarily a toy, but it's a 3D print I have of something. For Valentine's Day, my wife got me a clone trooper helmet from Star Wars Republic Commando. So the local 3D printer guy here that I use printed me the clone trooper Sev, which is the clone trooper helmet that has the bloody handprint across it. And this 3D printed helmet, I'm surprised at how good the quality is. And it's heavy, like it's cosplay ready. Now, I didn't take the measurements from my head right, so it doesn't fit, but it looks cool. Like it's got a welder's visor in it, so you could basically put a flare off in my face. But yeah, I mean, I love collecting toys for display. The only other really cool vintage items I have is I have a vintage Megazord that has all the parts. I have a vintage Dragon Zord, but because I put him in the storage improperly, the tip of his tail broke off. So he's complete except for that little bit of damage. So I'm always on the lookout on eBay for a new Dragon Zord tail. I love role play items. If I had to say, I love anything. Like I love guns, I love blasters, I love lightsabers. The thing I used to collect for years, and this is what I was really known for in the Star Wars community. I used to collect a lot of Star Wars FX lightsabers, and I had every one from Master Replicas except one variant of Luke's Return of the Jedi version. The lightsabers, I only have 2 sabers left now, maybe 3. One is a Luke ESB, so that's Luke's from The Empire Strikes Back. Mm-hmm. And that is a restore project I'm working on right now, because a couple years ago, and this is something important for collectors to keep in mind. Take the batteries out of your toys if you're not going to use them.
Absolutely.
Because corrosion had crept into the battery compartment of my lightsaber and had eroded the wires connecting the speaker. So a friend of mine, Liam next door, is performing microsurgery on this 20-year-old lightsaber, thinking, okay, I can get you a replacement speaker. Can we do the wiring without fucking it up? And the other lightsaber I have is the first ever, not first ever, but the first production model Master Replicas Attack of the Clones Anakin lightsaber. And that's before they started using the sequential LEDs they would use with Anakin's Attack of the Revenge of the Sith saber, which was the one you could buy at Best Buy for like $20 at one point. They had so many of them. It used EL wire. EL wire is the stuff they put underneath cars to give it that really cool afterglow. You see it in computer cases now. And then I have a Darth Vader, I think it's a New Hope lightsaber, but that was the Hasbro version, which the components were a little different compared to the Master Replicas thing. And the Master Replicas was always, in my opinion, the better one, but they couldn't get certain dimensions right. Cause I know cause with the Hasbro ones, you can remove the blades from them, which is something that the Master Replica ones could never do. Although if you still duel with these things, which you can do, you can still fight with them. But if you hit them hard enough, you'll break the LEDs, and then the blade only lights up so far. I've been a huge fan of those. I've owned a Master Replica's Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan Kenobi lightsaber, which I sold in college, still kicking myself in the ass over that, because that thing I think retails for over $2,000 now.
Oh,
I think I paid a little over $4 for it. And you see, that's what happens when you give a young college kid money. I was like, oh wow, I get to use this money on school? Let me buy a toy. Obviously I don't do that anymore because no. But yeah, like there's so much about toys I love, and some of the best work is being done in the little kid toys. And here's what I mean. Playmobil. That's right. Playmobil has one of the best DeLorean toys that you're not paying over $100 for. You can get this thing at Walmart for like $30. It lights up. It doesn't make sounds, but you get Doc Brown, you get Marty, I think you get Einstein, and the doors light up. Or not the doors, the DeLorean lights up. It's got all these cool effects to it. The flux capacitor lights up. And the Ecto 1 and the Ecto 1A. The Ecto 1A is the rare variant because there weren't too many produced. You can find it, but it has Ghostbusters 2 decals to it. The attention to detail on those lines is phenomenal. And they're little kid toys. Hell, even the Ghostbusters Playmobil's Firehouse puts the other one to shame. You get Louis Tully, you get Janine, I think, as a figure, you get a ghost, and you get all these little things that work in that Firehouse. I think there's a video on Retro Blasting's channel that shows off the Firehouse, and it's really impressive. Like I would love to see them do a Knight Rider or an Airwolf or something like that. I mean, if they're going to keep farming these kind of legacy franchises, I would love to see them do something like that, because an Airwolf helicopter, a proper in scale model, would be really awesome. But the last time we heard from the Airwolf, there was like a comic book a million years ago, and it didn't look anything like the classic 1980s series. For me, toys, they're meant to be opened. They're meant to be played with to a certain extent. And if you're a high-end prop guy, or if you have a 3D printer, you cannot beat the feeling of holding a blaster in your hand, feeling the weight, feeling the trigger move if you happen to be smart enough to 3D print that mechanic into it, or you know how to assemble your own kit. I love that type of interactivity. I think it's neat. I mean, when else am I ever going to get to hold an M41A pulse rifle that isn't sitting in a museum somewhere? It's never going to happen, nor am I going to pay thousands of dollars to have someone make me one. Yeah. I love 3D printing, what it has brought. I love the fact that if you collect vintage Kenner, you can make your own weapons to get reproduction weapons for certain things. I think that's really great. You get all these things that you couldn't have experienced before. Like, toy collecting now has never been more accessible because of eBay, because of Etsy, because of Facebook Marketplace. Sure, toy collecting's expensive, but if you're like me and you hyper focus on something, it's completely doable. I remember at one time I only collected Obi-Wan figures because I love the look of Obi-Wan. And now that I'm super focused on just a couple of Transformers and some Power Rangers and maybe some Star Wars, it's completely doable and it's completely within budget too. Also, I'm going to say something really controversial here, Mike. You better prepare. I have bought some knockoff Transformers on eBay. Blasphemy. You can't tell the difference unless you're a super dork. I have a Soundwave that sits by the Walmart blaster, transformed, and he looks great. And you know what? I'm going to continue to enjoy that because you know what? That was worth $30 to me. He's just going to sit there transformed.
You know, Steve Megatron probably already said this in his clip, but Hasbro is really coming around to the whole must be in, like, if you're doing specific to like Transformers the movie or Beast Wars, they have to be hyper focused, animation model real kind of thing. Because if you look at the Kingdom figures, oh my God, Beast Wars Megatron, he never looked so good. And
this is the only one that I got. I'm getting him for Valentine's Day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's the only Kingdom figure that I wanted. Optimus Primal, if I happen to come across him, we'll talk. But Megatron, I had to because that looks so on model.
Yeah. And I got to say, this is from another recording, folks, that we were talking about this, but a buddy of mine or somebody that's in the Star Joe's group, I don't know if you're in there or not. I'll have to invite you. But anyway, Star Joe's is a podcast that Ryan Drost and Chuck Everett started. So they have this group on Facebook, and someone posted in there, oh my God, look, I found a Star Wars Black Series Jar Jar. And I'm looking at the picture of this guy with the figure, and I'm like, oh, cool, I got to send that to Mike. So I'll have to send that to you so you can see the figure. Yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen next here in ToyCast 100, folks. I don't know whose Toy Story I'm going to be getting next. At some point during this, you're going to hear my own Toy Story because I don't think I've said it yet. Mike, before I let you go, where can the people follow you online, sir?
Okay, so if you want to follow the actual show of This Week in Geek, you can follow us at thisweekingeek.net. New episodes, multiple posted weekly. If you want to follow my socials, my personal Twitter is @BirdmanDodd. My Instagram is also @BirdmanDodd, and my TikTok is also @BirdmanDodd. I'm available on those platforms. You can also look for our fan pages on Facebook. There's This Week in Geek as well as my own personal one, and I try and keep those up to date as much as I can. And one final thing to pitch is we are starting a new actual play podcast for a tabletop role-playing game. We're going to be starting Stargate Twig, which stands for Tactical Weapons Integration Group, which is powered by Wyvern Gaming's Stargate SG-1, which is basically D&D 5th edition, but with Stargate. So if you ever wanted to shoot a dragon in the face with a P90, you could probably do that now. So yeah, that'll be launching sometime very soon. As of this recording, we just recorded episode 0. So I'll be looking for that rather soon.
Very cool, very cool. All right, folks, we'll be back after this.
Respect my authority. My hero.
Oh, get down.
ToyCast 100 continues on. As always, this time around, returning is Pecan Court Michael. Hello, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. And we've had so many cool people stop by the show at this point. Now, ToyCast 100 originally, back in the day, because this show has not had an episode since 2014. However, back in the day, ToyCast 100 was going to be this big video production because you were going to get out your Fort Max and your Brave Max and all this other Maximus Transformerness and do some sort of weird video thing is what I remember you saying way back when.
Oh.
I'm doing this instead. So basically, as you've already heard, folks, it's time to get Michael's story of how he likes having his collection, whether he's mint in box, mint on card, or whether he opens up his toys and, destroys them.
As soon as you pull them out of a package, you lose 50% of the value.
That's true. But then again, most people don't go into the back of Target and try to steal them.
Well, that was just the one time.
I still love that story.
You've embellished it so much. And then Wilson swung in on a vine and had a sword, and he said, "Army hearties, bend over your booty." And the Target employee was like, What?
In my case, if I tried to do that now, it would be all about Funko Pops.
All about Funko. I'm so over Funko Pops. Yeah.
Anyway. So yes, how do you prefer to display your collection, sir?
I have, I like to say I have one of each of all the Transformers, right? And so I have an entire wall of shelving units. And when I bought my house, I specifically, picked my office because it had like an alcove type thing. And I knew that I wanted to put shelving units in there. So my shelving units are, let's say, 6 feet tall, 2 feet deep, and about 12 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's like 4 of them here, and they're about the size of, very large industrial sized refrigerators. And, they're all built out of oak, and I've got plexiglass covering so I can see. And then we've got lights in there so I can turn on the lights. There's a hidden switch over here. You can't see it because this is audio. But if you could, this is audio. But you hit the switch and the lights come on. I got 2 levels of lights, and it's nice. It's a nice setup. And I've got 84, 85, 86, 87. I've got Beast Wars, Beast Machines. I've got a bunch of Japanese stuff up in the top shelves. Transformers Animated. I got Armada, and pretty much anything up through 2005, 2007 are in these shelves. And then I have another closet that's, it's a closet. It's like 12 feet of space, and I've got a bunch of shelving units in there too. And that's where I put all the stuff that I haven't taken out of the box. So I have all my mint on card stuff and all my mint in box stuff in the closet. You might remember a couple of years ago, I had a flood in the basement.
Yep.
And which is why I have everything on the bottom shelf is in plastic Tupperware bins, because I used to store it all in apple crates, just like from the grocery store in cardboard. Mm-hmm. And I had 2 big apple crates full of I'll say really old. Well, some of it is really old. Just instruction booklets and card backs and boxes that were folded flat. And the sad thing is the oldest stuff was on the bottom. So I had a lot of like Transformer collector points, clipped off from the boxes, and
oh my God,
old owner's manuals, and a lot of tech specs, clipped from Transformers, like G1 stuff, and all in the bottom of these boxes that got ruined. It was heartbreaking, and throw it all away. But yeah, so now the bottom of the closet is all plastic bins, and then on the shelves above that, I'm not so precious about it. But I got a lot of box stuff in there, and then I've got cubicles They're like, it's the type of thing you get at Target. It's just like,
bins.
It's like bins, yeah. And I've got bins. So I've got, was it 4x4? I got 16 bins just full of Transformers, and these are all open. Some of these I've got my rescue bots, because we used to do rescue bots roll to the rescue.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a lot of the, the Power of the Prime, so the latest stuff that came out in the last couple of years. I've got a lot of Transformers Prime. What else have I got in here? Those combiner sets. What were those called?
Power Core Combiners?
Yes. Yeah, I got a whole bin of Power Core Combiners.
You want to know how I know that? Is because in preparation for ToyCast 100, I am going back through all of the old ToyCast links and fixing them so I can promote all the old episodes from that old show. And I'm up to episode 70, Let Our Power Cores Combine.
Oh, that's funny. Was I in that show? Wait.
I think so.
I hope so. I really liked Power Core Combiners at the time. I mean, I really like combiners in general, so Power Core Combiners was huge for me. And even though, the arms and the legs were just drones and they kind of had a weird spring gimmick, the Power of the Prime stuff, the combiners were really just like a renaissance in combining. I've got all of those on display in my oak shelves. Well, not to be confused with the old stuff, but the new stuff. I've got an office kind of furniture set up here, where I've got. If you remember, you've probably seen pictures of it upstairs in the living room. I used to have like a huge oak entertainment center. Mm-hmm. With a TV in the middle of it. Well,
and now it's downstairs.
So on that, I have more toys now stacked because there's books and toys. But that's where I keep my Power Core Combiner, Power of the Primes, not Power Core Combiners, the the new ones. And my desk. This is the funny thing. The desk unit, is it's taller than me. It's probably about 6 feet tall. Not quite as tall as the shelving units. It's kind of like an entertainment center, except there's cabinets. But behind these, and this is the funny thing, I have stacked like all the deluxe size toys. So I've got probably about if I can stack them about 7 or 8 tall behind there's probably room for, I'd probably say maybe about 100.
Good
carded,
Lord, man.
Yeah, probably about 100 carded figures behind my desk that I'll probably never see unless I pull the desk out. And then on top of the desk, I have all my titanium series, the diecast.
The real question is, where does Dr. Doofenshmirtz fit into all of this?
Oh, he's on my entertainment center in front of my books. It's funny. I've got I have this is an Optimus Prime Punchy Pop. So he's got a sucker sticking out of the top of his head, and he's got little levers on his back, and if you push him, he does little punchy things. And it's just a novelty item. And then next to that, I have some Doctor Who paraphernalia. This is a sonic screwdriver, a couple of them. And then we went to Disney World, and they have the droid factories where you can put together your own little R2-D2.
Right.
So I've got a couple of these in different colors. And then right next to that is my Doofenshmirtz pointing a frog gun at Perry the Platypus.
Very cool, very cool. I remember I had to basically twist your wife's arm to get you that for your birthday one year.
I'm only allowed one collection, so give me, because I like the 80s stuff. When I grew up, I would come home from school and watch G.I. Joe, Transformers, and He-Man. Mm-hmm. And I had a sizable He-Man collection when I was little. And my best friend, his dad bought him all the G.I. Joe. So, we had a lot of toys to play with after school. And if I went back sure, I could go back and buy a bunch of G.I. Joe. Because I love G.I. Joe. Or it probably wouldn't be that hard to get a full selection of He-Man stuff, too. But my wife only lets me have one. She's like, nope, you're not going out.
And you have a lot of one.
Yeah, it's bad enough I have one of each of all the Transformers, but one of each of all the He-Man or one of each of all the G.I. Joe, we'd be in the poorhouse.
Well, since you need one of each of everything and you have power core combiners of all things, you do realize you're going to have to get the Transformers Funko Pops at some point, right?
Well, that's the funny thing is I haven't bought anything since not Earth. What was the one before Earthrise? It was
Siege.
No, that's Siege.
Yeah, it's War for Cybertron, Siege, and then there's Earthrise, and then there's Kingdom.
I was gonna say because I've got a whole bin here of War for Cybertron, but those are older. So Siege, yeah, I pretty much stopped buying stuff around Siege or before Siege. So I don't have any Siege. I don't have any Earthrise.
You should be getting those Studio 86 things.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't seen them in stores. I've been looking actually for the Kingdom because I'm really interested in the updated Beast Force figures.
You could always just pre-order them on Big Bad Toy Store. I'm just saying.
Part of the fun is the hunt, right?
Yeah, but if you really, really want the figures and you don't mind waiting for them, at least you're guaranteed to get them versus driving yourself insane to...
I just went to Target. It was a Walmart. We stopped into the Walmart and I looked, and they had all the Netflix figures. So they had Wheeljack and they had Elita 1, and I was sorely tempted. I'm thinking, I could probably pick these up, but part of me was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. So it's hard. Most likely, I'm going to see these and look at them and go, "Wow, those are nice. They're a lot smaller than I thought they'd be." And that's $20 price tag. It's a bit much for these guys that are just barely a deluxe size.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I don't know, but yeah, I haven't bought anything in a while. But I don't. I don't know. That's where I'm at right now. It's like I'm at the realization now that I'm sitting on just a metric butt ton of toys,
plastic.
Yeah, and I don't really know what I'm going to do with them.
Well, you leave them to your children. That's why you had kids in the first place. You can leave all your shit to your kids.
I think I had expected to sell them so that I would have cash to hand my kids as opposed to a burden that they're going to have to carry through the rest of their lives, It's like, oh great, what are we going to do with Dad's plastic? I don't know, throw it away, burn it, I don't care. It's like, but I've got a Japanese Ford Max. What are you doing? You can't just give it away for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, you kind of can't.
Well, that's the sad thing. There are probably a few people, and I know most of them, right? Few people who could actually value this set.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's like I don't. I mean, they're more valuable to me because they're mine. But
right.
How would you go to somebody and say, hey, I have an orange, G2 Devastator with all of his stickers and all of his accessories. I'll give it to you for $300. It's like, wait a minute. It's a chunk of plastic. What is this? What does this mean? I don't know. It would be hard to sell. It would be harder to sell than it would be to part with, to be honest, because I see myself getting to the point in the next decade or so where I might be looking to unload it.
I mean, like you said, throw it on eBay and people will go nuts for it, especially with the,
oh my God.
Throw it on eBay with a reserve, obviously, and if it meets the reserve, then boom, there you go, money in your hand.
And then eBay gets 10%. It's like,
wow.
Jeez, I hate eBay now.
Well, it's not like you can, take it to a convention or something because those don't exist anymore.
Well, what's funny? I know a guy who, I know a few guys, but one guy in particular who goes to conventions and sells stuff, he invited me to go with, and he said, we can split a booth, and you can just bring all your toys. And he's like, dude, you'd be surprised how much money you'd make in a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, that's, it's a big responsibility, because it's like you have to know how much things are valued and price them accordingly and put them out and then sell them. And I'm just not much of a salesperson.
True. But again, regardless of whatever eBay takes off the top, you still get a goodly chunk of them. Again, you set a reserve, and if the reserve is met, then, all the stuff you have is the big bucks, is worth, like, your collection. If Rick from Pawn Stars came in there and be like, okay, I'll give you $50,000 or, whatever. No. Well, there was a Transformers episode of Pawn Stars. There was, and that collection was awesome. I mean, I like to say I have one of each, but the guy in the Pawn Stars had 5 or 6 of each. Of each, yeah. Yes, and he had them lined up in a room. It was this, and the collection was huge. And granted, maybe 1 or 2 of each one was complete. Yeah. But he still had 5 or 6. It's like, holy cow! Why would you keep those? I mean, if you got 1 that's complete, just keep that. Maybe 2 tops, so you can display them in both modes. But why keep 5 or 6? But the guy came in and said, "I'll give you a bottle cap for this entire room." It's like, what? I think he offered him like $5,000 or something. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. And I would have told him. I think he did tell him to get the hell out. But that's he didn't sell. I'm pretty sure he did not sell to Rick from Pawn Stars. Thanks. Yeah, because that's I would be what's the term? I'd be disgruntled. Be like, what do you mean? The hell? And I'm sure he was the guy that was trying to sell it. Probably. Yeah. And if part of me was like, wow, maybe if I just sold him like 1 shelf at a time, and like I have 1 shelf that's all Micromasters. What if I sold just my Micromasters? Or what if I sold just my G2 shelf? Or what if I, just sold off my, probably wouldn't get nearly as much money for like Transformers Animated, but because these are mostly guys just right off the shelf, right? Yeah. Or a Target. Yeah. True. But, you can get those pretty handily, but I don't know. I got a lot of toys, and I just don't know what to do with them. And like I said, I'm not sure if I'm ready to part with them. If anybody wants to make Michael an offer, send it to feedback@geekcastradio.com. Yeah. All right. I think that's going to do it for us. We are going to take a quick break and come back with whomever else I have on this episode. ToyCast 100 episodes. When did we start the show? 2009? Yeah, so almost 13, 14 years, even though it hasn't had an episode since 2014. We do have plans to do the top 100 toys on GCRN, so I'm sure that would be syndicated here at some point, and of course, this is the first time you've heard about this, and I'll have to give you all the details off air. But yeah, so ToyCast 100 continues on next.
I'm rather embarrassed, General Solo, but it appears you are to be the main course at a banquet in my honor.
Everyone else, transform and roll out.
All right, we are back here inside ToyCast 100, and this guy might be the guest that was on the show the least.
Least, but maybe the largest impact.
I don't know about that.
I'm just kidding. I was busy.
All that. Yeah, you were busy.
I peaked in 2010 with 3 episodes.
That's right. And of course, we're talking about none other than Mr. Optimus Solo. Hello, sir.
Hello. That's not what the name of my thing is on this record, though.
Yes, well, that doesn't make any damn bit of difference.
Oh, so, okay.
I mean, technically,
I see how you treat your guest.
I see what it really says. What it really says is Solo Mac. It's, a new flavor of mac and cheese coming soon from the GCRN.
The effing great one.
That would be me.
And it only lights up when I talk, though.
Right. I have a mute button for you over here, too, right?
Good. You're going to need it.
So we are here, as always, and as ever, and whatever else. And you can tell we just love each other here at ToyCast, don't we, folks? Getting the toy stories of how you keep your collection. And I've been asking everybody that's been on so far what their story is. And obviously, when we were kids, the whole collecting didn't really become a thing for us until, like, the late 90s when we all graduated high school, I think.
In a way. I mean,
oh boy.
I've always been a collector for my entire life. Our parents actually kind of started us all on our own individual collections when we were really little for like vacation purposes. So like whenever we would visit a new state or go wherever, I mean, we didn't go a lot of places, but whatever we did, my brother would collect shot glasses. I don't know why shot glasses but that was his thing. And my sister would collect those like souvenir spoons that you see everywhere. And I collected keychains. I still have all of them actually. So I probably have like, I don't know, 50 keychains, 100 keychains, something like that. But so I've always been somewhat of a collector. And then I think what really probably solidified that with me was baseball cards, because I was definitely a collector of baseball cards. And I guess cards are a little different than toys in a way. I mean, I guess you could try to put them in the same boat, but it's a little different because part of just getting baseball cards is a collector aspect of it. Like, not everybody. I mean, some people put them in their bike spokes and let them, make them sound like they're driving a motorcycle instead of riding a bicycle, or some of them maybe got manhandled a little bit more. But part of me buying baseball cards was collecting them, putting them in, protective things, logging them, alphabetizing them, doing stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I think I kind of had it instilled in me a little bit. I mean, I agree with you though, like when it came to actual toys, action figures, things of that nature, like it definitely was more playing with them until I got to the age where I started working at Target. Right. And that's probably when I started collecting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that we were never collecting things, but we weren't going out to KB Toys or Target or Walmart or Toys R Us. We weren't going out there to get a Minton box, Optimus Prime, 1984, and just leave it in the box. We were going to rip that thing open. We were going to twist his joints and have him fight Megatron and whatever else. That's kind of the point of me saying that we weren't really, as kids, right. We weren't collecting the actual action figures. Mm-hmm. The shot glasses thing is interesting because I now have a connection to you and your brother, because I used to do that every airport I visited.
Okay.
I would get it from whatever city I would end up being in, because I used to fly a lot. And it wasn't about the fact that it was a shot glass. It was just about something small from that city that I could just put up on a shelf and be fine. I don't even know.
Yeah, I always found it odd because, like, you literally, growing up in the house that I grew up in, you couldn't even find a drop of alcohol anywhere. Like, nobody in my family drank. There was no alcohol ever in the house. So it's just odd that one of the collections was a shot glass collection, but whatever. Teach their own.
To each their own, I guess. So what was the first big purchase as a kid?
Oof. I didn't make a whole lot of big purchases as a kid. I had to rely on birthdays and Christmas for the most part. Okay. Maybe the occasional Easter, we might have got something. But a lot of the times it was birthday parties, whatever my friends would get me and whatever my family would get me. And then Christmases ended up being a big deal because that's when I probably got a majority of my items. And I want to say the first big present I got, if we're talking about just big, had to be probably Metroplex.
Oh, wow.
So I remember what my parents did while I was growing up, while my dad was still alive, was for Christmas, we would have all kinds of presents that were wrapped and underneath the tree, which we would, investigate. We would size up, we would shake, we would try to predict in our heads what they are, for however many weeks it was between when they went up and when Christmas came. So, 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever it was. And then we would go to bed on Christmas Eve, wake up Christmas morning, and there would be one larger package. Well, not package. There would be one larger present that was unwrapped. sitting under the tree, your so-called Santa present or whatever you wanted to call it. And so I do remember at a very young age that my Santa present the one year was an unwrapped Metroplex sitting under the tree.
Oh, wow.
So I do remember that specifically. That was cool. Most of the other toys I got, I remember them being wrapped. I think I had, for like the Santa presents, I don't remember a lot of them. I remember Metroplex. I remember like a train set. And there was probably some other, I remember a hamster one year. So things like that. But most of my other toys, toy-wise, would have been wrapped and things of that nature. I do remember that there was a moment in time past probably my younger years, but maybe my 4th, 5th, 6th grade years type thing.
Right.
Where there was, the internet didn't exist. So it's not like we had this like plentiful information, source that we could just go and find what was what and what's going on with the world. So in my mind, I'm a kid. I don't know how the world works yet. I don't know what decides what toys are on the shelves. I don't know that they're tied to, what's popular and what's making money and what's on TV and things of that nature. Like for me, it's just when you're at the toy store, you go find the action figure aisle or you go find the boys' toys aisle or whatever, and you would walk down and see what was there. And I remember at one point, I did have somewhat of a kind of on the hunt mentality where I would needlessly go through these aisles looking for Transformers toys that didn't exist. Because they weren't on the shelves there for a little bit of time. And I do remember I still would always check. I would always go see if there was any Transformers. And, we're in the era where it was probably more like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers, Pokemon,
right.
Stuff like that. But I do remember always being on the hunt and at least checking. Like I always was hoping like I think what happened one time is I was at like a Kmart or something. Mm-hmm. And at least at that time in our area, Kmart was almost known as like, they were like behind, like they were still holding on to stuff that was popular like a year or two ago or something like that. So I remember being at Kmart once and finding a Transformer toy that I hadn't seen on shelves in like a long time. So then I was like, it might have confused me as a child, because then I was like, well, it can always happen. Like it could always be there. There's no set thing that says that there can't be a Transformer on the shelf when I walk in there. So that's the earliest I remember being on the hunt. But Metroplex would have been the first big toy.
Yeah. It's so funny because I remember things like my Christmases evolving until they finally culminated in 1992 when I was 12. But basically each year that I remember, like from I'd say the time I was 5 until the time I was 12, obviously, so 7 years. 85, 86, 87, somewhere at those points was some sort of Transformer thing, and it wasn't even the big ones. It wasn't a Metroplex, it wasn't an Omega Supreme, it wasn't Devastator, but it was like characters that I liked or that I wanted, like Hot Rod or Blur or Rodimus Prime or whatever, that kind of thing. When Turtles hit, it was like, okay, I have the 4 Turtles, I have Splinter, and I have Shredder. For Christmas, I want Bebop and Rocksteady, that kind of thing. For 87, 88, 89... probably 89, 90, and 91 were probably Simpsons stuff because, Bartman was everywhere. And then 92, 80, somewhere in the 85 to 89 somewhere, I ended up with a Sega Master System one year.
Oh, there you go. I do remember then one of our other Santa presents was a Nintendo.
Oh, worst decision I ever made. I remember this vividly, and I don't think I've told this story on episode 100 yet, but I know I've told it in the past. That earlier that year, they were, I think, advertising for the Nintendo or the Nintendo Entertainment Center system, the Sega. Whenever they were supposed to come out at whatever holiday it was, they were advertising that these are coming soon in the store, and the store was a thing called Child World. I had never been in a Toys R Us. We always, in Massachusetts, it was always Child World. And until
that is the creepiest name for a store that I have ever heard in my life.
It was actually very much similar to Toys R Us, except it didn't have a giant, creepy giraffe stalking children. So until that store, kind of, went out of business, whatever had happened to it, kind of thing, that was the store that I would go to. And I remember that year, my mom was like, okay, if Santa got you either one of these things, which one would you want? And I told her the Sega Master System, and I went on it's like I always say, I watch Transformers more than I watch G.I. Joe. I watch Thundercats more than, I watch Silverhawks, but like, it's that choice of which one do you want to watch?
Right.
And it was like, it sent me on this path that I don't even know what would have happened if I had an NES when I was a kid.
You've been wrong since the beginning. With your choices.
Very funny.
I don't remember ever specifically asking for like a specific toy. I could be wrong. I might not just be remembering right, but I don't ever remember asking for like Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, this, that, and the other. It was more like a theme, like what show or what property were you into? So like my mom just kind of knew, like there were certain years that were Transformers years, there was certain years that were Star Wars years. I remember one year it was like a Micro Machine year. I got all kinds of different Micro Machines and play sets and different things like that. There was probably a Turtles year or two, G.I. Joe in there somewhere, etc. But it was more so, I guess my mom just would like pick and choose what she wanted to get. I remember one year being a Lego year too, but I think she would just kind of pick and choose out of the different price points and whatever the case may be. Maybe she watched some of it with me and knew some of the characters. I don't know, but I didn't ever have like a list of the specific people. So I have to give my mom kudos because she was always very much in tune with what I wanted or what I needed. But that being said, it's weird because there was certain toys that I always wanted. I don't know why I never made that known to them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I really want this specific action figure. And it's one of those things where you're like, oh, I always wanted this. And then I never got it. But I also never told anybody I wanted it, probably except for my friends. So it's kind of just weird. But yeah, I could probably piece it back together because one thing that my mom was pretty good about, at least for the younger years, was once birthday was everything was unwrapped, or once your Christmas presents were all unwrapped, she would always take a Polaroid picture of me sitting with the haul. You know what I mean? Like, here's me and all the Christmas presents, here's me and all the birthday presents. And I have those pictures, and it's like some of it you have to have a pretty good eye for what was what because it's trying to take a bunch of things in one picture and none of them are close up. So, but I do remember being able to look back and see, well, okay, that's the year I got that, or that's the year I got that. So it's kind of cool to try to piece it together when I got what.
Yeah. I can always kind of piece together what I wanted compared to what I actually got by looking at the old Sears wish books.
Okay. Nice.
All right. So you're an adult now.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat. Somewhat. Yes. Yes, we assume.
Getting there.
How much of a collection do you have now, and what goes into, like, how long have you been building up? Now, I know specifically your collection story, but I want you to tell it to everybody else, the listeners, because you have told me in the past that you were just hero, villain, that's all you needed, but now you seem to be getting a multitude of others as well.
Well, no, I was always a big collector of a couple different lines. Like, so I never threw away any toys. I never gave away any toys, anything like that. So I had a decent amount of G.I. Joes. I had a small amount of Turtles, small amount of Thundercats and Silverhawks. I didn't really have many Mask toys. I had quite a bit of Transformers, and that was probably the biggest part of my collection as a youth. And then I do remember at one point that it's the classic story where I came home from something. I don't know if I wasn't made aware or if I wasn't paying attention, but somehow my mom and my sister or whoever put on a garage sale and gave away or sold a good portion of my He-Man figures, my some of my G.I. Joes, and some of the other random toys. She knew enough not to put any of the Transformers in there because I didn't lose any Transformer during that. But wow. I did lose a few dozen of some other things. I want to say it was mainly G.I. Joe. I don't know if she had asked me like which lines I wasn't into, and then she just assumed that was okay. But that was traumatizing nonetheless. So everything that didn't get sold in that garage sale, I've still held on to. So I still have probably 5 or 6, 10 at the most G.I. Joe figures from my childhood. I have a couple of the vehicles from my childhood, not the big, ones that everyone wants, but like the Snowcat and some other things. I still have a couple of He-Man figures. I still have 2 Silverhawks. I have just a small amount of those, but I still have all the Transformers from my childhood. So that's always stayed with me. And then once I got to the age of employment where I was making a known paycheck and buying things, I continued to collect Transformers and Star Wars because I had inherited, when I was a child, my brother gave me all his Star Wars, which was the big Darth Vader helmet action figure case with a lot of the 1970s and 1980s Star Wars figures. So I inherited that, and then I started buying those at Target and in stores. The thing was, at that point, there was no movie. It was before The Phantom Menace. And it had been a long time since the original trilogy had aired. So it was more like Shadows of the Empire, Powers of, the Jedi type lines. So there's kind of more generic lines, but like I would buy stuff there, here and there for that. Transformers, it was more so ones I remember buying up a lot of the Beast Wars figures right away. During my middle school or high school years, whenever it was that they were on the shelves, I tried to buy up a bunch of those because I had just discovered that and kind of gotten back into that. But with the Transformers, it was more so because I remember it being a time post Beast Wars where we had like the Unicron trilogy and things like that happening. And I was not interested in buying the toys for those because I didn't know what they were. I didn't understand the connection. You know what I mean? Those weren't my Transformers type thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But if there was a line that came out that was more aesthetically looking like the original line, like the classics line or like the alternators or like things like that, I would scoop those up whenever I saw them at Target. Like if we had something like that, I would buy it. And I did buy a few of the Unicron trilogy toys just because a couple toys here and there. Like I had a friend, and if we thought they looked cool, he worked at Target too. If we had one that we just thought looked cool, we would buy it, but we weren't buying them like in mass because it was a show we didn't watch and it was not the Transformers we grew up with. But anything that resembled the original stuff, we would scoop up for sure. Like that classics line was one of my favorites. And then when I had graduated college, that's when I started trying to put together, I thought it would be cool to kind of have like a little series of figures where I had like the main hero and the main villain. And I had shelves on my wall, and I was starting to put those together. So I had, He-Man and Skeletor, had Optimus Prime and Megatron, had Cobra Commander and Duke. I had Monstar and Quicksilver.
Yep.
I had Lion-O and Mumra, and I had Miles Mayhem and Matt Tracker. I think that's almost as far as I got. I was trying to put together a few more duos when I ended up moving into the house and, a whole bunch of life changes and things like that. But it was starting to get harder and harder to find some of the figures. I also had the main hero and the main villain for Centurions. So I had those, but it'd be something that I might go back to again. And I'm not talking about any remakes or like classic versions. I'm talking about like searching and finding the original figures that are intact, whole, as good as I can find them type thing. So, but yeah, and then I've kind of gone back and forth because of financial reasons. I go through phases, I think.
We all do.
Yeah, so there's sometimes where I'm just straight buying Star Wars and that's the only thing I'm looking for. And then, if there's just a drought as far as like new figures or whatever, and all of a sudden there's a new line of Transformers, then I might do that. It just kind of all depends. Like the new Netflix series has got me buying Transformers again, even though it had been years since I had bought the last one. I had only been buying straight Star Wars, and then right now Star Wars are super hard to find. So I kind of go back and forth between the two.
Cool.
As far as numbers go, I don't have a number on the Transformers collection. I need to do that so I can have an actual count of how many Transformers I have. So I would strictly be guessing, but I have a ton. I would guess that Transformers, I got to be close to
1,000.
No, I'm not that far. I'm probably closer to like 500, but I could be wrong. I'd have to count them up. I have so many of the original G1 figures, like a ton of them. Because I remember when I had graduated college, I started searching online for ones that I was missing from the G1 line. I wasn't necessarily trying to like complete it 100%, but just any of those figures that I knew that I liked that I never had, I was searching out for. So I added a few that way. And then I've gotten, most of the classics line, a handful of alternators, quite a few Beast Wars and Beast Machines. So I have quite a few. I'm probably getting close to 500. For Star Wars, though, if you're counting everything, like the vehicles, the playsets, the 6-inch figures, the 12-inch figures, the regular action size figures, the 3 3/4 figures, I'm right around 950. So getting real close to 1,000. And of that 1,000, almost 700 of them are just the regular action figures.
Oh, wow.
So I have quite a few of those. Some loose, some boxed. So I have about 500 loose and about 225 or 250 of them still in the box.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
So that's the biggest part of the collection, obviously. And I know it's a big thing in the collecting world, whether you take them apart or whether you keep them in the box. Mm-hmm. For me, it kind of comes down to a couple different things. Nothing in my youth stayed in a box. I believe then, and I still believe to this point, for the most part, that toys are made to play with. Toys are made to, pose, display, do different things with. So I've always been more prone to open them. The ones that I don't open are more so whether it's like an exclusive. Like, for example, in the Star Wars world, like if it's a Star Wars convention figure or something like that, where that was the only place you can get them, then I keep those sealed up. Or if it's like more of like something that displays well in the box. And I don't think regular action figures display well in the package. I know you can see through it. I know it's just a clear plastic, and I know you can see the figure, but it's also on a hanging card. You know what I mean? Or certain things like that. So that's not what I mean by display well. I mean, like it's a box that sits up straight that has a whole clear opening window that the figures are displayed well within. So like, for example, the Star Wars, throughout time, they've had lines where it's like almost like a diorama where they have like the background graphic, and then it's like 3 or 4 figures that are enacting a scene. So if it's something like that you can see it very clearly, I'm more prone to keep that in a box. But if it's just like a straight individual figure, most likely I am opening it.
That's the cool thing. What Hasbro's doing now with the Transformers, with the Kingdom line, with the Earthrise line, or the Studio 86 series, they're including background cutouts that you can take out of the box and pose with the figures and whatever else. Very, very, very cool.
Like I just bought some Transformers the other day. I bought Black Arachnia and Warpath and Cheetor and Optimus Prime, some of them from the Studio series, some of them from the War for Cybertron series. And even Amanda, I think it was today or yesterday, she said, "What's all this stuff in this bag over here?" And I'm like, "Oh, those are some of the Transformers." And she's like, "Oh, you're too cool to open them," or something like that. And it's not that. It's just that sometimes it takes me a while. Like I've even gone, when I've been organizing or sorting things and found stuff that I hadn't opened yet that it wasn't intentional. I just never got around to opening it. They get bought and they put somewhere and then they don't get opened. So sometimes it's by accident, I guess.
Yeah, our good buddy who has already been on this episode, Pecan Court Michael Wilson, he used to have I used to make fun of him all the time. I'm like, why don't you open that? Like, we've known him for a decade or more now kind of thing. And it's like, back then when we were doing this show originally back in 2009, 2010, he would tell me he has this whole closet just filled with unopened Transformers. And I'm like, why don't you open them? I don't know. They're either duplicates or whatever. Right. And I'm like, then what?
There was a brief moment in time when I worked at Target that I would buy 2 of a figure. Very brief, because that just becomes super expensive. But where I would buy 2, one to open and one to keep in the package. Like I knew, like there was a one line of Star Wars figures, for example, where, you can look at the back and figure out if it's the first wave or not that it was ever released based on the numbers on the back. And working at Target, I knew that was the first box we'd ever gotten. I checked the numbers. They were all the initial release. You could tell, I'm getting too deep in the weeds, but you could tell based on the UPC code and everything else. So I bought the entire line and kept it in the package because I knew it was the first run. And then I would go back and buy them again for it to be opened. But I only did that like once or twice. And then I was like, I can't do that because it's diminishing how many things I can buy.
Yeah, buying 2 of every figure of every line that you've ever owned,
right, would be crazy.
Or you've ever wanted. It's just crazy. Mm-hmm. Like that's again, and I've said this throughout this entire episode. I'm trying to keep it different each time, each person I talk to. That's why I love Funko, because I don't need to buy 2 of everything, because I can just take it out of the box, take the pictures that I want to take with it, put it back in the box, and Funkos are the only ones that I personally think display in the boxes super well.
If I wanted to be super anal and super crafty, I have a weird trait, I guess, amongst collectors. Maybe not. I said I've opened everything, which is true for most things. I also, though, still have all of the packaging.
Ooh, that takes up a lot of space.
I have probably, I don't know, I have a lot. Like in our storage area, there's one section that is literally made up of containers that hold all of the loose packaging and the boxes that stuff came in. I'm talking about, I have like some of the packaging from the 1980s Transformers still.
Yeah.
So I have all of it. I could put it back together and make it look like it was still in the box if I really wanted to. That stuff does take up a lot of room. So
it does.
You have to kind of pick and choose which one of those you're going to keep. I've eliminated most of it except for, I think, Transformers and Star Wars packaging is the only stuff that I still have, and only specific ones. But I also remember as a kid, thinking back now, that it might have been one of the bigger presents. I don't know. But at one point, talking about the diorama reminded me that my parents got me like this play set, but it was like cardboard, like a diorama type thing that you could put together that was like a Transformers like headquarters type thing that you could put together that was huge, that you could then have like backdrops and things like scenes for your Transformers. I'd have to look up online what that actually was, but it was Transformers branded and things like that. But it was a big ordeal that you could put together.
Very cool, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I want to thank Mr. Optimus Solo for stopping by. I don't know if this is the end of ToyCast 100 or if it's just the beginning, because at this point we're probably over 2 hours long for this podcast. I've gotten a lot of toy stories of how people keep their collections.
I do have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Because I haven't heard your other bits and whatnot.
No, you haven't.
When you were a kid, were your friends or anybody else that you played with allowed to touch all of your toys?
Oh, yeah. There were okay. So I don't know if I've told this story on this episode or not, but
because for me it depended on the line.
Okay.
So like I do remember having a huge, like, there was me and two different friends, and we ended up getting all of our G.I. Joes together, and the one guy just had a ton of them. And we went to my one friend's house who had a pretty decent sized yard with like 6 trees in it and a little bit of a slope at one point. And we literally took them outside and had like a real world, like G.I. Joe, like huge setup. Like we'd set up like a whole damn battle, it seemed like. And I do remember that some of them had dirt in them, and some of them, you know, got broken, and some of them whatever. But we were outside just not even caring about anything. So like certain lines I didn't care about. I was super snooty when it came to my Transformers, though. Right. Because G1 Transformers, if you give to the wrong person, are going to get broken. And I did not trust some of my friends to not break them. I think it only took like once or twice where a friend broke one of my Transformers, and that was the end of their ability to play. Like all friends lost the ability to play with my Transformers at that point. Like I was the one that was going to transform mine. We could play with them together. We could have them in the same room. You're not transforming.
You don't touch mine, and I don't touch yours.
No, I can touch yours because I'm not going to break them because I'm careful. But certain people, like it's the classic Transformers thing where you can't force anything. If it's not moving easily, it's not meant to move. And you know, they would just take somebody that didn't know that to try to force something and then crack, you know, it's broken. And so I did not let my friends play with my Transformers much.
What we used to do, and this is just basically what I remember, and this is why I have in the Transformers Origins thing something about, you know, pretend. You know, because back in our day, folks, it was called, you know, let's play pretend, or let's pretend to be. It was not called this live action role. It was not called LARPing. Ugh, talk about a creepy word. You know, what we used to do is we would like discuss each day of what characters we wanted to play with, whether it was each other's or our own. And if we had that character, we would bring that character to school to play with at recess. So if I had my blaster toy and my buddy Jonathan had his Soundwave toy, we'd be fighting it out at recess, kind of thing. And yeah, Jonathan Bond, oh man, that guy. Like, I always wanted Soundwave when I was a kid. I only ever had Blaster and his cassettes, and John had Soundwave and those cassettes. Dude would never let me even touch the thing to look at it. Like, I wasn't trying to play with it. I just wanted to hold it in my hand and look at it. I never could. Because he would never let me. Asshole. Anyway.
Right. Good note.
Yes, good note. Where can the people find you online, sir?
My Twitter is at Optimus Solo.
There you go. And we'll be back after this here on ToyCast 100.
I thought you were made of sterner stuff.
All right, everybody. We are back here on ToyCast 100. I have got with me Mr. Optibotimus. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello! I don't know. I was gonna try to do my Mrs. Doubtfire impression, but that's actually terrible. So I decided not to do it.
Please, I do not need a run by. Please, I do not need a run by fruiting. Thank you very much.
What's a run by fruiting? Right.
It's really, that film takes on a whole new meaning once you watch it as an adult versus watching it as a kid.
No, I'm not even gonna lie. There are a lot of things that take on a whole new meaning that you watch as a kid that just completely blow over your head, and then as an adult you watch it again. I don't remember what it was. It was something. It was a Christmas movie I was watching recently.
Please tell me it wasn't Die Hard.
No. It was like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles or something like that. It was like it was an obscure holiday film, and literally I was watching it. I was going through and Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. That's just an example. I mean, right. So I don't know if it's necessarily in that. It might be. Who knows? As I remember, as I was watching it, I had to stop and rewind it and re-listen to something, and I don't remember what it was for the life of me. But I just remember thinking, like, holy shit, I didn't even notice that as a kid. It just flew over my head completely.
Yeah.
And now that I'm an adult, I'm like, I can't believe they put that stuff in there. But again, these are movies, all these holiday movies that I grew up with, because I'm an old fart. All these holiday movies are now, by today's standard, archaic, and there's a lot of things that happened in them that you would not be able to get away with saying in normal society today.
Holy shit, where's the Tylenol?
Don't even. I hit 42 a few months back, and I feel like parts on me that I didn't know that I had have started hurting.
Well, I hit 41 a few weeks ago, and out of 206 bones in my body, I think 41 of them are broken.
It's a possibility. I mean, like I said, there are parts on me that I didn't know that I had, and you don't realize how old you are until you have to sit on the ground and then try to get up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, oh God, what the shit is happening? And you're stuck there. Yep. It's like you're a turtle. You just sit there and kind of roll and try to get your ass back up. Like, it's not working.
That's why you shouldn't play with your toys on the floor anymore.
It's fun.
It might be fun, but it ain't fun to try to get back up after you're done.
That's why you just stay down there.
Yeah, and you just lay there on the stinking floor. All I remember is that fucking floor. God, now you got Chris Rock in my head. Stop it. Lethal Weapon 4. All right. Yes, so we are here to talk about your toy collecting and how you like having your collection, whether it's display only, whether you play with them, whether you open them out of the box, or whether you just keep them in the box, that kind of stuff.
I clearly sit on the floor and play with them based on what we were just talking about.
True.
For me, it's one of those things where, okay, so as a 42-year-old man, I had the luxury, and I'm sure a lot of your guests have had this as well. We've had the luxury of growing up in the greatest time for toys ever,
which is right now.
Well, I mean, we're still part of that. True. Toys before us sucked. Toys in the 70s, in the 60s, 50s, those toys sucked. Come the 80s, when cartoons were getting really good and cartoons wanted to advertise toys and make good toys and all that stuff, we were at the beginning of the best toy boom in history. And I will argue all day long with any of these stupid young kids nowadays. Apologies to any of you stupid young kids that are watching right now. But
Nobody's watching this. This is audio,
probably, or listening to this. Yeah. But there is no substitution, in my opinion, for sitting down, having some Masters of the Universe figures, punching your Transformer figures, and creating epic battles and adventures in your own mind. Sitting there talking, I'm Skeletor, and you're like, I'm He-Man, and then just smashing your toys together and having that wonderful, wonderful joy. And what I'll say is that back then, people did not collect toys.
No.
It wasn't something that people were doing then. Even when all those 80s toys were coming out, the Masters figures, the Transformer figures, the Thundercats, whatever the case may be, people weren't collecting them for the purpose of collecting. I mean, they were toys. They were meant to be played with.
It wasn't until maybe 95, 96, I want to say, I was at some foster home somewhere in my, statehood of Kentucky at the time, and the foster father there had an entire original collection of Star Trek stuff that he wouldn't let any of us touch. But that was 1995, 1996. What you're talking about is when we're 3, 4, 5 years old in the 80s, and we wanted to play with everything. And you're right. I don't remember
Well, kid, I mean, the toys that we were buying in the 80s were for kids. They were things that were coming out then. Now, you got to remember, a lot of collecting kind of stuff now is because, and I have a lot of friends of mine that are in the industry, and they talk to me about this kind of stuff, that we are in the age right now where the people that started these toys. So when I was a kid and playing with He-Man, I keep mentioning He-Man because I got the new wave of Origins figures that I'm sitting right here, or that's sitting right here with me on my desk that I'm working on my videos for. And it's these figures that came out in the 80s, they were for us kids. And now that we're adults, we're in that generation where the kids at that time are now adults, and we're the ones that now have money, and we're the ones that are driving the collecting market.
Right.
So,
because we don't ever want to grow up.
Yeah, and it just reminds us of our childhood, which is there's nothing wrong with that. But back in the 80s, like I said, we were playing with these toys. We weren't there. There was like 1 out of 1,000,000 kids. The 40-year-old virgin. I forgot the actor in that movie.
Steve Carell.
Yeah, probably. Steve Carell, who bought them and then didn't open them. I mean, kids opened their toys and played with them. So it wasn't until, like you said, the mid-90s, when things started coming out, where more people started kind of paying a little bit more attention to them. So if you were a little bit older, so like the mid-90s, I would have been like 15, 16 or something like that.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm still a kid, but you have more of an appreciation. You want your toys to last. Your parents taught you how to take care of your things a little bit better. They were still open. You still played with them, but you'd pick up your toys. You wouldn't just throw them all over the place. You would take care of them. And now the 1995s become the 2000s. And now you're looking at, we are, with the 2000s, you're 16 years removed from Transformers coming out. So in 2000, I don't even know.
I was 20. So
21 years ago?
Yeah.
So I was 20. I was like 20. Yeah, I was like 20, 21 back then. So now you're an adult. Now you're enjoying stuff. Now, granted, I didn't start collecting really. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people did, but I didn't start collecting until the Michael Bay movies started coming out.
Yeah. And
by that point in time, that's 2007. So now I'm 28, 29, and now you're getting into that age group where you want to go back and you see these nostalgic sort of things like the live action movies coming on, older people are nostalgic for Transformers. Young kids are excited because, booms and blowing ups and, explosions and Megan Fox boobs and all this kind of stuff. And it creates a whole new kind of collecting sort of thing. And now you're entering an age where companies are recognizing the collector market, the adult collector. I don't remember what year it was, but you got companies like Matty Collector with Mattel releasing the Masters of the Universe classics.
That was 2000, I want to say 2008 to 2012.
Okay, so there you go. So again, it's probably close to around that time, because around that time you also have the introduction of the Transformers Masterpiece line, which, again, going all the way back to Transformers and revisiting that kind of stuff. So, I mean, you arguably have two of the biggest franchises in history, Transformers and Masters of the Universe, right, getting collector-style figures. And then it just exploded. Then you get companies like Hasbro, Mattel that are doing them. Then you get other ones like Sideshow Collectibles. You got Hot Toys. And now everything's exploding. Now the sky's the limit, because, like I said, those people that were collecting He-Man figures or Transformer figures or DC superhero figures, I mean, that was a big line too, way before Marvel Legends and things like that. Yep. So now you're coming into a time where these kids are now the adults, and they're the ones that are driving the market, and they're the ones that want higher end figures, and companies are starting to make them. So it's not until, like I said, around the mid 2000 to 2007, 8, where I would say that the collecting market exploded. And for me, it's always been about open. There are maybe two things that I have in my collection that remain sealed, and those are only things that I have duplicates of, because I really like the way that the packaging looks, and that's a whole nother aspect.
Oh yeah, toy packaging is
packaging. I mean, you look at San Diego Comic-Con and what they do with they're basically re-release figures of some, whatever brand it is, but they put forth a really compelling package that almost dares you to keep it in package. And from a business standpoint, it's genius, because they know that if somebody really likes it, they're going to buy two of them, maybe even three, so that they can keep one pristine, they can keep one displayed in the box on a shelf, and have another one that's completely open. Now, those pieces are obviously a lot more unique and more limited in their release, so it's always going to be special, and keeping those in package, I think, it's totally understandable. I don't necessarily agree with keeping things in package nowadays. I see a lot of people that are running out trying to buy figures in stores that are mass released, and they end up displaying them in the package and never open them. And that never really gelled well in my mind.
It honestly depends on how well the packaging is done. Like, I remember, this was like we've been saying a number of years ago now.
Yeah.
The Cyclonus Rodimus 2-pack, I forget which, but it was the 2-pack with they were trying to this was not Studio 86. This was at least 10 years ago now, maybe.
I think I know the one that you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So, they were the Universe 2.0, whatever.
I think that was the Reveal the Shield line.
Maybe, could be, I don't know. I just remember having that Rodimus Cyclonus 2-pack, and I remember before I even opened it, I just looked at it in the package, and I'm like, oh, if I didn't want to open this, I could leave it in the package, because it had a really nice background to it. It was just a nice background color. It didn't, it actually had, that's the other thing about some toy companies. They don't really sometimes they don't really put a whole hell of a lot of interest in the background of the packaging, like the inserts. Obviously, now they're doing much better. But yeah, I just remember having that, and I'm like, ooh, I could leave this in the box if I wanted to. And then I just pulled the little card thing out, and I just had them sitting on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of companies. I mean, one that comes to mind. Well, you mentioned the Studio Series stuff, and now they're actually specifically designing things where you can remove those inserts for backgrounds and backdrops and things like that. So, I mean, like, they're taking that and going a step further. But again, they're recognizing the collector in this. These are, the Studio Series figures are mass released, Target, Walmart, releases, but they are ultimately geared towards adult collectors, knowing that kids are still going to buy them. I know a company that is really good about their packaging and putting a lot of thought into things like the backgrounds is NECA. NECA does that a lot. That's another company that exists solely because of the collector market. So you see a lot of care and attention put into things nowadays because collectors want that. They want screen accurate paint jobs, sculpt, all that kind of stuff. Another market that I see, and I mention it because one of my best friend works for Factory Entertainment, and a big market for collectors are prop replicas, and that's something that prop replica market that never existed 30 years ago. No, I mean, that's something really that is come to fruition as I said, younger kids in our age group get older and now have the money and say, yeah, I grew up watching Star Trek The Next Generation in 1987 or 88. So I love Next Generation. And I can tell you right now, when I got my hands on a Star Trek Next Generation tricorder prop replica, I about crapped myself with excitement. Just having that in my hand, you instantly are connected to that memory as a child. Same thing with these toys. So that's why I think it's so fun. Now, I'm not going to hate on people that buy them to resell. I mean, that's
not why we're here. We're not even here to talk about that, really. But
I'm saying, like, there's a lot of people that are in. You can't talk about the collector market without talking about that kind of stuff. It's naturally part of it. Right. But the business aspect, I should say, of finding a figure, flipping it, and charging double or whatever. I mean, that's all part of the game, and it's again a situation where you get these people that absolutely love these figures that are willing to pay just about anything to get the damn things. It's that connection. It's what sort of reaction, emotional reaction to having a Skeletor in your hand or a Transformer character or whatever. I mean, I had a very visceral reaction when, and it's not a licensed one, but I came across a guy that was making, and I always said that I was going to do a video on it, and I never did, but I bought a prop replica of the Hand Link from Quantum Leap, which that was a show that I loved growing up as a kid. And it's got the lights and the sounds, everything that you can imagine. This thing is about as screen accurate as you could possibly get. And when I got that and I was holding it in my hand, I was instantly transported to that kid that wanted it when he was however old I was.
Right.
So all of this stuff, I mean, that's the fun thing about it. And I feel like you don't really get it if you just collect them and keep them on a card back or in a box. I almost would bet you money that those people that collect mint in box, mint on card, they have another one that they can open and play with.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there are just mint on card, mint in box collectors. I mean, the fun of it is to open them up. And for me, like I've said before in the show, I repeat myself a lot, folks. I was collecting up until 2011, and then just life just happens, and you have to stop and whatever else. And then, I in late 2016, beginning of 2017, I find Funko, and yay, here's all this Funko stuff. And I only take them out of the box to take photos. I just I don't have currently I do have them, but they're in storage. I don't have options to display the Funko stuff, and I know that there are baseball bat cases out there that make really good display pieces for Funko Pops, and I'm not opening these things until I have my cases kind of thing. And, you know, I mean, the Funko boxes are cool for the most part.
You look at them, and even some of those have some really nice art on there for display purposes and such.
Yep.
So I mean, it's an interesting thing, but like I said, it all is a primal, and you mentioned it. It's a primal thing that we have that we don't want to grow up. We want to go to a happier time in our lives. I mean, God knows we're in the beginning of 2021, and the beginning of 2021 ended or began the same way the end of 2020 ended. We're in the middle of a god-awful pandemic. There's political turmoil everywhere. There's social turmoil everywhere. It's such a volatile world that we live in. It's almost like, I mean, I'm not trying to get all deep or anything, but literally I feel like we are a stone's throw away from somebody saying, fuck you, and like launching a nuclear missile, because people just don't care. But it's a thing where, like, if I can sit there and play with Merman and for a few minutes just escape that world that we live in and go into that world when I was an 8-year-old. Or well, no, 8. No, I would have been like, when did Masters come out? That came out, 85?
Masters came out 83. It ended in 85. The toy line came out, I think, 81, 82.
Okay. So, I mean, I was an absolute baby because I was born in 78. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, Masters of the Universe, Transformers, those were what I grew up with. Ninja Turtles, Thundercats, Silverhawks, all that stuff.
Captain Planet.
Captain Planet, that was, you know, I like Captain Planet. I mean, I've always been my mom always used to tease me because as a teenager for Earth Day, I would go out and pick up garbage around the neighborhood. I'd take a garbage bag with me. And I mean, you didn't have to worry too much about stuff, but I would just go out and grab it with my hands and throw it in the garbage bag. And I was always into that kind of stuff when I was younger. So Captain Planet, that was super cool. I love Captain Planet. But I mean, that's one that needs to come back. I mean, when was the last time we got Captain Planet shit? It's been forever.
1991, I think. Yeah,
I just saw that Super 7, who's been doing a great job with the end of the Masters of the Universe classics. Mandy Collector not doing it. Super 7 stepped in, finished it off, is doing a great job. They're doing Thundercat figures.
They're doing Silverhawks.
We've gotten Thundercat figures, which is fantastic. They're doing. I saw they've done one where it's Toxie from Is it Toxic Avengers or Crusaders? I mean, I don't remember what.
One of the two.
They're the same thing, but like the movie was called Toxic Avengers,
and the
Toxic
Crusaders. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
So they did a Toxie figure, which I always thought was kind of fun. And I just saw that they announced that they're going to be doing Silverhawk figures, which when was the last time that we got Silverhawk figures? I mean,
1986.
Yeah, I'm on board for that kind of stuff because again, Silverhawks, I loved Silverhawks growing up, and yet we haven't gotten it. So again, now here I am, 42 years old. I'm going to have a whole new line of figures because somebody finally decided to make them, and they're not cheap figures. Their figures are like $50 a figure. So, I mean,
that's the crazy thing about the toy market now. I go in, and when I've gone to the toy aisles out here in Walmart and some Targets out here in Vancouver, Washington, it's like there's either nothing there or what is there is the stuff that nobody wants. And it's so sad. Like, okay, look, I love Funko Pops. I love them for the character. Like, okay, I can reach right now, right here, and even though this is an audio podcast, nobody can see this. I can pick up the flocked Target exclusive Gopher from Caddyshack and look at it and be cool, you know, and be awesome and whatever else and whatever. I don't care. Like they're finally Funko has had the Transformers license for God knows how long now. They did movie pops years and years ago, which were ugly as hell. They're finally doing real Transformers Generation 1 stuff, and I'm like, ooh, I want all of those. I don't care. I'm 41 fucking years old. I don't care if it transforms anymore. I don't have time. I just want to look at it. Whether it's in the box, whether it's out of the box, I don't care. I just want to look at it, and that's why Funko for me is like where I'm at in my collecting.
Yeah.
If I hadn't found Funko in 2017, I probably still wouldn't have any toy collection anymore. Because I just at 2011, 2012, I just kind of lost interest in it. And then back then you had Matty Scalper and Digital River, and Battle Cat was a huge mess, and all that and everything else, and monthly.
You're old enough to remember my my Battle Cat video.
Oh yes, I might actually link that in this episode.
Oh Lord!
So yes, I want to thank
Matty Collector and I had a very tumultuous, whatever that word is. Relationship. Yeah, I mean, whether it be Matty or whether it be the Masters of the Universe classic stuff, their Ghostbuster stuff, shit. The shit that I went through with the trap. I mean, oh, for the love of Jesus.
Okay, so heaven forbid anything happened, but what is the one toy that you would want to save if something happened to your entire collection? What's the one toy that you would want to keep?
Ooh. A lot of people have asked me that over the years, and I always kind of say the same thing, that it would come down to probably one of two. If I can only pick one, I would have to pick one of the two, and I don't know how I would pick between the two. But I say this, I mean, I have more expensive things in my collection, but the one of the two that I would take would be my G1 Reflector or G1 Predaking. And the reasoning behind that was, and again, you got to think years ago, I mean, things were a lot more expensive, especially when you're talking about like reissues. I mean, we've gotten reissues of Predaking. I mean, Fortress Maximus is not as expensive now because we've had reissues of the G1 Fort Max.
Right.
So, I mean, that thing is something that could easily have gone for $750 to $1,000 back in the day. They reissue it and makes the thing worth about $300-400. But back in the day, when I first started getting into things, my Aunt Peggy had passed away. And she had left, she didn't have any kids of her own, but she left all of her nieces and nephews a sum of money. I mean, I don't remember how much it ended up being, but I ended up buying her SUV, and then I had a little bit of money left over, and I ended up buying Reflector and Predaking, and that was because they were expensive back then to get a hold of them. I mean, a G1 vintage G1 Predaking would have easily cost $500 back then. And I decided I was going to buy that because I said I want to get something that I'll be able to always be able to remember her by. So those are two things that I would probably never want to get rid of in my collection because of that connection to that memory of her and how I was able to actually get them for my own personal collection. That's now, like I said, if you said that I could only have one of those two, I don't know how I would pick. I'd have to flip a coin or something to pick that. That's just, I have no idea what I would do.
It's so funny that you talk about Masters when we talk about Turtles and whatever else. I'm just scrolling through Facebook here, and my buddies over at the Star Joe's podcast group, they shared an image from Italia TMNT, Skelatello. It's basically a Donatello figure with Skeletor's head on it.
Oh, for the love of Jesus. That's something you could probably do because the new is it on the Origins body?
It's Turtle's body with with a Skeletor head.
Oh, gotcha. I mean, that's something you could probably do because most of these figures nowadays are just ball joints.
True. Yeah.
At the head. So, hell, I might do that just for the hell of it because I'm working. Like I said, I'm working on the new wave of Origins figures, and you can pop the heads off and everything. I mean, like I said, they're just ball joints. Which Donatello body are they using?
I have no idea. I'm sharing it to you on Facebook so you can see it.
Oh, okay. That's I think that's the Playmates.
Probably.
That might be the Playmate. Oh wait, you know what? Looking at the knees, that might be
Super 7.
No, not.
NECA.
Well, I don't. It might be Super 7.
Anyway.
That's definitely a possibility, but that's kind of hilarious though.
Yeah.
Hello. That's funny.
Donatello.
I
Awesome.
like how they even got the little S on his belt too.
Yep. Yeah, that was funny.
That's hilarious.
That's cute. All right, sir. Well, I want to thank you for stopping by. I don't know who the hell is going to show up on this show after this. And like I said, folks, my original goal was to get as many of the old ToyCast hosts back. I've put out feelers to Balt Matrix, but he hadn't talked to me in years. I don't know why. Anyway, but, who knows? Maybe this will be the end of the episode. Maybe the episode will continue. I don't know. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Cup and Hot Rod just bought it. I can't deal with that now.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
All right, folks. ToyCast issue. Wow. This is not a comic book podcast. Holy crap. God, I suck at this. ToyCast episode 100 continues on. This is the penultimate clip of the episode. You people have probably been here for about 2.5 hours at this point, because we've had so many people come back and talk about how they like having their toy collections collected. And this guest in this part of the episode, he is super famous.
I'm sure, right. My shirt is. Do you want me to tell that story? That's one of my favorite stories. Is we did a video, I think, reviewing a Joe Con box set or something. It was something G.I. Joe related, and I had on a T-shirt that had the classic the pie diagram of the battle, right? Mm-hmm. Half of it's knowing, and half of it's blue lasers, and half of it's red lasers,
right? And
we went. It was the Ohio Toy Show. And I went there, and this guy, actually we know him now. He was like, "Oh, I saw this video the other day, this toy review of like the Joe Con box set, and the guy had the exact same T-shirt." And I was like, "Was he kind of a big fat guy?" And the guy's like, "Oh," I'm like, "Yeah." So my shirt is very famous. Yes.
Yes, and the voice you are hearing, folks, is Mr. Dave Draper, who used to deal in a lot of flavas. He. Hey, come on now. It's just a reference.
I know. Yeah.
And he is one half of Toy World Order. The other half, I don't know what he's doing. I have no clue. I tried to get him on here. But cat-related, dog-related. It's all pet-friendly.
He's got a lot of stressors at home. So he mostly just likes to chill out these days and paint his miniatures. I mean... we've all had a rough year. So,
well, yeah, I mean, and it's been so long since this podcast has actually been on the air, because this is as I've said throughout this entire podcast, folks, if you've been listening for the past 2 hours, this is the second episode in 7 years. Yeah. ToyCast ended kind of, sort of, in 2014. We are bringing it back. You'll hear all about that when the Floorburger and the Baron join me later. But Dave Draper, first of all, what was the first toy you remember having as a kid?
Oh, wow. I don't know. No, I don't. I mean, I was a pretty, average middle-class kid. I had a lot of toys. There were 2 or 3 that really made a memory with me. One is like an old Tonka, my brain's RV. It's a giant Tonka RV with they had little bendy figures. I have another one. I don't have mine, or the one that I had, but I have one that I got at a toy show. And I had that forever. And that was my Sandcrawler because, when Star Wars finally came out. Another one that I had that I really loved was a playset by Marx called, not Marx? Were they the one that did the plastic dinosaurs? Man. But it was it was a giant dinosaur mountain playset. And I had no idea that it was rare at the time. And of course that was another thing that I ended up trading, actually. and to another kid for an AT-AT. And it turns out that he got the better deal because that's like the rarest place that they ever did, and it took me forever to track one down.
Oh no!
But yeah, I was a huge dinosaur nut as a kid. I still love dinosaurs. I'm still pretty obsessive about them. And then the other one that I really remember as a kid was G.I. Joe took a weird detour in the late 70s, and it became Super Joe. And he was like a superhero who fought aliens, and they were 8 inches. They were trying to compete with Mego, and they had this monster that kind of looks like Tundro from the Herculoids, called Terron, the Beast from Beyond. And a lot of people don't even know that's a G.I. Joe toy. I never knew that was a G.I. Joe toy. Like, I just had it as a kid, and it was this cool dinosaur monster. And again, it's another thing that I chased down as an adult and realized, oh, wait, there's this weird connection. Like, Super Joe's kind of apocryphally connected to G.I. Joe. They don't officially consider it G.I. Joe, but it failed so miserably. This is the famous story about it failed so miserably that Hassenfeld felt he had disgraced his father's legacy with G.I. Joe. And that's why, like, I think it's in the Toys That Made Us. They talk about how he resisted the pitches for Real American Hero.
Oh, wow.
Because he felt he had embarrassed his father, and he did not want to bring G.I. Joe back and embarrass it again. And everyone's like, you got to bring it back. Some of that I'm pretty sure is in the Toys That Made Us. So yeah, but that's like, it's the weirdest, it's this giant 6-legged dinosaur monster. And you're like, this is the G.I. Joe toy, kind of, technically. It's amazing. So those are 3 that I really distinctly remember loving as a kid, having as a kid. I don't know which one came first or which is the earliest. I actually have a picture from the Christmas I got the RV. So I've got a picture of it in the box.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Yeah.
So you are probably one of the only people I know that has an entire basement full of toys.
Really?
I know a lot of toy collectors, but I don't know a lot of, like, they have a couple of rooms. I think there's only one other person that I know that has actually an entire house filled with Transformers, and that is someone who has already been on this show in this episode, Proto Man, who does a lot of the Transformers stuff. He does Transformers Slag podcast, but his entire house is filled with Transformers, but you have quite literally everything. When did that start? When did you start collecting your collection?
It would be about a year out of college, so 1994. And even then, it's a little, I mean, because 93 was when Jurassic Park came out, and like, I picked up some things just because I was a dinosaur nut. So
right,
but I don't think I was it was just like, hey, there's this big cool Tyrannosaurus toy. I'll pick one up. I really didn't start until about a year after, and then I started picking up some Star Wars figures, some vintage Star Wars figures, because I had lost most of mine stupidly. I'm not going to tell that story, but I was an idiot and just literally left them at somebody's house, basically. So I started picking up those, and it's funny because in the back of my head, I actually told a friend, I was like, I'm going to write to Kenner and say, you should bring back Star Wars figures because, like, there are a lot of collectors out there and the prices are going up and it seems like there's a demand. And the guy was like, yeah, nobody's going to make toys for a 20-year-old movie. And like the week later, they announced Power of the Force 2. So, and my plan, my brilliant scheme was, I'll start collecting this Star Wars line from the beginning. I'll have everything. And then when it's done, I can go back and pick up the vintage stuff. And, like, SpongeBob, 25 years later, like, it won't go away. Like, yeah, it almost went away for a little bit right before right after the Disney deal. Like, because and to be specific, I collect 4-inch figures. I collect the 1/18 scale. I have a lot of other stuff, but my heart is in the 1/18 scale. So, like, if they ever stop that for good, it will probably, like, I'll be winding up. Any line that stops that for good, I kind of wind up and walk away, with the exception of Marvel. And I don't know why Marvel gets a pass, but I do buy way too many Marvel Legends, although that also is, like, when we get to talking about displaying the collection, like, there's no more room at the end. It's that shelf is full, it's done, and a thing is, it's starting to look bad. It's starting to look like just a mess of stuff, and I don't like that. So
that's funny. So if they stop making the scale that you like, you will stop buying that part of your collect. So if Star Wars stops making that and they only make, let's say, 6-inch figures from now on, you'll no longer collect the Star Wars stuff, is what you're saying?
Like, not as heavily. I mean, I can't say that I haven't bought any Black Series figures, but like it gets cherry picked. It's sort of like the 4-inch is my focus, and then everything else are like extra, like pops, like lunch boxes, like role play items, all the stuff that like I get because it's Star Wars, but in my head I'm collecting the 4-inch line, and all this other stuff is like peripheral, and it's not essential. Like I will never go hunt the stores for a Star Wars Black figure. Like if there's one that I want, like the one that they got me with now is the stupid rabbit from the Marvel comics, Jax, Levis Carnivorous. Because I'm like, I can't believe they made that figure. Like, I can't. So I got him. Now, I would have been much, much happier if they'd done him for, like, the vintage line. Mm-hmm. Or the retro line would be even cooler, because he literally was a character from that era when they were doing classic Star Wars figures.
Right.
But, like, the only one, I think the only time we're ever going to get that character made is a Black Series figure. So I ordered him. But, like, again, I have a lot of Black Series figures, but it's not a focus. It's not something I chase down. And if they kind of ended the vintage line, which is like the only 4-inch they do, well, they do retro. Yeah, I would probably, that would be a good stopping point for me. And believe me, at this point in the game, I'm looking for any excuse I can get to get out.
So you've been collecting for almost 20 years now. Has there ever been a point where you were like, screw it all, I gotta stop this. I gotta get rid of all of this?
No. Well, that's a 2-part question. Part A, yes, often. Part B, no. I will never be that guy that just like sells everything. Mm-hmm. Because I don't want to like then a year later go, oh wait, gee, I kind of wish I
still had that. Yeah,
I wish I had that Shogun Warriors Godzilla. That's gonna be cheap tracking down. Yeah. No, and I like the collection. I just I don't like the act of collecting. I have never been a guy that was big on the hunt. I hate the hunt because honestly, I am a big fat guy and I'm slow. And like you get 2 other guys at the door when it opens, and they're going to get what they're going to get. And Springfield has a couple of characters. Let's put it that way. Who like to buy everything that's popular. So it's hard. It's a pain in the butt. We've had this big issue lately with a lot of exclusives being a pain in the ass to get. And it's just like, it's not fun for me to like go to store after. I mean, it's kind of pathetic, especially like I am 50. Like a grown man going from store to store. Please sell me a small plastic man from a space movie. Please. It's sad. Like, so yeah, like if at this point, there are very few things that I care enough about to like make the effort to chase down. And if it's not on Big Bad Toy Store, other than that, I'm just not bothering with it anymore.
Yeah, it's like, it's so silly. Like this whole, and I actually plan on in the future doing a topic on the podcast, exclusivity exclusions, because all of this exclusiveness, not just Funko, not just Hasbro, but just everything in toys that's like, oh, this is exclusive to our website. If you don't get it here right now, you're probably never going to get it, or you're going to spend, or you're going to look at spending or potentially spend God knows how much on eBay for it if you actually really want the damn thing. And it's just not, it's not worth it. Like, I didn't, like, and I've said this in this episode already probably, but I started collecting in 2005, and I stopped in 2011 because of finances. I didn't have much. I think I might have gotten $500 for the collection I had at the time. I didn't have anything that was super valuable or anything like that. But from 2011 until 2017, I was like, you see all the SDCC stuff or, toy whatever convention stuff. I respect it. I love that it's there, and I love the people like you and others who collect toys that you guys can go out and get it. But I had pick an exclusive from any year between 2011 and 2017, I might have said that is very, very cool, but I have no need to have that in my life right now. And then in 2017, I went into a comic book shop and I saw a Stone Cold Steve Austin Funko Pop, and I've been down the Funko rabbit hole ever since.
That's a bad rabbit hole to go down, my friend.
I don't collect them all.
Yeah,
I'm not a Pokemon here. I don't catch them all. They're like it for me. Funko is characters that we would never actually get an action figure of, like Alex Trebek from Jeopardy! May the man rest in peace. Like Justin Guarini as Lil Sweet from the Diet Dr. Pepper commercials from a few years ago. Stuff like that. But at the same time, I still have a bunch of Batmans and that kind of things and characters that I like or lines that I like. I don't have any Game of Thrones pops because I have no interest. I don't dislike Game of Thrones. It's not my thing. I respect the people that like it, that enjoy it, whatever. That's their thing. Fine. It's not mine. I don't have the need to have every single Funko Pop that they've ever made.
Well, yeah, you can't. You literally just it's funny because we actually Pixel Dan, like when I think Pops first came out, I think he did have everything. Like in the early days, he was really keeping on top of it. And I think within like a year or two, it just, like he was coming home from Comic-Con with a suitcase full of Pops. And I think at some point, like he kind of said, this is ridiculous, because there's the joke we do on our show is that you're more surprised when they announce a license that they didn't already do it. You're like, wait, they haven't done that yet? And, this is the company that's done like Golden Girls and Friends and all the different sports teams. I mean, you showed me a Larry Bird that you picked up, and I just got a Michael Jordan because I was like, I should probably get a Jordan because part of my there's one little section of my collection that's actually from my mother who was a huge Michael Jordan fan. So I've got like, the Space Jam toys and cards and some basketballs and stuff and little Beanie Babies that weren't even actually Benny the Bull, but they looked like Benny the Bull, so she wanted them. And I was like, if she was around, she would want a Michael Jordan Pop, probably. So
there is, and I don't know if I will, no one can hold me to what I'm about to say. If Funko ever makes an Alf Pop, I'm 6'1", 460 pounds. Yeah, I will be a bulldozer at whatever shop I have to go to get that, because that to me is my childhood. I watch that show with my mom all the time. She has been gone since 2015 now, so 6 years. But it's one of those things where if Funko ever made an Alf Pop, I'd be the first in line. I'd sign up for illegal bot service to get all kind. I'd buy 20 of them with illegal bot service online, or not that I'm going to do that. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything illegal, folks. But it's just one of those things where
allegedly,
it's like
in Minecraft, he would do this.
In Minesweeper, I would do it, but yeah, it's just
that's when you're saying naughty things, you say in Minecraft because that way it helps the algorithm.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the trick.
But it's one of those things where that's a character from my childhood that, like, they have Fraser Pops. They have what was his Martin.
Again, I'm more surprised they don't have an Alf.
I am too, and I don't know why they can't get that license. But like they have Martin with Eddie, and that is just awesome to me. I absolutely love that, and my mom loved Frasier, and so it's one of those things when it comes to Funko. So let's get back to you and your collection. Sure. So you say certain things are not your main focus. What is your main focus? Because you have a lot of stuff.
Well, yes, I would say my main focus is like the 1/18 scale. My heart is with Star Wars. Star Wars is the biggest part of the collection. I also love G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe came a little late in the game, but I have a lot of. I mean, the 80s G.I. Joe came. Like I was kind of in between Joes age wise. Like Adventure Team was kind of winding down, and Real American Hero kind of kicked in my teen years, like early teens. So. But I was a fan of it because, the cartoon was on after school and it was that or Oprah. So, you'd watch the G.I. Joe cartoon when you got home.
Yeah.
But I love action figures. I love toys. I love the 1/18 scale. I do like Star Wars, G.I. Joe. I have Transformers. Transformers are weird. I've cherry picked them, but I've been cherry picking them since like 1984. So I have a lot of them, but they're not as. Jason is a bigger Transformer fan than I am. Even if our actual number of toys might be pretty similar, I think he's the bigger fan. I mean, you had invited me to do the 100 best Transformers, and I said to you, I don't think I can list 100 off the top of my head, and I actually tried, and I couldn't. I think there are Transformers in my collection. I don't even know their names. Hey, no, this is true. This point is true. There was a Beast Machines bull guy. I don't know his name. He was just kind of cool back whenever Beast Machines was out. He's gathering dust ever since. But I have a lot of the big lines. I have some master stuff, not a whole lot, but I have some. Like once you get past Star Wars and G.I. Joe, there's a lot of cherry picking. I have a lot of Marvel stuff, I have like DC Universe Classics and Marvel Legends. They're all on one shelf. It's a big shelf. I do. I collect almost I collect a lot of stuff, and anything I don't collect, Jason does. Mm-hmm. I mean, between me, Jason, and Danny, I think Springfield's got like the 80s. If there's a toy line from the 80s that you remember, one of us at least has like a representation of it. I do have a section that's like what I call the Kenner section, which has like maybe not complete collections, but like pieces from Kenner, like random lines, like Predator. I have Knight Rider, another one that Steel Monsters, which is a Tonka line, a fascinating Tonka line that basically like, hey, this Road Warrior stuff's kind of popular. Why don't we take our Tonka toys and like put some armor on it and some guns and say it's a Mad Max kind of thing. And those figures are 1/18 scale actually, but I have those because I just like, what the hell is that? That's amazing. I want it. I have another bookcase that's just all like old 70s toys, some Mego stuff that I had as a kid. There's a line that I loved as a kid called Legends of the Old West. And the figures actually kind of are like Joe's, where they're held together with like elastic bands. And the thing about them is that the I won't say vehicles, but the wagons. They had these wagons that like came with tons of stuff. And then you get the peddler wagon, and it has like tons and tons of stuff. And it's a cool, fun line. And I have that one. I have every character. I don't have every variation. And I have all the wagons, and I have the town. That was another apparently like infamous story that I barely know about, because I just know that I bid on a thing and won it. And it was the town for the Legends of the Old West, and it was sealed. And apparently this thing was mythical. And like in these groups, people are like complaining and angry. And I'm like sitting there like, oh, I shouldn't have opened it then, should I? Oops. I have desecrated the Lost Ark. Oops.
Okay, so that brings me to another question. And I already know the answer to this, but do you leave them in the box or do you open them up?
I open most things just because at this point, like I would need an airplane hangar to display everything mint on card and mint in box. I mean, it eats up a lot of space. And I even though I have a whole basement dedicated to it, like there's just not room. I used to have in the Marvel Legends display, I had an original Magneto and an original Silver Centurion Iron Man, which I kept on the card. No, it's not a card. It's a clamshell thing. But I kept it in the display in the packaging because it was expensive. Right. Well, it ate up so much real estate that like eventually it's like, no, we need to get some butts in the seats. We need to get some butts on the stands. Like this has got to go. It's got to get opened. So I open almost everything. Hasbro has been really, really vicious about reissuing stuff on vintage style cards, which is a weakness of mine. So it's the only thing that I buy just for the packaging. But I have like the 40th anniversary Star Wars and the 40th anniversary Empire Black Series figures. Those are on display in the packaging because that's the whole point. And then I have a lot of I have as much vintage, what they call the vintage collection and the retro collection. I have as much of those as I can get on the walls that I have on the walls. But as a rule, I try to open as much as I can because it's a space thing. It's just, unless it's really expensive. And even then, like a lot of times, like there's like this moment after I buy a toy where you just sort of take a deep breath and it's like, it's either going to get opened or it's not. And you got to do it. You just got to do it or it will never get opened. And a lot of times those guys end up in the closet of shame because there's no room for them. So,
okay, so you have an entire basement filled with toys. First of all, do you call them toys, action figures, or dolls?
I mean, toys are action figures. I don't call them dolls. Like, I don't know. I always have like dolls are a different thing. I don't have a problem with dolls, but I think they're a different thing. If you want to call them dolls, my mom called them dolls. Like my mom would not buy me the 12-inch Indiana Jones figure because she said it was a doll. She had some weird. She's from here in Springfield, but she had some weird accent where she'd call them dolls. It's a doll. When I was a kid, I actually asked for a doll house because I wanted to use it as a base, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she would not. She was like, "No, I'm not going to buy you a doll house." She bought me a Big Jim, I want to say, vinyl airplane thing instead. I can't remember who had the vinyl airplane, but like one of the macho, line. And of course, it was bought at a garage. And of course, it's the wrong scale, so I can't use it for anything. But it was very macho and masculine.
Yeah, I think it's all of our parents and grandparents that don't. They just consider them dolls or what. Like they won't use toy or action figure. That it's. Oh, him and his He-Man's dolls and all that and everything else. Everybody's all about the He-Mans. Yeah, it's just crazy. Now, you say you have a Marvel Legends and a DC shelf. How is your collection sorted? How do you display, do you have all the Simpsons stuff in one thing, or are the Simpsons playing with Family Guy, or how do you figure out how you're going to, this is this line and that's all that's on this part of the display?
Well, it depends. I think 21 years ago, there was a plan. 21 years later, it's gotten messy. But yeah, I try to have a logic to it. I try to a lot of it is just where it ended up. So there's one wall that's got shelving and I do try to keep things together. It bothers me sometimes. There are a couple of things that are split up. Star Trek is split up, which drives me. I always say that collecting is where Asperger's and OCD meet. And so the fact that there's Star Trek stuff over here and Star Trek stuff over here, it kills my soul slightly every time I go down there. But there just ain't no room for that next generation playset. That bridge playset ain't going anywhere near the other stuff because it's too big.
Okay, let me ask you: is it split into series? This is the
no. It's
okay.
The Star Trek stuff is all mixed up. Like where it is, it's all mixed up. I collect I do. Our friend Slick McFavorite from his podcast Open Your Toys has a phrase called focus characters, and I think especially with outside of Star Wars, although even within Star Wars, I have a lot of focus characters. So with Star Trek, it's the Gorn. Like I said, I was a huge dinosaur fan, so I love the Gorn. That's my favorite episode. So I have as many of those toys as I can get. I like the Klingons. I have a lot of Klingon figures, but they are kind of all mixed up. Within their display, they're all mixed up. So you've got Picard and Kirk standing next to each other and that kind of thing. And then the other part of the collection where Star Trek is, it's a little more complicated. It's a bookcase. The top shelf is actually the old Mego from the 70s, from the motion picture, all the figures from the motion picture and the bridge playset. And then the rest of the bookcase is Aliens. And then the bottom shelf is the Next Generation playset, the bridge playset, because it's huge. So the idea there is it's space. It's that bookshelf is space. Even though I want that Trek stuff all together, it's space and space stuff. I think I have Mork up there on that shelf and a couple of random space toys. But they're to go back to your question, there is supposed to be. Well, I try to keep stuff together. I try to keep stuff thematic. Sometimes the themes only mean anything to me. I have there's this wonderfully bizarre line of Bible-based toys that are 4-inch scale, the 3 3/4-inch scale, and I kind of I have most all of those, and they're here. And then the very next thing is that Dinosaur Mountain playset that I mentioned, and then that's a lot of the dinosaur toys. So it's the Bible, and then dinosaur toys, and then there's actually this thing you could get at the Field Museum that was these little miniatures, and it was the classic Darwinian evolution, fish, reptile, chimpanzee, human. So it's the evolution playset. So I've got that there. But I also have a couple of Back to the Future figures there. because time travel. So yeah, it's a weird mishmash. The Simpsons figures are interesting because they're actually kind of on the same shelf as once you get they're on the shelf all together, and then you get to a part where it's Cobra, and the logic there is if you know anything about G.I. Joe and Cobra, one of their home bases is called Springfield. So that whole section is in my head called Little Springfield.
That's awesome. That is just so awesome. Did you know, and I'm sure you did know, but did you know that Funko has the dinosaurs? They have Earl, they have the kids, they have the baby. Yeah.
I was never I love dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs. The show was okay. I was never a huge fan. So.
Teach their own. Heaven forbid anything happen. Everybody is safe. If the house, something happens to it, do you think you could pick one thing to save?
Well, I mean, first of all, keep in mind, I got to run downstairs.
I understand. No. I understand.
And I've actually been yelled, when we first moved in, we got yelled at by the safety inspector because there's no secondary access to the basement.
Mm-hmm.
There's no escape well.
Right.
So,
there's no bulkhead. Yeah.
So if you run down there, you're not getting back out. Actually, ironically, the one thing I probably would save is upstairs. It's not a toy. It's a friend of mine. It's a movie poster. It's the poster for Empire Strikes Back, but it's signed by the entire cast.
Oh wow, that's awesome!
Including Alec Guinness. It's signed by everybody. Alec Guinness, David Prowse, Frank Oz. Frank Oz's assistant. The dude who used the Wampa arm, and it's got Lucas and it's got John Williams. And I think it might not have Kirshner. I got to look on that. But yeah, so that would probably be, and that's right here on the wall. So I would probably just grab that and run out. And then I've also got, when I was making the deal for that with the nice lady, I guess her husband collected them, and I guess they were getting divorced. So she also had Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I'm like, oh, do you take PayPal?
Oh, wow. What is the most expensive item in your collection? What's the most money you ever dropped on a single toy or a playset?
I mean, it would probably be the second USS flag, which is mint in box. That was about $1,000. There's you want me to tell the stupid story behind that where David is dumb?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, in our little community, it's kind of a famous story. So there's a show called Toy Hunter, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with, remember. And the whole thing is it was supposed to be this episode where he goes to C2E2, and Jason and Danny had filmed stuff. So I was never a big fan of the show. I've met Jordan. I'm actually friends with one of the guys from the show, David Gall, who's a very great guy. But I was never a fan of the show per se. I wasn't into it. It's one of those things I'm not really interested. I don't watch a lot of toy-based YouTube videos because it's I already know it. I'm more interested in something that I don't know about or that I don't have a basement full of, if that makes sense. I felt Toy Hunter was a show that would have been for my mom, my girlfriend, wow, this stupid little hobby of his actually has value and merit. Weird. These things aren't junk, But anyway, so he's supposed to go to C2E2, and Danny and Jason are supposed to be in it. Spoiler, they weren't. But anyway, well, the whole show is it's like the Poochie episode. It's when are they getting to the fireworks factory? When are they getting to C2E2? But he stops at this guy's house, and the guy has a Battlestar Galactica Land Ram, and I was like, wow. And part of the reason I don't like the show is because Jordan would go to these places and hey, what do you want for that? And I'm sure it was all prearranged. But on the show, it feels like he shows up at your house and he buys your stuff. And you're like, but I don't want to sell you my stuff. And the guy actually said no. He said, I don't want to sell you that. And I was like, yay. He's like, but I got something else to show you. And he takes him to this other room, and it's the flag. And, Jordan explains what the deal is with the flag. He's like, so you want to sell this? It's like, well, and he shows him that he's got a second one that he does want to sell. And Jordan says, nobody has two. And I posted on Facebook immediately, challenge accepted. And $1,000 later, I have a second one in the box.
Wow.
So yeah, that was back when I had $1,000 to drop on being an idiot.
It's one of those things where those toy, like mainstream media or any of these cable networks that want to, like, oh, this is popular now, this is geek culture, this is whatever now, we need to get in on this, we need to figure this out. And I don't know Jordan personally, I've never met the man, I've never talked to him. All as I know is how I saw he was portrayed and how the format of his show was done. And it was okay. And I believe it was on Travel Channel at the time.
Yeah, there's a fascinating story behind that. That was during the post-Bush economic crash. Mm-hmm. And Travel Channel didn't want to do... Travel Channel felt awkward about doing shows about go to the Riviera, take a cruise, because nobody had money. So they thought, well, let's do this show about, hey, you might have something valuable in your attic. And that's why they... And it was actually like the biggest show they had. At the time, I know it was the biggest ratings they ever got. And then suddenly the economy got better, and they were like, yeah, okay, take your little nerd stuff and go away. So
what's so, it's not funny, but it's ironic. At the same time that was going on with Travel Channel and Toy Hunter, A&E, of all networks, arts and entertainment, did a show called Collection Intervention.
Yes.
Now, Toy Hunter, I understand. He's trying to sort, like you said, the deals are probably prearranged, whatever.
Oh,
but
yeah,
as far as the show, as far as the final product, as far as what the viewer sees, he's going to people's houses, he's making deals, he's talking to people who used to work at Kenner or who used to work at Hasbro. Fine, whatever. Collection Intervention, oh my God, that show was insulting. That show was this chick going around and basically doing an intervention for, no offense, someone like you who has so many toys, but yet you need to pay for $2 million worth of medical bills or something. It was some weird thing, like, we want to refinance our house, we want to do this, but he has all, and most of the time it was, I think there was one episode where it was a female and she had a bunch of old time, I don't remember what they were, old time dolls. And I know this part of the podcast has kind of gone off the rails, folks. That's what happens here on ToyCast. But it's just one of those things where it was like, I got angrier and angrier every episode of Collection Intervention I watched. And I just had to, after the Sean Long episode, I just had to stop.
Yeah, well, from what I understand, they ambushed him. Like, he did not think that's what that show was going to be.
That's ridiculous. But it's so weird that the mainstream of media and other things that they think, oh, the toys are popular now? Oh, we need to get in on this. Like, no, you really don't. Anyway, so are there toy lines you don't collect? Are there toys that aren't in your collection?
Oh yeah, yeah. Again, that's what Jason is for. But I think that's why we get along, because it's very rarely that we compete for something. I can't remember what it was. He just went to King County and he got something, and I was like, oh, I kind of wanted one of those. But it's very rare. Like I don't collect the Rambo line. I don't collect like a lot of the more obscure, kind of to be a jerk about it, second run toy lines from the 80s. I'm not a huge fan of. Like he has a complete Police Academy collection. He has, like a lot, like a lot of the weird knockoff lines. I'm trying to remember.
Do you have any knockoff stuff?
Oh, sure. A few. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But I mean, like, I have some knockoffs. I have some reproductions. Like I was saying earlier about focus characters, one of my focus characters is Bosk. You've been teasing me with this GameStop Bosk. Again, dinosaur guy, Star Wars, just was utterly in love with him from day one. But I have like a Russian one, a Russian knockoff that's like pink. I have a couple of Mexican ones that are just gloriously weird colors. So, I think knockoffs are like really expensive nowadays, but like I do have a few, and I have some, like I said, I've got that weird cowboy line that I really love. I've got a few things. But yeah, like, again, Jason does the girl toys, like Strawberry Shortcake and herself, the elf, and which I would never have heard of if it were not for Jason Duvall. My Little Pony, he loves My Little Pony. I never had a My Little Pony until this last year, and they did a D&D set, a D&D crossover set with My Little Pony, and I was
remember.
Like, they got me. but the thing is, like, the details, like the wizard pony has a bag of holding, and the art on the bag of holding matches the art in I can't remember which book. I can't remember if it's Player's Handbook or DMG, but it matches the art. And I'm like somebody really made an effort to somebody who cared about D&D made this. This wasn't just some dumb thing to sucker you in. It's we slapped a D and a D on the the cutie sign is DND or a D20. There was thought involved. So I'm like, this is kind of a cool set actually for being such a stupid thing. I'm glad I got it.
Yeah, I've never been if I can't afford something, even back when I was working, because my collecting days from 2005 to 2011, I had this. I don't want to say it was a cushy job in the social work field, but the way the job worked, I was a live-in resident and basically only had to handle emergency type stuff with the place I was at, kind of thing. But I basically lived there with the rest of the clients. I can't say too much about basically.
Yeah. Don't
think of a group home. Okay, think of the overnight staff. I was basically there 24/7. But when the other case managers and other staff weren't there, I was the person there that needed to handle stuff or call people if I couldn't handle it, kind of thing. But, and that job paid me a decent amount of money. And at the time, that's how I got my Transformers collection. That's how I got this collection, that collection, whatever I ended up collecting. That's how I got into Mighty Mugs. As soon as I saw Redhead Henry, I know you. I understand why you say you don't watch the YouTube toy reviews. Redhead Henry, Jason Henry, his I don't think the channel's around anymore. I wish it was. He had a series called Superhero Mugs. So he would take the superhero Mighty Mug stuff, and either he or people that friends of his, they would voice they would come out with it. And I know this is not a Wolverine voice, folks, but they would come out with a Wolverine voice, and the Wolverine Mighty Mug would do all this sarcastic, funny stuff. And I thought it was really cool. So I started, and then I found out that at the time, I forget who Mighty Mugs was originally under, but they eventually went with Hasbro or something.
It was Hasbro.
I forget.
It was Hasbro from the start, I think.
Okay, maybe it was. I don't remember. I just remember seeing Mighty Mugs. I don't remember seeing... But anyway, they had Transformer ones, and I'm like, oh, cool. And they released a Shockwave Mighty Mug, and I'm like, I'm like, oh my god, I am waiting for Funko at this. We've got Optimus, Megatron, Jazz, Soundwave, Starscream, Grimlock. I'm waiting for a Funko Shockwave at this point because that would be super, super cool. So anyway, back when I was doing all of that, it's like, oh, I like this, I like that, And usually anything, I even had some of the Robot Hero Transformers, the little tiny ones.
I have a ton. I might have all of them.
Oh wow!
At least the ones released domestically. And then another funny story is I have one that I got from Japan, and I was called a liar. I was called a liar on another podcast that I said, and the guy was like, "What was the other figure? What was the other figure?" And I'm like, "I don't know what the other guy was." It was Predaking, because Predaking's one of the characters that I like. I have a vintage Predaking, and I saw I saw this guy post that that wasn't going to come out in the U.S. So I immediately went to eBay and bought one from Japan. Didn't think about it, right? And then 6 years later, this guy is calling me a liar because to this day, I can't tell you who the other guy is. He's white and blue. I don't know who he is. I don't care who he is. He's the other guy in the package with Predaking. And every year when when we do the walkthrough of the collection, or I post pictures on Facebook, I'll always, because I'm still butthurt about it, point out that this is the one toy that no man can own. If you say you own this toy that I'm pointing at because I clearly own it, you are a liar and will be called out upon it. It's it was so weird. This guy freaked out on me that I said because the whole conversation was just casual about the Heroes line, right? And but yeah, I may have all of them. I had a friend who collected them, and he kind of gave me his when he got bored with it. So I may actually have them all. I'm not sure.
Very cool. My point, though, what I was talking about is that I actually forgot my point. Hence why I kind of transitioned.
Well, you were talking about Mighty Mugs. It was
it was a big thing. It was a big deal. Whatever. For me, whether it was Mighty Mugs, Transformers, whatever, if I couldn't afford even back then, even now, obviously, I have never had a Masterpiece Transformers figure of any of them. Now, I love all of the Transformers Masterpiece stuff because Transformers Masterpiece is the ultimate level for a Transformers character in my mind. I've never had any of them, but at the same time, I've never, ever needed to go to any other website to find a knockoff, cheaper version of it because I just don't need knockoffs in my life. If I can't have the genuine thing, I might as well not have it.
Well, I get what you're saying. I think, like, when I was talking about, like, knockoffs and stuff, like, they're an addition. They're not, like...
Right. No. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But it's like... for me, it's like, I'd rather have the real thing, and if I can at least, admire it from afar, and I'd be okay. That's the thing. What I've noticed since ToyCast is coming back, and since we're doing this whole new thing and whatever we're going to be doing in the future, from the time I started it in 2009 to the time it ended in 2014, I have this detachment to a lot of things. Like, yes, I love my Funko Pops. I love each one of the characters for a specific reason. Like, the ones that I have here in Washington State, because the rest are in storage back in Indiana, I can specifically tell you the flocked gopher from Caddyshack is one of my favorites, even though I prefer Caddyshack 2 over the original movie. I know, sacrilege, whatever. Wow. But, like, that's a character that I absolutely love because I love the way he interacted with Dan Aykroyd in the second film. I had Rock'em Sock'em Robots as a kid. They just released Blue Bomber and Rocket Red, the Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Now, those are probably the only two I might actually take out of the box and keep out of the box, only because I had to find Rock'em Sock'em Red I found it on Amazon, and you'd think for as rich as their CEO is, they could do a better job of packaging. Yeah. It came in a box, was not wrapped in another box, or it basically just came with the standard film wrapped around it. And I'm like, shit, this box is damaged. What the hell? So the bottom of the red Rock'em Sock'em Robot box is damaged. It's only on the bottom. You can't tell. But the figure looks so cool and so unique, and it's not your standard Funko Pop. It's not just it's not just.
It's not. Well, no, I think it's not a pop. It doesn't look like a pop. It looks like the robot.
Yeah,
like it's different. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and the same thing with like Optimus Prime. I took him out of the package. He quite literally looks like the actual 1984 robot mode version of the toy. He has all the stickers on him, but because it's Funko, and they have big head, little bodies. Optimus Prime's head makes him way too top heavy. I only take these things out of the box to take pictures of them, and then I put them right back in the box. Once I have decent pictures that I can put online, they go back in the box, and they go, on my shelf or on my table or whatever. And as soon as I took Optimus out, first of all, his legs are posed in a way that one leg is forward, one leg is back, and it's just a weird molding that Funko did with it. And I'm like, what the hell? And then all of a sudden, his faceplate starts hitting the back of my desk, and I'm like, oh, okay, so he's way too top heavy. But it's like, stuff like that, characters like that. Like, you can get Big Bang Theory Pops, but Big Bang Theory Pops, you look at unless they're like in the Comic-Con stuff, which I actually have Leonard and Sheldon in their Green Lantern and Flash Comic-Con stuff. But, regular characters, regular people, it's a face, a head, a hair, hair, and then most people will say this, two black soulless eyes.
Yeah.
That's why every time I see Funko Pops that have like orange eyes or purple eyes, or I'm like, oh, that's different. That's cool. That's interesting. I don't know. It's just the way it is. It's just.
I have a quick little story because you were talking about pops and taking them out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
I do that. Most of the ones that I have are out of the box. Not all of them, but a lot of them. But they just did a series of pops for Critical Role, which is a D&D podcast thing that's very popular, very big, and I'm a big fan. And they did pops for the season 1 cast. And I only got one. I was like, wow, I love this show, but I don't like any of these characters. That's weird. but my favorite character I did get a pop of, which is Grog Strongjaw, played by Travis Willingham. And I was just going to open it up and put it on the shelf, like any other pop. I opened it up, and on the back of the flap, he had his catchphrase. They have his catchphrase, which is "I would like to rage," and I was just like, "Aw." They actually made the effort, and it's so hidden. You have to open it up to see the little catchphrase. I was like, "Oh!" So I don't have a good place for him because he's in his stupid box and he takes up too much space. But I'm keeping that one in the package because they added that little detail, and I was like, "Okay, that's cool."
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm having fun with it. And I've probably mentioned in this episode, folks, already. I'll probably mention in the next clip with Floorburger and Das Baron about how a buddy of mine runs a pop store in Nashville, Tennessee. They actually just opened their first official brick and mortar store for a while. For the number of years that they've been in business, it's been online. But, as long as they're not exclusive to Target or Walmart or whatever, and it's something I want, I know I can go to this guy and say, hey, I want this eventually kind of thing. And he does have a lot of stuff that does sell out, but right now I can go on there. I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but if you really wanted the Fraser Pops, I could send you the link to it, and you could buy Fraser, Niles, and Martin. Basically father and the two sons kind of thing. So it's one of those things where I don't need to have it all. I don't need to have it all right now, but it's one of those things where I'm slowly looking at each one, at each thing and deciding whether do I really need that or not. And most of the time with my quote unquote detachment to a lot of things, it's like, I don't really need it right now. But again, they make a 1986 Gordon Shumway alien life form pop.
Yeah.
Oh man. I'll be like a bulldozer in a china shop because get out of my way. I want that thing.
I get that.
Your collection. Do you know the actual number of toys you have?
No.
Do you have a spreadsheet or anything? No. Or really?
No.
So
I had a friend come over once, and he saw my bins that are just like random weapons dumped into them, higgly piggly, and he literally shrieked like a girl. It was so horrifying that it was so unorganized and messy. If I die, Jason is my executor. I mean, he'll be in hog heaven because he loves that. But it's gonna. I've actually had someone who owns a store say, "I don't want to buy your collection," because it would to put it all together and to figure it out and to price everything would be a nightmare. No, I do not. My insurance is woefully, laughably out of date. So hopefully the house does not burn down.
Well, yes. I mean, that's always the hope.
Yeah, it's always the hope. You always kind of.
I mean, really though, you never had an inclination of making a record of everything you had or everything you have. Really?
No.
Huh.
No.
I thought there was some grand plan here.
No.
Oh man,
dude! I tried to dust it once. 20 years ago, not 20 years ago, it'd be like 18 years ago. I got one shelf done, half of one. When I say shelf, you gotta understand that these shelves, because the basement itself is, the walls are finished, but there's nothing else to it. So there's no rooms. It's like a big donut. Think of a big donut with walls that are finished. So when I say a shelf, these shelves run the length of the wall.
Right.
God, I don't even know, 20 feet, 30 feet? I don't know, however long the wall is. Because the basement's the size of my house. So these shelves are like ridiculous. These giant industrial shelves you get from Menards. So when I say like I took like a half a shelf, like we're talking 3 bookcases worth of length probably. But even that was like just putting it, like getting it all down, dusting it, that was like 3 days worth of, and then nothing ever goes back on right. Like, I don't know if you've ever had this happen. Like you take something down, right? Or even if it's just a figure, you take it down, that figure will immediately decide, even though he's been standing at attention for 10 years, every joint now won't work right. His feet are suddenly cattywampus. Like, You take a bunch of stuff down and you put it back in the exact same spot. Suddenly there's no room. Like your 2 figures that you need to put somewhere, and you're like, you fit there before. Like 2 days ago, you fit there fine. Why won't you go back?
Yeah, I remember when I had the small one little shelf collection I had back in the day. It was always a nightmare, and I would just never end up doing it.
Yeah.
Because, you know what? Hey, as long as they ain't in direct sunlight...
Yeah.
I was fine. As long as, no yellowing, no whatever. And the Funko Pops, I mean, I've sold a few. I'd have to get my phone out and look, but I think as of right now, I have 106 in total between here in the apartment and what's in storage. Most of it is in storage. These are just all ones that I've gotten since we've been out here in Washington State the last 2 years. And the funny thing is, and this will kind of be the wrap up here, because I'll ask you one more probably question in a second.
You wanted to know about the Black Star Castle, so just I'll remind you of that.
Yep. Because we are now in Washington State, at the bottom of the state in Vancouver, which is quite literally right across the river from Portland, Oregon. I am literally 3.5 hours away from Funko HQ. Oh. I could go up there right now, or not right now, but in how you were talking off air about how you have to plan out your days, and this is what I'm doing today, and I don't get this done today by a certain time, I'll do it tomorrow. You can go to Funko, either HQ here in Washington or Hollywood down there in California. You have to show up really early. There's a line. You can get yourself popped. Oh. You can it's like $25 to get yourself an actual Funko Pop of yourself. It's something I'm hoping to do at some point before I die.
Yeah.
Many, many years from now. Yeah. As long as Funko is still around.
I don't know, man. They haven't had that Beanie Baby crash yet. I was expecting it.
Everybody is expecting it, and everybody wants to laugh when it happens. But I think because they still either retain licenses or get like the Retro Toys line, I never thought we would get Funko Transformers. Never in my life would I ever thought we would get Funko Pop Transformers, because they had the license, and then they must have
yeah, they did it. They did it right at the beginning.
Yeah, because they were doing Funko Pop movie Funko Pops, and I'm like, I don't want guts out of no. Anyway, so yes, in the video, which the 2019 David Draper toy collection walkthrough video will be in our episode post, so people can watch and see all of Dave's awesomeness in his toy collection. When I was watching through this video, you had mentioned the Black Star Castle and that there was some story behind that.
Well, it's not a great story per se, but like, first you have to know that playset is notoriously fragile. It breaks very easily. You rarely find one in good shape. And we were at King County, and I'm the division is Jason is very good with people. I am not. It just is. I took charisma as a dumb stat. He pumped it up. So he knows all these people. He's always talking to them, and he's talking to this guy who's a dealer there, and the guy has a box for the Crystal Castle. Mm-hmm. And I of course, I'm like, Black Star was always one of those lines that I kind of want to collect, just because it seemed interesting to me. But I've always been like, yeah. So I kind of wander over, and Jason's being Jason about the price, which was like, and I'm like, well, how much do you want for it? And he's like, $200. I'm like, sold. So is it well, I mean, it was like, is it in good shape? It's like, oh yeah, nothing's broken, which was not quite true. But like, I think it was missing one gun, but like, he's like, yeah, it's all in really good shape. Like the pieces that are broken, you don't notice. They're like little connectors that hold piece A to piece B. And if you have it displayed, you don't notice. Like, it's not like a tower snapped off.
Right.
So, and he's like, $200. I'm like, sold. What are you, insane, Dole? Why? Like, this is a Grail piece in really good condition. You are a madman, sir, and you are not allowed to come near it. And that is, to this day, Jason is not allowed to come within 6 feet of that toy, or I will stab him, because Jason is infamous for breaking things. Like, the classic story is we were at a mall, a mini mall. I think we told this one on the last. I can't remember if we told this on the last podcast with Danny, or we just told it to Danny, but we were at this mini mall, and Jason saw some Masters figures, and he picks up Saurod, which is also notoriously fragile, and he's lecturing the guys at the counter about how this is a very delicate toy, and you have to be very careful. You got to make sure and he drops it, and it shatters on the floor. Like, this is vintage Jason. So Jason is not allowed anywhere. I don't like him breathing in the direction of the Crystal Castle, because it's one of those things that just, I can't remember if that was the one that Belomo ordered 3 of, because every time they'd show up, they were shattered. There was one place that Mark Belomo, every time he tried to get it, it would be shattered by going through the mail. And that might be the one, because it's what it is they used metal in the plastic, because it's kind of a clear plastic, and they would use metal in it to give it a sparkly kind of. This is why like any gold plastic, like there's metal in it. And I think there's metal in plastic anyway. Like, that's why bubbles turn yellow. Part of it why, and they get brittle. And well, yes, what happens is it rusts. The metal rusts, and it leaves the plastic kind of, without part of its component. It becomes very brittle.
Right.
But yeah, it was just basically like, Jason was just like, I don't know. And I'm like, oh my God, this is a Grail piece, and you are balking at $200, which is, to be fair, you got to understand, that's Jason's entire budget for a King County. Brings about $200. That's a part of my, like, I bring a lot of money to King County. And I save up for it during the year to make sure that I have a lot of money for King County.
Right.
So yeah, it was just basically like he was being him, and I just like swooped in and like, I'm sold. Do not come near this. You are not allowed.
Do not touch for fear of death.
I will. I mean, I probably really, in real life, I won't stab him. I will punch him in the kidneys if he comes near it. Like, because he is a klutz. Like, I love him. He knows to stay away, because he knows he breaks stuff. So I don't like it. And it would be heartbreaking, man, because it's in such good shape.
It's in such good shape. And it's a toy that I don't want to say you probably can't just go on eBay and find, but it's one of those that once every decade, one really, really good one like you have that might only be missing a certain thing or something, and you're fine with it missing or whatever little piece.
It was a gun.
Yeah, a gun. Okay, that's not taking away from the overall display factor of the main part of the castle. Like, it'd be different if the jawbridge or something was missing, but a gun. Okay, sure, fine, whatever. Yeah, because, like you said, it's a holy shit Grail piece, and they don't.
And even if you do find it on eBay, you cannot. That seller cannot guarantee that it will get to you in the condition he shipped it in. Like, he can't. Like, he can do everything he can to like protect it and wrap it, and you cannot guarantee that someone somewhere is not going to drop it. It's not going to get kicked. You can't know, like, until you open it, whether it got through okay. And this was like, we were able to bring it back ourselves, and very carefully. So
very, very carefully.
Yeah, like it was that was a real kind of like rare moment. Like, it was like, this thing is so amazing. And to be fair, Jason's the one that made the find, but then he balked at the price, and I'm like, well, okay.
He's like, $200, but I have so many
for that thing. It's in the. I mean, the box wasn't like pristine, but it had the box.
Hey,
so I mean, it's
as long as it like, okay. So, like I said earlier, and again, I'm not trying to make this your whole segment here, me just talking about Funko, but that's what I have. Like, for me, buying, getting the red robot from Rock'em Sock'em and it getting to me and the bottom of the box is damaged. The rest of the box is fine. I don't display them bottom of the box. Like, I don't just lay them flat and look at them on my table. They're standing up so people can see, hey, you have this. You have John Wick with his dog. You have Bob with I'm So Local from What About Bob? You have Bill Murray. You know what I mean? So it's like, part of the, like, but as long as the boxes come in a, decent shape, as long as, nothing major is wrong with them, a little box damage isn't the end of the world. Yeah. If it doesn't take away your enjoyment of what is actually in the box, then you're good.
Well, no, and it's displayed loose anyway. It was just like, right. It had the box.
Right, exactly.
So I'm like, it was just, I feel it was a really good value. I feel I got a really good deal. Probably because he was a friend of Jason's. So again, that's Jason's thing is supposed to be like he's the friendly guy. He runs the interference, and then I'm the money guy.
Yep. Jason's the PR guy, and
he is. He's good with people.
Yeah, he is, and you are too. Yeah, I mean, we've recorded. No, you're not. Stop it. We've recorded, I think, 3 episodes of this very episode 94 and 95 or 95 and 96. Back in the day, way back when in 2012, I think we recorded.
And this is episode 100.
Yep.
So basically, we killed your podcast.
No,
so sorry.
No. No. At the time in 2014, we had reached up to episode 99. Episode 99, if the people would like to go back and listen to that was the art of toy packaging. It was us talking about Jim Sorensen and Bill Forster's Transformers Art of Toy Packaging book. And then by that time in 2014, my mom had gotten really sick. And by May of 6 years ago, she was gone. So May's a really difficult month for me, even though people won't actually hear this until June. So I'll probably come out of my funk in May or in June.
Hey, June 2nd's when my mother passed. So June's not my favorite. Yeah. Like I have what I call the triangle suck, which is Mother's Day, June 2nd, and then August. Your birthday was in August. So
yeah, I just found a buddy of mine's birthday is somebody I podcast with a lot. We're actually trying our best to finish up I had this, and this is completely off the wall, folks, I know, but whatever. I had this idea back in 2015, 2016 to do a daily Phineas and Ferb cartoon review podcast where we would watch the cartoons, we would sit down, record the episodes, 104 podcasts, because 104 days of summer for Phineas and Ferb, and in an entire summer. Well, 2017 rolled around, things happened, this, that, and the other thing. We're finally getting back to it, so I've recorded with him for years now, even before then. But it's just one of those things where I find out that his birthday, which is June 2nd, is also the same date of birth with, not necessarily the same year, because obviously the person I'm going to mention now is a little older, actually much older, is also Stacy Keach's birthday. And I'm like, holy crap, you share a birthday with the guy that voices American Creed. Everybody knows who Stacy Keach. Everybody has heard Stacy Keach's voice. You may not know the name, but you've heard his deep voice that he uses.
He was a big actor in the 80s.
Yep.
He's the same one I'm thinking of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm old. That's how I remember things, not from these cartoons you millennials listen to. I remember when he was actually like an actual actor who acted in movies. He was in a Cheech and Chong movie. One or two.
The reason why I mentioned this to my friend was because I had just watched an episode of Law and Order Special Victims Unit in season 16, and he was in it. And I'm like, it's so weird hearing his voice and seeing him on, because I only have really ever heard his voice, because I've only ever really watched American Greed, which is the true crime show that he does narration for, and he was the voice of Robert Vance, Robert Vance Sr., the grandfather in the Batman Beyond episode Lost Soul.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, voice actors,
deep
folks.
cut. Yeah.
Yeah, voice actors. That's the point. All right. You can hear Dave along with Duvall every week? Or every other?
Most every week.
Okay. Most every week on Dave and Duvall's Toys and Collectibles over on ToyWorldOrder.com. Go check them out. Listen to their show. They have some great stuff. I find it ironic that a decade ago, Jason told me that you guys weren't really about reporting news, and then here we are a decade later, episode 431 is him talking about every single news story he could find.
Kind of how it's become. I mean, we're not about breaking news. I mean,
no.
I think that was the thing, especially back in the early days. It was like everybody wanted to be the one that broke the story. Hey, they're doing a Quicksilver figure, and everyone wanted to be the first site or webpage, or that broke that story. I think that's what he means. We're more like, I don't even know what. It was just like, hey, here's this thing coming out. Okay.
The way I explain it to Steve Megatron, who is essentially my Jason, if you want to
I'm so sorry.
Equate it. Oh, stop it. I say to Steve Megatron, I say, you know what? He's like, oh, we need to talk about this news. Everybody else is talking about this news. And I'm like, dude, we are news reactors. We are not news breakers. We just give $700 self-moving, self-driving, talking Peter Cullen Optimus Prime. It's 18 inches taller, however tall the damn thing's supposed to be. I will never have it because I think it's really cool. I think it's fun. I think it's awesome that they got Peter Cullen to do the voice. But in practicality, I will never have that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It is what it is. All right, folks, that's going to do it for this part of ToyCast 100. You've got 1 hour left because up next...
Oh, Lord.
This episode is probably right now, as of this, without editing, I can say we're at about 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh.
And we got another
I'm
hour.
So sorry, people. I'm so sorry.
Oh, stop it.
I'm so sorry I talk so much.
Oh, stop it. We love your stories.
Yeah. An old man.
There's nothing like sitting around the fire listening to old man Dave tell toy stories.
All right, well, thank you for having me on, Mike. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And, we're going to have you back eventually, too, because there's a whole new plan here at ToyCast, and you'll hear about that a little bit later. So we're going to head over to me, Adas Baron, and Josh the Floorburger as we close out ToyCast episode 100 after this. All right, folks. It is time to wrap up ToyCast episode 100. This is the toy stories of our collections, and I am, of course, TFG and Mike, as you've heard me in the past 2 hours, or at this point, maybe 3 hours. I don't know. I don't know how long that segment with Dave Draper was, because Dave has a lot of toys. Dave has a whole basement full of toys, as you heard. Joining me are my new cohorts and the people that will be going forward with me in ToyCast's future. You heard him on episode 99.5. It's the Floorburger, Mr. Joshua.
Hello, I am the Floorburger. I am not nearly as extravagant and glamorous as our next co-host, but I will pretend like I am and hold my pinky out.
Yeah, why do you want to eat burgers on the floor? Ugh.
It's a cleaning thing, I will tell you. It's a cleaning thing.
Oh, and here I thought you weren't a table elitist.
No, I'm not a table elitist. It kind of goes back to ancient cultures where chairs were not yet invented. Mm-hmm. Chairs were invented after the wheels, so I'm just referring back to those. Anyways, let's talk about the new guy.
Yeah, the new guy. The new guy is actually an old guy, because people would have heard him on 15 episodes of my other podcast, The Pull Bag, our comic book review podcast. That's right, it is the amazing, the awesome, the drag race fan himself, Mr. Adas Baron.
And we had to drive 15 miles to the local KB toy store. Hi, everyone.
KB Toys, really? Ew. Toys R Us forever.
You never had
We
Kitty
had
City?
KB Toys.
Did you have Kitty City?
We had KB Toys after Toys R Us kind of went away for a while, but
I'm sorry, KB Toys. You brought it up. I wasn't going to go there, but KB Toys. You want to go anywhere? 3 for $10 of who knows
Crappiest
what toy line.
Marvel figures you could possibly imagine.
But now those are collectible. Actually, toys that have KB stickers on them are more collectible. Just throwing it out there.
that's kind of depressing. All right, we are here to wrap up ToyCast episode 100, and I'm here to talk to these gentlemen about how they like having their collections, how they like having them displayed, how they like whether they're in the box, out of the box, whether they still play with their toys.
Das, he said gentlemen. Is there somebody else who entered the chat with us?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who are you talking to?
These mongrels, these rabid mongrel rabies-filled dogs.
These dastardly duo.
See, now I feel more comfortable. Thank you for calling me by my proper name. Thank you. That's what my mom has called me all this time.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So let's.
Thanks, Mom. I know you're listening.
If your mom can get through, well, she can fast forward through 2 hours of other people talking on this episode.
I know what your mom can do, floor burger.
Oh Lord, let's not.
Dude, my mom's an angel, so she could probably. Never mind. I'm just.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom.
I can already tell you, folks, with the chemistry that the three of us have, this podcasting thing ain't gonna be no thing because this is fun. This is easy. Oh Lord. So, Mr. Barron, sir, when did you first kind of, as a kid, notice toys, and as you grew up, at one point did you want to start collecting the toys that you had as a kid, or did you have your toys all your life?
I still have a lot of the toys that I grew. Well, not a lot. A handful of toys that I grew up with. I still have my original 4 Ninja Turtles. I have the Party Wagon displayed.
He's got his sticks and rocks that he played with as a young man.
I did. Yeah, so I continually collected figures. There was a specific moment that I could pinpoint becoming a collector. Like the writing was on the wall at the time, but this specific moment cemented it. And that was in 97, maybe 98, when Marvel put out the original X-Men box set. I don't know if you remember this. They did an original X-Men set. They did a giant-size X-Men set. And the original Avengers set.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I still have this set. I love the presentation of it. Unfortunately, my Marvel Girl came with like a stump of a pinky finger. So they're still in the packaging and everything. I still prefer that over the all new original X-Men set that came out a couple years ago, which used a lot of old bodies and it was really sloppy on the paint and whatnot. So I actually got that as a Valentine's Day gift years ago. And unfortunately, it was not up to snuff, and I returned it.
You returned it to the store, or you returned it to the person who gave it to you?
I returned it to the store. My ex knew what was going on.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting there picturing you receiving a box set of Toy Biz Marvel figures, just saying, "Sweetie,
thanks.
You haven't met my standards for toys, so I'm just going to give this back to you. Let's try again next year. Thank you."
Yeah.
Thank you. I could see that being a thing.
I can get snobby when I want to.
Oh, I know you can. I know you can.
I still have that set. As to my collecting patterns, at the moment, I pretty much have my toys in every room of the apartment. There is a ledge, or if there's the top of furniture, display space, there are toys on it. I'm primarily an out-of-box collector. There are a couple of things I keep in the box. I have my Richard Simmons still in the box. As tempting as he is to take out, Josh, I know you You wanted me to take lots of photos, but just the presentation was so nice, I just have them hanging on the wall.
The fact that you have not taken him out of the box, gone to the gym, and had him duplicating the exercises you were doing makes me feel like I think you hate me.
Yeah, I could just take him and put him on the various machines and then walk away and see what the people's reactions would be.
I mean, compared to what you and I have typically seen at gyms, I think you doing that would be not only more normal, but probably more inspiring for some people. But yes, I you need to do that soon. But not only take him to the gym, but then go to some like fancy bars or something and just put him at the end of the bar like he's having a drink.
Simmons gets charcuterie.
Ooh, I like it.
And what will the young one having? What would you like, Richie? Hot dogs and hamburgers?
Hey, bartender, what's a little guy down at the end of the bar having? I'll have one of those. He's a plastic toy. Yes, I know.
And he enjoys a classic drink.
Oh my God, they still have it in stock? Are you serious?
What the?
So, no, you guys are talking about Richard Simmons, and I know, not everybody is a Funko fan, and that's fine, but Funko has 3 versions of Richard Simmons as a pop. The Target exclusive is still available to get delivered, at least in my area. And the Target exclusive is basically red shirt Richard Simmons with "Sweatin' to the Oldies" on the shirt.
I've seen one of them at my local Target.
If you want to buy that for all of us as sort of a, welcome to the show gift, I'll send you my address off air.
Sure.
That would be excellent. I'll take him to the gym with me. I'm not kidding. Like, if we want to take ToyCast to the gym, I'll do that.
Oh boy, folks. I think this is the most exercise this podcast has gotten in over a decade.
Work those glutes.
I mean, Das, I'm just saying, if we don't see you doing squats next to Richard Simmons, I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
And honestly, out of the 3 that they made, basically the Target version and the regular version are the same stance. They have a dancing version, and honestly, this one with the Target exclusive is the best one because, hello, it actually says "Sweatin' to the Oldies" on the shirt because that's what he used to do all the time. Anyway, okay, so Das, what is your go-to toy line? What was your go-to toy line either as a kid or now as an adult?
I would go through phases as a kid. So, each line would last a couple of years. I think my Marvel obsession has lasted the longest because it started in the early to mid 90s with the Toy Biz figures. And then it became gradually, they started getting more and more detailed and the sculpting got better. And then they switched over to Marvel Legends. And I've kind of been following it ever since. But I definitely started out with Real Ghostbusters, Ninja Turtles, which begat Batman, all the Batmen. Same figure, different colors. But nowadays, if it's not a Marvel Legend, I'm primarily collecting Japanese toys, which can be a very, very pricey game to get into.
Yes, it can.
But we could always have another show talking about how I feel that it's such a worthwhile investment for what you get.
And it's one of those things, just like with some of the Legends, not all of them. Like, you kind of have to buy them immediately because you don't know what the aftermarket markup is going to be. And a lot of these Japanese things are web exclusives, and you have to find certain retailers that will carry them because you have to go through a middleman service to get them. I think this month I have essentially 2 diorama sets, which contain all sorts of bits and pieces to make your own miniature city that you can stick like your Godzilla or your Ultraman figures in. And this is something I've always wanted.
Cool. All right, Josh, what about you? What is your toy collecting kind of story? Do you remember the first toy you had as a kid?
So I do remember the first toy I had as a kid, and that was the G.I. Joe Charbroil. We talked about this the other day, and I looked it up, and that is the first one I have a distinct memory of being my toy. I picked it out. My mom got it for me. My brothers each got their own version of G.I. Joe. Being the youngest of 3, I know that my mom had to always focus on how do I keep this equitable between all 3 when I get toys. So something like G.I. Joe or Ninja Turtles always kind of worked out because we all got our version. So I got Charbroil. I remember that. And I remember it had like the slight like lenticular sticker on the backpack. And as like a 3-year-old or 4-year-old when I had it, I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. So when it came to early toys, my brothers and I were He-Man and G.I. Joe to start off with. My oldest brother, and I think I mentioned this in the previous show, my oldest brother started with He-Man, moved to G.I. Joe, and those were the two lines that were very, very popular in our house. We didn't hate Transformers. We weren't against Transformers. We just were not a Transformers family for whatever reason.
Right.
And then when it came to moving into Ninja Turtles, that was sort of a natural transition because we all picked our own turtle that we were drawn to, which was very easy when you had 3 brothers and you had 4 turtles to work with. So we had that transition. Ghostbusters was a very interesting thing for us, where I think my dad had sort of an innate fear of the supernatural. So he didn't really like us having a lot of ghosts or anything, but we were a Ghostbusters family because that one was also easy, where we all had our own Ghostbuster that we could apply to. So anytime we had a team, any sort of team-oriented toy line, we were great with.
What characters were you?
So G.I. Joe would rotate a lot. I usually stuck to the very brightly colored G.I. Joe. So Charbroil is one that sticks out to me because he's that sort of brighter burnt orange color. I also really liked Flint, later runs of Flint when he was neon green and like Eco-Force. In Turtles, I usually switched between Michelangelo and Raphael. My other brother would switch between Donatello and Raphael. So we shared Raphael. Ghostbusters, I was Peter Venkman, typically. And is there another team I'm forgetting? I usually stuck with like the more lighthearted, not like badass leader, not intelligent, not anybody who had any sort of marketable, important skills to the team. I was typically the goofy one who made the quips in the back of the room.
Because Michelangelo's the party dude.
And I'm the party dude.
Yeah, we all know that.
I go to work every day with an orange bandana on my face.
Sure you do. Has the toy collecting advanced through life for you, Josh? Have you gotten to a point where you're like, I'm set, or do you still want to get more stuff?
So I think I'm kind of at a stopping point of a lot of reflection. And I think every collector kind of hits that at a point. My wife and I moved into a new house. I have had the opportunity to have my own room for my collection. And I have my shelves up. I have my shelves loaded. But there is only so much you can fit on shelves and have it look good and have it look like something you want to be presentable and something you can share. And where Das has an apartment where he has stuff on everything, we have consolidated everything to one room. And it's not that if I had my own apartment, I probably would be just like Das, where I would have stuff coming out of everything. You know, I would have the Ghostbusters Terror Toilet. I think that's what it was called. Or
Fearsome
was
Flush.
It Fearsome Flush? Yes, Fearsome Flush. I would have Fearsome Flush sitting on top of my toilet. I would have any sort of scuba underwater figure in my shower if I could, but I don't. So I have everything kind of relegated to those rooms. As far as expanding, it's when you're a homeowner and you're an adult and you're also a public school teacher, your budget is limited. And so I have to start looking at, okay, well, Marvel Legends just announced that they're increasing their price point at retail. Do I really want to continue spending $25 per figure for the privilege of putting it on my shelf? That's where I'm getting to with this. So I'm still curating my vintage section, but I think I'm really slowing down quite a bit as I'm getting to what is 2021.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So I have been a pretty constant adult collector for 20 years now. And you get to that point of like, okay, I'm going to slow down and be a little bit more careful in what I'm doing.
It's kind of like the other podcast mascot I have over on the pull bag. Life well spent.
Oh, I don't regret what I'm doing. It's just I've been
No. I'm saying the whole life well spent thing. Like, that's the point. There are no regrets. But you're at a point now where it's like, okay, gotta stop or gotta refocus or gotta figure out what I want to keep and what I don't want anymore or whatever kind of thing. And again, like we talked in episode 99.5, you have specific memories tied to certain toys. And there may not be certain toys that you still have from your childhood, hence why we did the Kane County recap thing in the last episode of the show. So, it's just one of those things where it is just what it is. And as I've said throughout this entire long-ass podcast episode, because for me, this show has been just recorded over about 3.5, 4 hours of my life over the various last few weeks and months. Right now, my collection is Funko, and most of them are in storage in Indiana. That's fine. It is what it is. But I have been buying new ones, and now that they have the Transformers license, it's like, oh my god, I need to find all of them. Now, I do only want one version of Optimus Prime and one version of Megatron. The problem with that is, the ones I want are GameStop exclusives, and they're blind box GameStop. That's a toy crime that's coming up. Fucking blind box. I hate those damn things. Anyway, so basically,
our case files are getting filled before we even get to them.
Oh yes. Basically, the blind box Transformers G.I. Joe box that GameStop and Funko did this year is Duke and Cobra Commander for G.I. Joe, Megatron and Optimus for Transformers, but the Megatron and Optimus, even though they are the exact same mold as the regular ones, the additions that they put on those to make them exclusive to that box set is Optimus has his orange energy axe from the first episode when he and Megatron fought. Megatron has his purple energy mace as weapons attached to their arms.
Well, I think an important thing for us to eventually talk about is what are the ultimate editions of some of the most iconic characters that we either want to have ourselves or just that are out there somewhere. And that is one of the hardest parts about collecting is, do you want 14 different Batmans or do you want just one really good version of Batman?
It depends, because there are multiple versions of Batman and there are multiple versions of Robin, and they're not all Bruce Wayne and they're not all Dick Grayson. For example, I have what is he called? Funko called it Red Wing Robin. It is essentially the New 52 Tim Drake Robin from the New 52 suit.
Yeah.
So that to me is not the same as finding the Batman the Animated Series Robin, cartoon version of Robin, which is Dick Grayson. Two completely different characters, that's fine. As I just said, I only want one Optimus Prime and one Megatron of the original G1 versions. And for me, having the Energy Axe and the Energy Mace versions would be really cool. I don't need Megatron with his fusion cannon as a Funko Pop or Optimus with his rifle. Now, if they were to repaint Optimus in shattered glass colors, that would be a whole different thing. However, I am perfectly fine with the ones that I'm going after. And luckily, so far, Funko has only done the big 7, I think. Optimus, Megatron, Jazz, Soundwave, Bumblebee, Grimlock. Who's the other? Jetfire, Skyfire, whatever you want to call him. He's Macross. Anyway.
Well, I think a big conversation Das and I have had several times is, what is our ultimate Batman? Because I know, Das, you're a big Batman fan.
Yes.
And I just got the recent Hush Mafex Batman.
Which looks so good.
And right now, that's my ultimate Batman. And I think we all have what our version is of our definitive. And for me, to kind of go back to your question of like, how do I collect? I'm right now trying to hunt down what is the definitive version of all of my favorite characters, because I don't have the space for 10 Wolverines. I just want one really good one that covers all my bases.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as long as it comes in yellow and blue spandex, you're good.
And unfortunately, sometimes that involves part sharing, which
yes, it does.
I have the yellow and brown Wolverine, which is good for like my 80s stuff, but I also want a fully comic accurate giant size team. So I have the first appearance Wolverine that came with the Hulk, which is a great body and perfect for his for his giant size appearance. However, the head is different. So I need to hunt down the Love Triangle 3-pack or just get the Wolverine from that so I can swap heads.
God, you want to talk about a 3-pack that I regret getting when it was even on sale, was that Love Triangle 3-pack. But that had the ideal version of so many different figures. I have a cat climbing up into my face right now. But yes, no, I agree with you, is that you have to do a lot of part sharing, you have to do a lot of customizing. So that's why for my modern collecting, I'm trying to come up with who's my ideal Superman, who's my ideal Batman, because how many of each do you need?
For me, it's all about show accuracy. And that runs into like, if you want a show accurate, movie accurate Batman 89 Michael Keaton, you're probably looking at the Hot Toys figure would be the definitive version when they put that out with the Batmobile, when Hot Toys did that. When it comes to
when you need a go-kart size toy.
Hey, now you leave that Batmobile alone. Even though I would never get it, and I'm too damn poor to even be able to afford getting the Hot Toys Batmobile. When I saw a video of that, I was like, this is what I wanted in 1989 when I was 9 years old. Damn it. Why did I have to wait 40 years?
No, don't get me wrong. I think it's a beautiful piece. I'll never own it. Yeah. And I think it's great.
I just loved how back in the 90s with the Toy Biz Marvel figures, they came out with so many versions of characters, they started naming them like sequels. So we got up to Cable 5. Remember that?
We're just not even...
Cable Channel 5.
Yeah.
We're not even going to get into what channel he was from or what episode he was from. It's Cable 22. This time he's Aqua Cable. He has floaties and flippers.
And then Space Cable. Like they could have just gone with that. Nope, just Cable 5.
They couldn't even have gone with his mood when he was wearing that outfit. This is slightly gregarious Cable. This is loquacious Cable. Nope, can't do that.
For me, as long as the X-Men are from either the blue or the gold team, I'm fine.
I think that's actually something we should come up with, is gregarious Cable.
Preposterous Cable. Well, they were all preposterous.
We have an idea.
Every single channel of Cable is preposterous.
But I think we have a merchandising idea. Gregarious Cable. Emotional Cable. Emo Cable.
Okay, so for me, when it comes to the character of Cable, and I know we're going off the rails here, folks, but this is a preview for you folks who are listening to this, because
look forward to going off the rails.
Oh yeah, like I said earlier, these guys are the new team. So
keep track of how often we are on the rails. That's what you want to count for.
Well, it's a good thing you said edit that out, because now I have a clip where I can throw in edit that out every single time you do something now.
Oh, good. I'm the king of sound bites.
Oh, you have no idea. Das knows me, and Das knows most of the time what I do, but Das and I haven't recorded stuff in at least, I want to say, 3, maybe 4. 2018 was the last He-Man comic episode we did. He-Man Thundercats it was, which was surprisingly well done. But it's one of those things where now see, you made me lose my damn train of thought. What the hell, dude?
Yes.
It's like a toy infirmary over here. Hello, nurse. Come on, let's go.
Don't worry.
He's flatlining.
If it starts to struggle, I'll show up in the middle of the night and put a pillow over your face, and then jump out the window and race off into a field.
Floor. You'll die too. So
I just was making a
Not if you're wearing moon shoes.
Oh. Can they be neon purple?
Of course they can. They're the Nickelodeon ones.
They need to be.
It's too bad that Gru blew up the moon. He didn't want to collect it this time. He wanted to blow it up. Yeah. Damn it. I still don't know where the hell I was taking that. Anyway.
I don't know where you were either. I'm just going back to our script. Back to the script, everybody.
What script? There's no script.
Then what am I reading?
I don't know what you're...
I have a 500-page document sitting in front of me right now.
Then that's something you wrote in your sleep.
It is called the Bibble? What is the Bibble?
Oh, Lord. It's something orange troglodytes should never hold in their hands. Oops, sorry.
Ooh.
Anyway.
What is DOS 316?
And the Lord saith, may his suit be fabulous.
May your suit be
ever so crisp.
Tailored. May your suit be tailored to your butt cheeks. As perfectly
I have no butt cheeks.
Possible. So, well, I've been telling you, dude, squats. Come on. You've been hitting biceps all the time. You got to do leg day. You got to do
leg
leg
big
day.
enough as they are.
But you have no butt.
I know. That's the...
What has...
that at a separate time.
What has Richard Simmons been trying to teach you the whole time since you bought him?
Sweat? Or hold on. Sweat!
You don't want swass, though. You want to avoid the swass as much as possible. But we'll get those gains. We'll get those pants just bulging nicely. You won't even realize just how much the ladies are checking you out as you go and you put Richard Simmons in your back pocket.
You could rest a book on that.
And I think this podcast needs some turtle wax right about now.
Wax on, wax off.
I can talk about waxing a lot if you want.
Oh my
You'd be
God.
surprised how much my back needs.
Okay, that was...
I was just talking about waxing poetic, but...
Yeah, I mean...
Oh.
It's only turtle wax. I mean, Mikey uses it for his shell, for crap's sake.
You know what? You guys just don't understand the challenge of having a very thick forest to carry around each day.
Yeah, well, as long as it isn't on my back, I'm fine. If it's on my face, sure, fine, whatever. But no, thank God. Anyway, toys.
Oh, wait, we were talking about toys, not back hair. Okay, cool. Cool. I want to make sure that we were all on the same page on that.
I'm sure there are Bigfoot toys or
we could make a list of hairy toys. We got Beastman Stratos.
Flocked Panther.
Mm-hmm.
So if Panther is flocked, does that really mean he's more hairy than when he's not flocked?
He's double hairy.
I mean, I could try to use flocked in a way that you probably are going to feel like you need to bleep out later on. So, I'll avoid that.
You.
Dude, if people are still listening to us right now, they are all
Can that be our catchphrase? What the flock?
Yeah, probably. Most likely.
We are flocked 2 ways to Sunday.
Yes, we are. All right, folks. I think that's going to do it.
Wait, we're done? We had a whole script. What is going on? I thought we were going to actually get some serious questions.
We've overstayed our welcome. It's been fun. Goodbye, everyone.
I start talking about my back hair. We're just done. What the hell?
Once a show jumps the shark, it can never come back from it, and you got to blame Henry Winkler for that.
What is this, jumping the back hair? Is that what we're doing?
Please, no. I don't want to come anywhere near your back hair. Thank God I'm out here in Washington State, and now we're nowhere near Illinois.
Well, I know. Never mind. I know you have a house down the street from me, so I can.
All right.
I can start.
All right. Fine. You want more questions? Fine.
Yes, I think we should go with more questions, because if you have to edit out the junk, at least you have content to use that makes it sound like a legitimate toy show.
Yeah, well, legitimate. Anything I've done the last 13 years, right? Anyway. All right, so here is a teaser for the Origins on ToyCast. Technically, Das, you go first, because A comes before J or F. So, action figures or dolls?
What do I refer them to as?
Yes.
Action figures. However, I had many adults in my upbringing who would mock me and refer to them as dolls.
What about you, Josh? Action figures or dolls?
Oh, action figures. And not just for the fact that it's like, I'm trying to maintain my masculinity and I call them action figures. their purpose is to create some sort of non. Okay, so I'm going to get myself into trouble in semantics here, so maybe I shouldn't go further. But they're action figures. They're set up to create a difference between action movie characters and baby doll characters. There's a difference. There's a difference in the purpose, and that's okay. Doesn't make them any better. Doesn't make them any worse. It just indicates their purpose. A hardware store is different from a lingerie store for a lot of reasons, even if the behaviors can be somewhat similar. So it's okay to label them differently.
Codpiece.
Okay, I think that says way too much about you than it does about us.
No one remembers Wasp.
As Dimitri Martin said, the difference between an adult toy and a child's toy is location, location, location.
Oh, Lord. So some of these, and both Josh and Adas Baron will have separate episodes for this, but some of these do come from the 30
Oh, you've got to separate it now.
Well, yeah. Again, one-on-one. The whole point is one-on-one to get the Anyway, okay, so what was the most money either of you have ever spent on a toy?
On the advice of my attorney, I'm not saying anything.
Incriminating evidence that your wife should not find out about. I'm going to have to say what I threw down for the HasLab Sentinel, which in the grand scheme of things isn't that much. Mm-hmm. But for someone, who mainly spends, $20 to $30 on like a standard action figure, $350 is a lot.
Yeah, kind of. And I'm pretty sure, and I know I haven't because I don't have that kind of money, nor do I have the damn space to even, you talk about $350 for Sentinel, it's $700 for Unicron. Oh my god!
Yeah. And the transforming Optimus. Oh my god!
Oh no, that one's $700. Unicron was $595 or something,
plus $100 shipping or something.
Yeah. So close to that. That transforming Optimus, though, man, holy crap!
My jaw dropped when I saw that full video.
I know that's been around for at least 3 or 4 years now. Like they did another version of it before, but now that they actually have Hasbro's backing on it, like holy crap, that thing is crazy.
Yeah, so if I were to throw in how much I have spent, I would say I'm still under $100 on a single toy, and that's usually been stuff. And if I'm going to spend that much, it's something that I'm going to keep the box. I'm keeping the accessories. I'm keeping everything in place because I want to make sure I think once I hit the $50 mark, if I'm spending about $50 on something, it's got to be something that if the time comes that I need the money or it's time to sell, it's got to be something that I can flip. Yeah. So I've never spent over $100 on a single toy, but I've spent, definitely over $100 on lots. I know I bought a lot of Transformers for $200 and sold them all. But I've always had my limits on that. But could have the space for something like a Unicron if I had the money for it, or for the Sentinel if I was really that into X-Men, I probably would have gone for it. So to answer your question, probably no more than 90.
Yeah, I think for me, in the last, let's say 5 years, the most expensive thing I've bought was I just had to win a Funko Pop auction for the cereal monsters for Count Chocula, Frankenberry, and Boo Berry. I ended up paying like $95 plus shipping for the 3 of them. Because they were Funko Shop exclusives back then. They still are, but it was one of those things where you weren't really going to find those anywhere, especially sold together. So I was like, okay, sure. Before that, back when I was working from 2005 to 2010, I think the most I ever spent was maybe $125 on the original G1 Blaster. I think between G1 Blaster, Soundwave, and Optimus, I spent just south of $400. But that was
so. I will say I have to make a correction on what I said originally. When something gets a little bit larger, like a playset, I often forget that is a toy in itself. So I got the Masters Classics Castle Grayskull when it came out through Maddie Collector for whatever the price was. I pre-ordered it, saved up for it. So that's probably the most I ever spent on an individual toy. My Ghostbusters Firehouse was $75. My Ninja Turtle layer was on Target, accidentally priced all their Ninja Turtle layers at $15. I
did that too.
It was amazing.
Greatest $15
so
I've ever spent.
I would say the Masters Castle Grayskull was the most I ever spent on something, and I have no regrets having spent that much. And I don't think I ever will regret that. Let's do more questions.
Okay, more questions. What features define a good toy to you? So what is a toy, what kind of features, like action features kind of thing? What makes that a good toy?
Like, I'm not crazy about action features. So I would probably define it as like the iconography of the character that it's based off of. How good does it get down to the root of the character?
Yeah.
Like, there are a million Wolverine figures there that use like the same body, but what has like the greatest face?
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Truly represents
quite a bit.
him.
I'm a big Captain America fan. The original Marvel Legends Toy Biz Captain America that I got, I still have it on my shelf, and I also have the Power and Glory or the Worthy Captain America, whatever it's called, from the Avengers Endgame Walmart exclusive. It does it capture a image that is the best image of that figure that if they update it a little bit, I wouldn't care to get it. Is it great just how it is, that even with a mild change, I wouldn't care? And that's a big thing for me for modern toys right now. Vintage is obviously really different, but modern stuff, I don't need the new Disney Plus Winter Soldier that's coming out, because I have the Infinity War figure that does the job perfectly for me.
Meanwhile, the only Sam Wilson Captain America figure I want is the Amazon exclusive Funko Pop version from Winter Soldier.
My only comment about Sam Wilson as Captain America, because I think it's awesome. I think he looks great. My biggest complaint, dude needs to put a helmet on. He's flying in the air. Put a helmet on. Come on.
Okay. What have you seen?
What message are you sending to children?
Have you seen Marvel Assembled? After we're done here, go to Disney Plus, go watch Marvel Assembled. They released a second episode doing the behind the scenes of Falcon and Winter.
I watched that yesterday.
Yeah, okay, so you know what I'm going to bring up.
The faults?
They not the faults. They showed how he actually was, how the suit basically, and I'm not saying anything against Anthony Mackie. The man is a better physical specimen than I could ever hope to be. But when they were showing how they were making him look on screen and how they were making him look in the cowl, they actually called it a cowl, and in the suit, they did digitizing over that so it would look seamless. It actually wasn't. It was every time he moved, it moved. So he had the movement while he was doing his scenes as Captain America, but they digitally enhanced it to make sure it didn't look like you could see the inside of his neck, because it's a mask. You're not supposed to know, even though everybody knows who.
It's just he needs a helmet. I wear a helmet to bike down the street. Put a helmet on this guy. He's flying through the air. I know it's comic accurate. It looks fantastic. The fact that we have the Falcon wearing that outfit is such a huge leap forward for superheroes, comics, whatever you want to call it. I think it's great. I'm embracing the whole thing. I think his message was fantastic. I just want a little safety. Come on. Put a helmet on.
You heard it here first, folks. Captain America needs a helmet.
I wear a helmet to go down the stairs. Leave me alone.
Okay, let's see.
Let's move on.
All right. Okay, so everybody is safe. Everybody is safe. Nothing is going to happen to you and your loved ones. However, your house, apartment, whatever, is on fire. It's destroyed.
Question.
It's whatever. Your collection's going to go with it. What is the one toy you would run in to save?
One toy I would save out of everything. Just one individual toy.
Out of everything, you only have time for one, or else you're going to die.
I mean, I can easily answer this because I feel like I always have the knee-jerk reaction, and that is my original Michelangelo with the rubber head, not the solid plastic head.
I would...
Interesting.
He's missing his belt, he's missing his weapons, but
if I could go in and I didn't have to worry about saving my cats or anything like that, and they were okay and they were safe, and I would have to say I have a Shogun Godzilla that has been in my family as long as I can remember. My uncle got it for me, my brothers to play with. When my uncle passed, my mom had it in her garage. When I finally got my own house, my mom said, "You need to have this now." And so it's in my room. I would say my Shogun Godzilla, because it's been, out of everything, probably the most recognizable toy in generations of my family.
Awesome. For me, it's not here, but if something happened to where my Funkos are stored, I would die for this. I'd have to save the Funko Pop Rides kit with Michael Knight, because as soon as Funko announced that they were doing that figure, I'm like, okay, if I don't get individual Knight Rider figures, if I'm only getting this one Knight Rider figure from Funko, I'm like, okay, sure, great. That would be the one that I would save. Out of the ones that are here with me right now, one of the ones, probably Christmas
the
Vacation
Nico one?
Clark, because Christmas
Funko.
Vacation, they released it's supposed to be a Walmart exclusive, but I don't have a Walmart. They released the station wagon from when he from when they took the tree home in the movie. So that one, because Christmas Vacation is my number one Christmas movie.
Oh, I can watch that 6 times in a row without any problem.
Kind of thing. So, well, yeah, I mean, hallelujah, holy shit, where's the Tylenol? Of course, anybody can watch that movie. All right, so what is one toy you'd love to have in the real world? So let's just say, for example, you could have any action figure be a real world thing.
Might need you to clarify that one a little bit more.
Think of the Lantern Corps was real and the Green Lantern ring was real and you could actually use it. What toy would you want to be, like, if you could have a life-size actual, like, Small Soldiers, the movie Small Soldiers, if Tommy Lee Jones came to life, like if my Grimlock comes to life and it's voiced by...
So if I could have
Berger,
a toy come to life for me, probably Optimal Optimus. Beast Wars. Beast Wars.
Beast Machines,
the vibrant orange and blue caught my eye on that. And
oh, that's right. Yeah,
are we talking about it being like that toy coming to life at that like 1.5 foot height, or are we saying like it would be life size? Oh,
it would be life size.
Yes, I would love to pull up to work in that, and just look at my coworkers and be like, "What? I'm driving a giant truck monkey. What do you want with me?" And I would go with the big blue and orange monkey truck. That'd be my vote. Let's do it all day long.
For moi, like this is kind of a grail piece, but if it worked too, that would be great. Which would be the Super Sentai Mask Man Masky Brace, which is basically their transformation device. It is one of the most difficult, sought after henshin devices that it's damn near impossible to find.
Ooh.
And if you do find it, it goes for like $1,500.
Wow.
But it's like it's a communicator, it's a transformation device, it flashes. One of my favorite things about the show is it's a communicator, but when they're communicating to the headquarters, they get the POV screwed up every single time. So it's a full on shot of the actor talking into it, as if there's a camera on him, not look like and he's still looking down at the brace.
Yeah.
I think any
Old Sentai is
Sentai
notorious
kind of
for that.
toy would be absolutely ideal. Of I have a belt buckle that turns me into an armored character, and then I get a giant robot to go ride around in. I'm good with that. Like, I could see that being a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need 2 more people and we could have the 5 lions. So these are the 2 questions that are going to close out every episode of Origins when I eventually start doing the interview episodes. If you could, any toy company, doesn't matter, if they gave you the keys to the kingdom, if you could create any toy, what would you want to create?
What rating are we going with right now?
Whatever. It's an explicit podcast, so it doesn't really matter. There's going to be a
Any
red
toy I
tag
ever
on
wanted
this
to create.
anyway.
Okay, give me a second to think. I should probably have read these questions before we hit the show.
See, this is why I didn't want to do previews of these
Okay.
questions, because now
Das,
when I
you
do
ready?
your
'Cause I got something.
single-handed episode for this.
I'm a big
You go
fan
ahead,
of
I
Disney
still
World.
think about this.
I don't really care for Mickey Mouse. I don't care for Goofy, Donald Duck, whatever. It's not that I dislike them. They're just not what I like about Disney World. I like Disney World for the ambiance, the escapism, the illusion it creates, the storytelling and everything. And I had an ill-fated idea for a podcast years ago, and one of the topics I talked about was what are the top 5 theme park rides we would want as a playset. And if you've ever been to Disney World, you've ever been on Pirates of the Caribbean, it is a wonderfully themed, designed ride. And if I could have a good chunk of that to become like a 7-foot long, like USS flag sized playset of the different scenes you see throughout there, because there's a pirate ship and a fort scene. There's a port side, 1600s, 1700s colonial setup. There's a treasure room. There's not necessarily like a beach, but there's like a cave sort of setup. I would love a 7-foot long, 3 3/4 inch scale Pirates of the Caribbean playset with water, like a working water feature through the center. That would be my jam. Kings of the Kingdom, no budget. Let's go for it. Let's make it. That would be where I would go.
Got anything, Das?
Okay, so my first idea is another Sentai one, but do we have 2 options, or are we just sticking to one?
Do whatever you want, man. Just answer the question.
All right. In layman's terms, if you remember the original Power Rangers, there's Rita Repulsa. In Japan, she's known as the Witch Bandora, who is played by the actress Machiko Soga, who is a prolific tokusatsu, Sentai, Kamen Rider, Metal Hero actress, and she is known for her over-the-top performances. And she's played multiple characters throughout, like, late 70s to mid-90s. If they did a box set of her most iconic roles, that would be awesome. And it would have to actually look like her, because every time they put a Rita figure out, it doesn't look like either her or the US actress. They always look terrible. My second go-to would be a Hot Toys. Now, like, I don't have any Hot Toys. They're so freaking expensive. I always wanted the 89 Batman Jack Nicholson Joker, and he was at my local comic shop. And I was like, I'm going to save up. I'm going to save up. And by the time I had the money, he was gone.
Oh, I hate that happens.
Yeah. They eventually had like the
Jack Nicholson was just hanging out at a comic shop by you?
But I didn't want that one. Oh yeah, every time.
Man, his career's
slugging back drinks, talking about
really
basketball.
Lax right now.
But in terms of over the top performances, I would want a Hot Toys version of Raul Julia as M. Bison from the 90s Street Fighter.
Yes.
He made that movie. I know a lot of people have a lot of hate for that movie. I adore that movie. It's so fantastic.
There are so many
terrible,
90s films
but
that,
he
as I've
makes
gotten
that
older, I have just learned to say I love it. And yes, Raul Julia, especially, that was his last performance of his life. He was dying of cancer while Jean-Claude Van Damme is snorting. He is processing more snow than my snowblower this past winter. And he is giving the performance of a lifetime in a bad situation. And yes, 100% yes, he needs to be just immortalized in that role. Because how many different scenarios in our lives can we think of where it's the day, what is the line? The day bison came into your village was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was a Tuesday. Oh, there's so many scenarios in our lives that we can come up with, like telling people, like, if we're just like, oh, you're just an asshole every day. So when you piss me off, that was a Tuesday to you, but that was like a big day in my life. But yes, I agree, Das. Give him his immortal incarnation as a Hot Toys figure. Yes, 100%.
For me, it's very simple. They haven't done it yet to my knowledge, and I haven't seen any announcements yet, and I'm waiting, and I wish. They've done most every other 80s. They have 70s and 80s TV shows. They have Cheers. They have... My point, well, obviously, my point is they have Cheers, they have Sanford and Son, they have all this stuff.
Ooh.
I want a Funko Pop Alf, damn it. That's what I want.
Would he be flocked or no?
Yeah, both.
He was a shagamuffin, so I don't know about him being flocked. I think he would have to be... But
yeah.
There would have to be some other style with him, like almost like, what's his name? Beastman. Not Beastman. Grizzlor. Give me a Masters Origins Grizzlor. Alf as Grizzlor.
Alfor. Oh Lord. All right. Okay. Final question.
Step up your game.
What is the one piece of advice you would give the toy collecting fandom? Okay, I'm sure there's plenty of pieces of advice, but what is the one main overall final thought for toy collectors what is the one thing that you would tell the toy fandom? Toy collecting fan, whatever, you know what I mean.
Keep it fun and collect the things that you enjoy. Don't get things just so you can say you have them.
Okay, so I don't know if I can offer one. So I'm going to offer a couple. Here we go. You ready? Number one, if it doesn't fit, don't put it there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something we can all agree with. If it doesn't fit, don't do it. Number two, if it doesn't fit, and it doesn't go there, don't try to make it go there. And I'm talking about shelving, just so are we all on the same page on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I'm talking about shelving.
Yes, we're totally
on the same page. I have 8x12 shelving, you only get so much space on these things. Beyond that, I would also say organize. Keep everything organized. If you got extra hands, if you got extra heads, if you get extra accessories, keep it organized in some shape or form, because when you start getting into 25 different Iron Men, they've got 25 different pairs of hands, and everybody's got spider thwipping hands and wall climbing hands and fists. Keep that organized as much as you can, because if you're going to try to sell it later, organize it later, just try to figure out your life later. Don't put it in a box. Don't put it into a bin unless you have it in little baggies. Ziploc baggies are your best friends as a collector. Do that. And then my last final bit of advice, if you are going to try to hold a relationship and be a collector, find a really good flower shop and be awesome to your spouse. That's all I can say.
Sorry, I spent the rent.
Sorry, sweetie.
On this figure.
Our mortgage is going to be a little bit behind because I found a Batman with a new cape. He's got a new cape.
He's got a new cape, and he can fit in our living room because he's life size.
Just communicate with your spouse. That would be the big thing. Communicate with your spouse. I'm sorry, Mom, for everything you heard.
And maybe we do need to apologize, because it's so funny that you bring that up, because even though I've always tagged my podcasts explicit, apparently some of the, this is a long time ago now, some of the very early episodes of ToyCast that one of my co-hosts was on or wasn't on, I started with a couple of guys doing this, and one of them had kids, and one of the kids wanted to listen to the show, but it wasn't his dad on that. His dad wasn't on that episode, and he listened to it anyway. And it's me and my buddy Pecan Court Michael, and we're just cursing up like left and right. Not every other word, but every seventh word. And the mom heard this and apparently got super pissed. And I'm like, hey, it's tagged explicit. Like, seriously? Anyway, I want to thank everybody from Pia to the goddamn Proto Man to Steve Megatron, Mike the Birdman, Pecan Court Michael, everybody that stopped by, to Adas Baron, to the Floor Burger here for being the new crew coming in. I also want to thank and remember Gary Clark, aka Optimus Scourge. He was the person who passed away in 2011 and was the reason why I only did the show up until 2014 and then ended it. But we have a whole new direction. You can listen to the previous episode to hear about that. We will be teasing more about that in the next episode, and it's just going to be a bunch of fun talking about toys. If you're looking for a toy podcast that doesn't do too many semantical things or doesn't dive too deeply into the bibble or the politico.
So don't come here.
It's toys, folks. There should be no
Wait,
politics.
what? Wait, are we?
But there probably will.
No? Or should they come here?
Wait, don't come here. No. I don't even know now. You screwed me up.
See, you know.
See, now.
DOS is happening again.
All right, where the hell is the damn thing?
He lost his memory medicine.
It's his fault. I'll give you some memory medicine. Thank you for joining us here on ToyCast. If you'd like to get in contact with us or leave feedback for the show, there are several ways to do so. Send an email to feedback@geekcastradio.com. Please send us mail. We need to hear from you as we go on this new journey. Visit the website, geekcastradio.com, where you can comment on this and all of our other episode posts. Here are all the ways you can listen to us nowadays: Apple, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and of course, the home where our files exist, Spreaker, as well as any other podcatching client you choose to use, but I prefer you use one of these. I really like Spotify for podcasts because I already pay for Spotify anyway, so it's one of those things. iTunes is still a thing, folks, for PC users, so please leave us reviews in iTunes. ToyCast is back, and we hope you.
And if you didn't laugh, what's wrong with you?
Or whatever. Well,
we tried hard to say stupid things to laugh at.
What are you talking about?
Wait.
Follow us on Twitter at Geekcast Radio is the network Twitter. You can also follow the show at TF Toycast, and I said that before. The reason why the Twitter is at TF Toycast is originally, 7 years ago, this was all about Transformers, not just toys in general. I am, of course, TFG and Mike. Das, would you like to give your Twitter out?
I do not have a Twitter. However, I still have Facebook and Instagram under Adas Baron.
You have a Twitter. It's the same damn thing.
Well, okay. Technically, I do. I have not touched it in like 6 or 7 years.
Well, that's how long this podcast has been on a hiatus, so I guess you're going to have to start touching your Twitter because I'm going to be tagging you on Twitter.
Hey, what I do with myself and my Twitter is none of your damn business.
I actually don't remember my Twitter handle at the moment.
Mr. Floorburger, how about you?
I really don't. I'm on it. You've tagged me on it. That sounds about right. It could be
Floorburger 553.
It could be Floorburger. It could be Floodburger. I'm not sure. It depended on my mood when I made that handle. If you really want to get to that point, yes, you can look me up on what we've been tagged on.
Actually, if you really want to find me, you can find me on Venmo under Adas Baron. Thank you very much.
I'm available on Venmo as well.
So basically, you want them to send you money.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling them where to find me.
Uh-huh. Become a fan on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/Geekcast Radio Network. And I'm thinking about setting up a ToyCast page. Hopefully I can actually get the name. I may have to actually call it TF ToyCast, but I think I should be able to label. Anyway, I don't know. Sometimes when you have a podcast for as long as I have had podcasts, people try to use the same name as you have had for the past 13 years. Anyway, for now, I am TFG and Mike with
the Floorburger
and Adas Baron.
And somebody has a vibrator.
Oh, that's my phone.
Yeah. Huh?
Or is it?
Or is it? Exactly.
Dun dun dun.
I'm just going to steal Duvall's line. Keep playing with your toys, gang. We'll catch you next time here on ToyCast as we enter this new era. Is this thing still on? Is anyone still listening? Well, we are going to end this 5-hour and 10-minute journey or so with the wise words of Optimus Scourge, who died in September of 2011. I consider the man one of my best friends, and every time I hear his voice, I think of fond memories, and I still end up crying. But I hope everyone enjoyed this 5-hour journey into how we like collecting our collections. I want to thank once again all my guests, Mike the Birdman, Steve Megatron, Pia, Protoman, Optimus Solo, Pecan Corp Michael, Optibotamus, Dave Draper, and my new co-hosts, as I said at the beginning of this 5-hour journey, Josh the Floorburger and A-Das Baron. We are going to be bringing you a whole new toy journey here on ToyCast, and I hope people will tune in. I promise, no more 5-hour episodes. So keep playing with your toys, and we'll catch you next time here on ToyCast. And now, the wise words of the late great Optimus Scourge, aka Gary Clark.
Okay, I'll go first. Myself, I've been around TFW for quite a long time. Before it had its own website, actually, in either 2000 or 2001, when Tony started an RID site, and it was the only one that had car robots. And back then, YouTube-sized videos that were, pretty decent quality was almost unheard of, and back in that time. So I've kind of been there, been to a bunch of BotCons, hung out with, the TFW crew at BotCon, and had some stuff with that, and got to know Pia over new animated toys, which we shared a thread and with a bunch of other people over on TFW of. Basically it started off very simply and became obsession, really, for a lot of us. And I don't know, it's kind of come full circle now. I'll pretty much just wait, just because financial situations and, money being what it is today. I just have to be a lot more careful. I can't go completist like I used to. So, and if I do buy something, a lot of times I'll sell it off. Or if I really don't like it, I'll sell it for cost plus shipping, and that's always been my thing with me. And I've always gotten kind of, people don't want to believe in karma sometimes, but I kind of do. And Pia will tell you a lot of times I've gotten stuff for him in retail, and it's never more than cost plus shipping and a PayPal fee because they charge it to me. So, and what comes around goes around. There's going to always be something that you need someday. And, I've been on the receiving end of, deals from other people and him as well. And, it's just, I think that's the way it should be. Collecting, unfortunately, is kind of a greedy thing to a lot of people. And even to myself, to an extent, can realize that. But I try to, instead of say, okay, I got this guy, he's worth $20 on eBay, but there's a guy on the boards who really love to get this guy. If I have the money to pick it up and I know someone wants it, I will. I know lately a lot of that's less going on now, less people buying toys and stuff like that. But yeah, for me, I've been the kind of cost plus shipping guy. If you ever see my feedback on TFW, so I don't know. I just like to put good karma to other people and try to do right by other people, and hopefully it comes back to me some way.
Hey, that was fun!
Till all are one.